Plagues. They've haunted human history since the earliest civilizations, an unwelcome companion to our collective story. But long before the medieval Black Death, ancient peoples from Mesopotamia to Rome recorded their own terrifying epidemics that decimated populations, upended wars, and confounded the wisdom of the sages. So imagine the dread and confusion in a Bronze Age city as a mysterious illness spreads, or the shock in classical Athens when an unseen scourge kills citizens by the thousands within weeks. In the ancient world, disease was often perceived as divine punishment or even demonic wrath. Yet these societies bravely faced it and developed surprisingly practical responses, from public rituals to quarantine-like measures, doing everything they could to cope with the waves of pestilence. So what we are going to do today is go through the major plagues of antiquity across different regions of the world, and in doing so, we'll draw upon the voices of the time, along with more modern archaeological evidence, to reveal how these early epidemics were experienced and, of course, the consequences they wrought. But of course, let me give you first a warm welcome. If you've not hit that subscribe button yet, I advise you to do so. And I would like to thank the members on Patreon and YouTube and those who chose to donate. It helps keep the channel going and keep everything 100% ad-free. And thank you to those who took the opportunity to check out the merch store as well. Links to all of those just mentioned will be in the pinned comment and the video description. But now, without further delay, let's sink into the depravity again and go back to the ancient world. Well, we better start from the oldest recorded plagues, and they emerged from the ancient Near East. There was perhaps plagues before then, but when we talk about recorded, ancient writing is pretty much all in that area. Well, of course, the system of cuneiform scripts put onto those clay tablets certainly last the test of time. They allow such catastrophes to be documented in a good amount of detail. We turn to Mesopotamia. Disease was often associated with the will of the gods. For instance, the Mesopotamians worshipped a god called Nergal, among many others, of course, a deity associated with plague and death, and they believed that epidemics were one of his punishments upon humanity. Still, beyond the mythic explanation, we find more pragmatic measures against contagion, surprisingly early in history. We have one letter, actually, from the 18th century BCE, discovered in the archives of Mari, that is, a city on the Euphrates River, and it reveals an ancient awareness of contagion. The king, Zimri Lim, instructs his wife to isolate a palace servant who fell ill, ordering that no one drink from the cup where she drinks, and no one sit on the seat where she sits. Well, precautions like this, essentially early quarantine measures, they show us that even 4,000 years ago, people recognized the person-to-person spread of deadly disease. The fact that this advice was taken seriously at a royal court shows that epidemics were a known threat, requiring active intervention. Now, of course, this does not mean that this is the first ever instance. It's just the first recorded instance that we have. And yes, I know it's remarkably early, 1800, but of course we had plagues before then. It's just people were not writing them down yet. One of the most significant early plague episodes actually struck the Hittite Empire in the late Bronze Age. The Hittites, based in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, recorded in their chronicles that a devastating plague entered their land during the reign of King Suppiluliuma I in the 14th century. According to surviving cuneiform tablets, this epidemic was brought back by Hittite soldiers who had been off campaigning in Egyptian territories. Captives or treasure taken during a war apparently harbored the disease, and once it spread in the Hittite heartland, well, it proved to be catastrophic. King Suppiluliuma I, a formidable conqueror, with a formidable name, by the way, I sometimes struggle with that one, fell ill, and he died. The plague got him, as did his immediate successor, Arnuwanda II. Essentially, the plague had wiped out a generation of the royal family, showing that no one was safe, from king to peasant. But the new king, Mursili II, was left with a traumatically reduced court. Well, what was he going to do? Well, in response, Mursili performed what might be called plague liturgy. He actually composed a series of plague prayers, fervent supplications to the gods, begging for mercy to please end the scourge. Well, these prayers, preserved on clay tablets and recovered at the Hittite capital of Hattusa, describe the plague's toll and attribute it to divine anger, possibly because of a past sin by the former king. It's a pretty intimate glimpse of a monarch grappling with a public health disaster in spiritual terms. Mercifully confesses any unknown offenses and promises reparations to the gods, trying everything to appease them so that the deadly disease might finally relent. The plague ultimately lasted about 20 years, suggesting an endemic presence that the Hittites could not easily eradicate. But this combination of dynastic deaths and prolonged depopulation certainly helped to weaken Hittite power, and it shows how a microscopic pathogen could succeed where an army could not. Well, we did mention Egypt once, so how about we pop down to Egypt now? It's only a little bit south of Hattusa anyway. But they too knew the terror of the plague, though the records are a little bit more fragmentary. An intriguing modern hypothesis, based on both medical texts and archaeological evidence, suggests that around 1715 BCE, a virulent epidemic struck Egypt's northeastern delta. The outbreak reportedly began in the busy port city of Avaris, Egypt's gateway to the Near East. Avaris at that time was a pretty cosmopolitan trade hub. Later it was the actual capital of the Hyksos rulers. Well, of course, that would have been vulnerable to diseases introduced via merchants and soldiers, a lot of cross-contamination, people passing to and from. The epidemic is thought to have been so severe that one ancient Egyptian account described it as if the world was coming to an end. Although the exact disease is uncertain, researchers have suggested that it might have been tularemia. No, don't worry, I didn't know what it is either, so I looked it up. It's kind of a bacterial illness that can spread from animals to humans. It's not quite Yersinia pestis, but it can certainly cause plague-like symptoms. Archaeologists have found mass burial sites and even a layer of lime, that is a kind of disinfectant, covering human remains in Egyptian excavation, a context that could correspond to this time period. In a funerary complex in Thebes, for example, excavation revealed hastily buried bodies with a thick coating of lime and evidence of bonfires where infected corpses were burned, a dramatic attempt to halt contagion in the wake of a deadly epidemic. These findings certainly align with descriptions of devastating pestilence, and it indicates that the Egyptian authorities took extreme measures, bypassing normal funerary customs to dispose of plague victims, essentially creating ancient plague pits and disinfection protocols. It's also pretty tempting to see echoes of this mystery of Egyptian plagues in later literature, and quite easy to speculate it might dimly underlie the biblical tale of the plagues of Egypt in Exodus. Those famous 10 plagues, including pestilence on cattle, boils on people, are a religious memory rather than a strict historical record, sure, but they do demonstrate how deeply disease was associated with divine punishment in ancient thought. Similarly, there's another biblical account, the outbreak of tumors and illness among the Philistines after seizing the Ark of the Covenant. It might preserve a folk memory of an epidemic in Iron Age Canaan. In that story, the Philistines returned the captured Ark, along with the golden images of rats and tumors as guilt offerings. An intriguing detail, since rats, as you know, would later be linked to plague transmission in the bubonic plagues of the Common Era. While we must be a little cautious about reading legend as history and history as legend, such texts suggest that communities in ancient Egypt and the Near East had a long-standing cultural narrative to make sense of the sudden mass sickness that they occasionally faced. Of course, the ancient world puts everything into its own terms. It's up to us to make sense of it in the modern era. Now, by the Iron Age, that is the first millennium BCE, larger empires kept official chronicles that sometimes noted epidemics. The Neo-Assyrian Empire provides a striking example of how plagues could intertwine with politics. The Assyrian royal eponym lists recorded in the year 765 a plague occurred in the land, and again in 759 another one. These outbreaks were severe enough that the normal state functions had to go on pause for a whole year. The Assyrian king did not go on his annual military campaign because of it either. The empire was also racked by internal revolts in the aftermath, as 763 to 58, and later historians conjectured that the trauma of disease, combined with a rare solar eclipse seen as an evil omen, fueled unrest among a population fearing divine wrath. In Assyrian ideology, the king was the high priest of the war god, Ashur, and he was expected to ensure the god's favor. A plague and an eclipse, back to back. Well, that would have been perceived as an enormous divine anger. The priest is not doing his job. What is telling that shortly after these events, Assyria entered a period of comparative decline, at least until strong rulers could restore order, but that's a task in itself. Plague, eclipse, revolt. It reads like a scene from an ancient apocalypse, and indeed later generations may have drawn inspiration from this convergence of disasters. Think about the Hebrew prophet Jonah's tale of warning Nineveh, perhaps an inspiration. So really, the ancient Near East and Egypt furnish the earliest plague narratives, and they're characterized by a mix of religious interpretation and practical action. On one hand, the texts that we have, at least the ones that we've translated and pulled out of the ground so far, emphasize appeasing gods thought to be afflicting disease, and on the other we see concrete measures like isolating the sick, burning corpses, applying disinfectants like lime. The outcomes were equally far-reaching. Plagues toppled kings, halted wars, stirred social turmoil. They became part of a cultural memory, etched in clay tablets and papyrus, both historical fact and a moral lesson. And who knows, maybe over in those linear A and linear B script-using societies, perhaps once we translate them, they will tell their own stories of plagues. We just don't know yet. Fingers crossed we'll figure out more and I have to remake this video in 10 years' time or something for all the lovely new information we have. Well, of course, they're not all just about the Near East and Egypt. The ancient world's a lot bigger than that. Themes of the plague would resonate in other civilizations as well. So let's move on to South and East Asia and have a look at their experiences. While the ancient Near East was grappling with Bronze Age epidemics, the civilizations of South Asia and East Asia, well, they weren't immune to the specter of plague either. However, the documentation of ancient epidemics in these regions is a little sparser and often blended with legend or later recording. But don't worry, there's still important clues about how early societies in India and China confronted widespread diseases. Let's start with India. One of the earliest references to a plague-like epidemic comes from Buddhist literature, rather than any royal annals. The Ratana Sutta, a Buddhist scripture in the Pali language, describes an outbreak of disease and famine in the city of Vaisali, present-day Vaishali in Bihar, during Buddha's lifetime, traditionally dated to the 5th century BCE. The city was said to be afflicted by a devastating plague that caused many deaths. According to the account, the Buddha's response was to have his disciple Ananda recite the Ratana Sutta while walking through the city, sprinkling water as a blessing. Well, guess what? Miraculously, as the story goes, the epidemic subsided thereafter. This event was so famed that the Ratana Sutta came to be used as a protective chant in the Theravada Buddhist communities, a kind of spiritual prophylactic, I suppose. Although modern historians treat this miraculous element with quite a bit of understandable skepticism, the story does show the real aspect of ancient Indian responses to the plague, the use of ritual and charity. It is said that Vaisali's people, guided by the Buddha, not only performed recitations but also improved sanitation, disposing of unburied corpses, that is, and also giving alms to appease spirits. Indian texts often conflate epidemics with divine or demonic forces. For example, attributing smallpox to the wrath of the goddess Shitala in later folklore. But they also include early forms of medical knowledge. Ayurvedic treatises, like the works of Susruta, that is 1st millennium BCE, recognized contagious diseases and advised isolation of patients and fumigations of homes with medical smoke. So, kind of similar to the Near East, ancient India had a sort of dual approach. Empirical precautions alongside these spiritual remedies. Well, let's move east now, to ancient China, and we find that imperial histories dutifully noted outbreaks of disease, though often a little tersely. The Chinese concept of disease was tied to the mandate of heaven. Natural disasters and epidemics could be interpreted as signs that a ruler had lost heaven's favor. Thus, court chronicles would report epidemics almost as a formality, sometimes without detail, but just enough to indicate that they were a recurring challenge. For example, let's look at the Han Dynasty, especially in the later days. There were several significant epidemics in that time. Chinese records tell us that around 161 to 171 CE, a series of deadly outbreaks struck the Han Empire. One especially lethal episode in 162 hit the army camps in the western provinces of the Han realm. It was noted that in some garrisons, up to 40% of the soldiers perished. This cluster of epidemics in the 160s to 70s is remarkably close in the time to the great Antonine plague happening in the Roman Empire, and don't worry, we'll get to it. In fact, some scholars have wondered if it was the same pandemic, possibly smallpox, traveling along that Old Silk Road. It bought a lot more than silk, unfortunately. Chinese accounts mention that after 166 CE, strange diseases were widespread. By one report, outbreaks recurred almost every year up to 179. The Han dynasty was already under strain from corruption and rebellion. The Yellow Turban Revolt had broke out in 184, and the toll of pestilence just added to the chaos. One Han official lamented that in the wake of the epidemic, there were not enough living to bury the dead in some regions. Well, that gives you a bit of a picture of how bad things were. China's quite famous for having these huge disasters where millions upon millions of people just suddenly fall dead. Well, despite the brevity of the official records, we know the ancient Chinese society had proactive responses to epidemics. Emperors would perform special rituals and offer sacrifices to heaven and various gods to plead for relief from disease. They might also issue edicts waiving taxes or freeing prisoners, hoping to appease heaven's wrath. On a practical level, ancient Chinese medical understanding grew from these crises. Texts from the late Han and subsequent Three Kingdoms period discuss warm toxin epidemics. By the 3rd century CE, physicians like Zhang Zhongjing were writing about febrile epidemics and how to treat them with herbal formulations. There was even an early form of inoculation practiced against smallpox in China. It's a bit gross. They used to blow dried pox scabs into the nose. Well, that was centuries or two later. But the groundwork, a realization that surviving a disease could confer immunity, was hinted at in ancient times. Yet, like elsewhere, the Chinese also used quarantine measures. Historical anecdotes mention officials setting up checkpoints to prevent people from fleeing plague-ridden areas and spreading the illness. City gates could be closed, and travel restricted during the worst outbreaks. In both India and China, you can see how cultural context shaped the reactions, can't you? Indian epics and Puranas reference plague-like conditions, occasionally as divine karma. And as for the Chinese Confucian ethics, well, they stress the emperor's duty to provide relief in disasters, lest he lose his legitimacy. And we all know what happens when they lose their legitimacy. Off with the heads, of course. While these societies did not usually personify plague as a specific god, like Mesopotamia did with Nergal, but they certainly viewed epidemic diseases as something beyond mere human control, either karmic or cosmic in origin. Still, their people were far from helpless. The evidence shows organized community efforts to care for the sick, rudimentary public health steps, and the preservation of lessons learned in medical writings. This all meant that when truly massive pandemics emerged, these regions had at least some knowledge to draw on, even if the scale of morality could still be staggering. Well, now with an understanding of how ancient Asia dealt with epidemics, let's turn to the classical Mediterranean world, where historians like Thucydides and physicians like Galen left some of the most detailed early accounts of pandemic disease. Thank you for your hard work, the ancient writers preserving that for us to enjoy. During the Peloponnesian War, in 430 BCE, the city of Athens was struck by a horrific summer plague. The Athenian plague, as it's called, stands out as one of antiquity's most famous epidemic events, largely thanks to the vivid account written by the historian Thucydides, who actually lived through the entire thing. You see, at that time, Athens, crowded with citizens and war refugees sheltering behind its walls, hiding from the Spartans, became a breeding ground for disease. The sickness first appeared as Thucydides notes in the port of Piraeus, and then exploded through the congested city. It was said, maybe by hearsay, to have originated in Ethiopia and passed through Egypt and Persia, then arriving in Athens. Modern epidemiologists have debated the exact identity of the plague, with a typhoid fever being a strong candidate based on DNA evidence from a mass grave. But what matters most is the impact recorded by observers. So let's get back to Thucydides, because we are really lucky to have this account from his History of the Persian War. It provides a clinical description of the symptoms and a gripping portrayal of the social breakdown. Victims were suddenly seized by burning fevers, redness, inflammation in the eyes, and their tongues and throats bleeding or emitting an unusually foul breath. Many suffered violent coughing fits, vomiting, ulcerated bowels leading to fatal diarrhea. Those who survived the initial phase often experienced a terrible bout of delirium or exhaustion, sometimes losing fingers, eyes, or even memory. But that's if they were lucky to recover at all, if lucky is the word we use for it. This disease was highly lethal. It killed an estimated 1/3 of Athens' population in just 2 to 3 years. Not even the Athenian statesman Pericles, as great as he was spared. He succumbed in 429, along with many of his family members. With so many dead, the normal Athenian funeral customs completely collapsed. Thucydides recounts of how bodies were piled up without proper burial, and desperate people would shove aside others' corpses to cremate their own kin, or just resort to throwing them into mass graves. The fear of contagion made even close relatives reluctant to tend to the sick, or in the worst cases even mourn the deceased at all. Behind the physical toll, Thucydides emphasizes the psychological and moral impact of the dilemma, as death seemed to strike at random and the cure, well, there was no cure. Of course, this plunged the entire city into chaos. Lawlessness gripped the city. People stopped caring for social norms or justice, reasoning that life might be just too short for those things, so one should snatch whatever fleeting pleasure or advantage they could. The usual awe of gods and laws, it all diminished. After all, prayers and sacrifices had proven completely useless in stopping the plague, so what else were the ancient people to do? Now this sounds out of character for Athens. It was always celebrated for its piety and order, but it had now descended into a kind of chaos where, as Thucydides put it, people dared to do freely the things they would have hidden before. Whatever that means. Either way, they expected they would not live to face the consequences anyway. This breakdown of social order, the Greek term used is anomia, by the way, lawlessness, well, it had quite the effect on the fabric of Athenian society, and is thought to have undermined the unity and morale that was needed for the war effort against the Spartans. And indeed, some historians link the plague to Athens' eventual defeat. While not the sole cause, of course, it certainly robbed Athens of many soldiers and leaders, and eroded that social cohesion that Pericles had celebrated in his famous funeral oration just prior to the outbreak. And another thing, too, the Spartans were usually camped outside the walls, making siege, but as soon as the plague broke out, well, they figured they may as well just go home. The plague was going to do the heavy lifting for them. and it could kill many people within Sparta's walls than the Spartans could ever hope to do outside of them. But interestingly, Thucydides also notes a form of immunity. Those who survived the plague seem to have resistance to getting it again, and their blood, he speculated, might hold a cure for others. This recognition that survivors could nurse the sick without falling ill a second time is one of the earliest observations of immunity in history. It hints that careful observers like Thucydides were groping towards scientific insights, even amid all the horror. And one could imagine, too, the medical experts of the day just racking their brains, trying to figure out the best way to combat the horror. You must feel sorry for them a little bit, doing the best they can with what they had. All in vain. Maybe they knew that it was all in vain. I don't know. Anyway, the plague of Athens certainly left its mark on the Greek consciousness. Later writers, such as the Roman poet Lucretius, used Thucydides' description as the basis for their own plague narratives. He ends his philosophical poem On the Nature of Things with a graphic account of the Athenian plague, showing the randomness of the violence of nature. As for the Athenians themselves, they built a new temple to Apollo, the god of healing. After the plague, they certainly needed that, and cults of healing gods like Asclepius gained more prominence. We also see in the philosophical texts that follow a grappling with the fragility of human life and communities. It is worth noting, too, that Athens was not the only Greek city to face an epidemic disaster. Earlier, in the mythic tales like Homer's Iliad, a plague is sent by Apollo on the Greek army besieging Troy, when the king Agamemnon offends the god's priest. This legendary plague, with arrows of Apollo carrying the disease, reflects how the Greeks imagined epidemics as divine punishment in their storytelling. In historical times, other cities too suffered outbreaks. Sparta experienced their own plague in 430 BCE as well, though it was far less deadly. And in 426, a renewed wave hit Athens. In the 4th century BCE, during the siege of Syracuse, 396, that is, Syracuse being in Sicily, right about the east coast actually, a Carthaginian invading force was almost annihilated by a sudden pestilence in their camp. The Carthaginian general Himilco lost most of his army to that plague, enabling the Syracusan Greeks under Dionysius to defeat the invaders. Greek medical writers, notably Hippocrates of the 5th century, also wrote treatises titled Epidemics, which, while not about one great plague event, will certainly document various disease outbreaks in different locales. The Hippocratic texts show Greek physicians attempting rational explanations for the disease: bad air, imbalances of humors, rather than attributing them to capricious gods. Now, while the science was a little bit off, give them credit for doing their best, it is interesting to see them in these earlier times move away from more divine explanations. They're trying to make sense of it in a secular manner. They're trying to think about more practical measures. And I suppose they deserve a pat on the head for that. Good job. Of course, this shift to naturalistic thinking was accelerated perhaps by the experiences of the Athenian plague, where traditional religion provided very little solution, and perhaps maybe just a tiny bit of solace. So to sum all of it up, classical Greece's encounter with the plague, epitomized by the Athenian epidemic, was quite a turning point. It showed that the devastating demographic impact that an epidemic could have on a city-state, and it could change the course of a major war, and provided a lesson in humility regarding human control over nature. The detailed records by Thucydides became a template for understanding plagues, scientifically and morally. So as we leave Greece to go over to Rome, we will see that the Romans, of course being the inheritors of Greek knowledge, had their own calamitous plagues to deal with, some of which they documented through the pens of physicians and bishops, giving us further insight into ancient pandemics. So we all know the Roman Empire at its height was a vast, interconnected realm. Now most of the time it was a strength, but when it came to infectious disease, well, interconnectedness becomes quite a weakness. Trade routes and legions could carry pathogens swiftly from one end of the empire to the other. Two particularly massive pandemics hit Rome in the first few centuries AD, testing one of the empire's resilience. First of all, the Antonine Plague in the 2nd century and the Plague of Cyprian in the 3rd. Each of these plagues killed millions across the empire and had far-reaching societal effects. So let's start with the Antonine Plague, 165 to 180. Named, of course, for the ruling dynasty of emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, that being the Antonines. It's widely believed to have been an outbreak of smallpox, introduced into the Roman Empire by troops returning from a war in the Near East. The historian Cassius Dio, along with the physician Galen, both gave reports of this plague. Galen actually witnessed it himself in 168 in Rome and later in Asia Minor, and he also described the symptoms such as fever, diarrhea, a skin eruption covering the body with pustules. Sounds all pretty familiar for plagues. Modern analysis of these descriptions strongly points to smallpox, a highly contagious virus. The disease likely began around 165, when the Roman soldiers fighting in Mesopotamia against the Parthian Empire were struck with a strange illness. One legend claims the plague started in the city of Seleucia after the Romans opened a temple chest. A pretty unlikely story, but it does signify how sudden and baffling the outbreak was. From the Near East, the sickness spread rapidly westward. By 166 CE, it had reached Rome, the capital, perhaps carried by soldiers and merchants. As for the mortality, well, that was astonishing. Witnesses at the time noted that in many communities, 1 in 10 people perished. In the city of Rome itself, at the plague's peak of around 189, as many as 2,000 people were dying every day. We have a report of this daily death toll from a church source some century later, likely drawing on the city annals. We might have lost the annals, but we still have that church source. The empire's total population at the time was about 75 million. Historians estimate that the Antonine Plague killed somewhere between 5 and 10 million. Now that makes it one of the deadliest outbreaks on record, if we're going to trust the figures of the estimate. Marcus Aurelius, who was also a Stoic philosopher I'm sure you know, wrote in his meditations during these years reflections on the brevity of life, perhaps influenced by seeing so much death all around him. But don't think that the upper class was spared. Legions of the aristocracy died, leaving gaps in local governing councils across the provinces. This, of course, led to a shortfall of experienced administrators and even candidates for office in some towns. Economically, the plague caused labor shortages on farms and in workshops. With fewer taxpayers and soldiers, the imperial government felt the strain. Marcus Aurelius had to recruit slaves, gladiators, even mercenaries from Germania to replenish the army. A Tell you what, though, if you're going to replenish an army, a bunch of 7-foot-tall German barbarians is probably a pretty good idea. Anyway, offensive campaigns on the frontiers were postponed or abandoned completely, either because the troops were just too few, or the ones that they had were, well, too sick to fight. But we always see signs of religious shifts. Some Romans, fearful and seeking answers, turned to new deities or philosophies. The cult of Apollo Medicus, Apollo as healer, was promoted. A statue of Apollo Alexakos, the averter of evil, was erected in one town with hopes of divine intervention. The psychological impact of the Antonine Plague was understandably quite immense. When one contemporary wrote that the epidemic destroyed not only a few people, but rampaged across whole cities and destroyed them like a beast. Many must have felt civilization itself was under assault by some unseen entity. Yet as we know, the empire did survive, albeit changed. When the plague finally receded around 180, it left a more fearful population and perhaps an erosion of faith in the old pagan rituals, which had not stopped the calamity. Notably, the growth of Christianity in the next century has been partly attributed to these plagues. Christians often cared for the sick, buried the dead, and they earned admiration for their compassion. With the admiration, of course, came a few converts, in contrast to the sometimes indifferent responses from the officials. Though this trend is more clearly seen in the later 3rd century plague, seeds were planted in the Antonine crisis. Barely a century later came the plague of Cyprian, 249 to 270, which was, if anything, even more devastating in its prolonged fury. This epidemic is named after St. Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage in Roman North Africa, who left quite a detailed account of the plague's symptoms and moral impact in his sermons and work titled On Mortality. The illness began around Easter of 250, reportedly in the region of Ethiopia, similar to the Athenian plague's supposed origin, and spread northward into the Roman world. It is described as affecting the entire known world at the time, which suggests a pandemic reaching beyond just the Roman Empire's borders. In Alexandria, Carthage, Rome, even as far as the Persian Empire, people were struck down by this mysterious illness. Cyprian's description is pretty harrowing. The plague caused relentless diarrhea and vomiting, a high fever, throat ulcers that rendered victims unable to speak or swallow, conjunctival bleeding, that is, blood coming from the eyes, and in some cases, gangrene of the extremities. Many sufferers went blind or deaf. The onslaught was so sudden and the body so ravaged that Cyprian wrote, the pain in the eyes, and limbs so weak that some would flee their own beds only to collapse. Death often followed swiftly after a short period of intense suffering. Modern medical historians have proposed everything from viral hemorrhagic fever, like Ebola, to pandemic influenza or cholera for this disease, but no consensus exists. What is clear is its infectiousness and high fatality. At its height, the plague of Cyprian was said to kill 5,000 people a day, and that's just in Rome alone. A number are quoted by the bishop Dionysius of Alexandria and other sources. This figure, even if exaggerated, indicates the impression of an apocalyptic level of mortality. In the city of Alexandria, one contemporary account claims 2/3 of the population fell ill at one point or another. The plague raged in waves for nearly 20 years, periodically flaring up in different regions. It coincided with the crisis of the 3rd century, a time when the Roman Empire was also reeling from civil wars, barbarian invasions, and a complete economic collapse. It felt like the end of the world for sure, for those who had to live through it. Well, Cyprian himself certainly seemed to think that. But what about societal reactions? Well, they were telling. In many cities, basic services completely broke down. In Alexandria, the bishop Dionysius wrote that the rich fled to their country estates, leaving the poor to die, and that often bodies lay unburied in the streets. A kind of social paralysis had set in, born of fear. Cyprian, however, urged his fellow Christians not to recoil but to double down on caring for the sick, not only their fellow believers but also their pagan neighbors. This charitable response, of course, won the aforementioned admiration that we've talked about, drawing more people toward the Christian faith. And it was quite comforting that they would preach of hope in an afterlife amid the present horrors. Kind of takes the edge off the impending doom. Meanwhile, some pagan authorities reacted by scapegoating. The Emperor Decius, shortly before, had initiated harsh persecutions of Christians in 250, partly perhaps in a bid to appease the gods he believed were angry and causing the plague. Later, when Decius died, ironically not from plague but in battle, and further emperors came in and went in quick succession, the stability of the empire was in complete ruin. The plague certainly did exacerbate manpower shortages in the legions, making it difficult to fend off external threats, and there were plenty of them. But it also disrupted agriculture and trade, contributing to famine conditions in some provinces. There is an archaeological discovery in Luxor, that's quite poignant. That is, ancient Thebes in Egypt. It shows the desperate measures taken. A large bonfire site and lime kilns were found, evidently used to burn and sanitize the remains of Cyprian plague victims on an industrial scale. The fact that a grand funerary complex was repurposed as nothing more than a mass cremation site. Well, if that doesn't speak volumes about how overwhelmed the normal systems had become, I don't know what will. Well, as for the site itself, it was subsequently abandoned, likely acquiring a sinister reputation as a ground tainted by death. But from a cultural perspective, people saw the plague of Cyprian through the lens of their own beliefs. Pagans blamed Christians or foreign cults angering the gods, and Christians, like Cyprian, interpreted the plague as a test of faith, an opportunity to witness one's moral fortitude and the transient nature of life. In one of his sermons, Cyprian admonished not to grieve for plague victims, who as Christians would be in heaven, but rather to use the crisis to show love for others. Such attitudes not only provided comfort but helped strengthen the organizational role of the church. When the plague finally waned in the 270s, the empire emerged battered and bruised. Some historians argue that the population loss contributed to the empire's shift towards a more regional and less urbanized economy, and it accelerated changes such as the fortification of cities and the increased authority of military commanders in the provinces. The plague of Cyprian thus was both a humanitarian disaster, but also a catalyst for transformation. It is worth noting, however, that plagues did not disappear after the 3rd century, not out of the woods yet. There were smaller outbreaks in the 4th and 5th centuries. For example, an epidemic in 444 CE in Britain, recorded by chroniclers, and occasional outbreaks in the Eastern Roman Empire. However, none were as globally devastating until the next great pandemic in the 6th century, which we will now turn to. Long before the Black Death of the 14th century, there was another pandemic on comparable scale, the Plague of Justinian, also called the Justinianic Plague, often termed the First Plague Pandemic. This series of plague waves began in 541 CE, during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Justinian I, and recurred intermittently until about 750. It is the first unmistakable appearance of bubonic plague, Yersinia pestis, in the historical record. Because of improved documentation and the nature of the disease, we've got quite a clearer picture of the origin, spread, and effects of this pandemic. According to contemporary accounts, the plague originated somewhere in the east. Some sources say the edges of India, or perhaps the steppe of China, and modern research says it may have incubated in the rodent populations of Central Asia. It then traveled along trade routes westward. The first outbreak hit the Byzantine garrison town of Pelusium in Egypt's Nile Delta in 541. Egypt, of course, was a logical entry point. It was a breadbasket of the empire and a crossroad of the African-Asian trade. And so, from Egypt, the disease spread to Constantinople by early 542. The Byzantine historian Procopius gives a pretty gripping eyewitness account of what followed. He describes people developing the classic plague symptoms: delirium, sudden fever, and most tellingly, swellings in the groin, armpits, or behind the ears, the buboes that turned black and oozed pus. Pretty gross, I know. Some victims fell into a coma. Others became frenzied with hallucinations. If it was me, I'd want the coma. I wouldn't want to have to deal with that sort of stuff while I'm awake. Just put me in the coma. Of course, many died within days. A few lingered, suffering for a few weeks. Procopius even notes that while some infected individuals could recover, others died almost immediately after the first signs. The sight of these painful buboes left little doubt that this was the dreaded bubonic plague, a disease not previously documented in the Mediterranean lands. Its true home, of course, was among the rodent colonies in more distant regions. Of course, the plague in Constantinople was completely devastating. Procopius claims at its peak the city saw 10,000 deaths per day. Modern historians suspect that to be a little bit inflated, but even if that true figure was a fraction of it, it's still pretty staggering, you must admit. By Procopius's estimate, over 1/3 of the capital's inhabitants perished in a few months. As bodies accumulated, regular burial services failed. And there is a gruesome description, too, of how the emperor's men had to stuff corpses into towers or fortifications, or load them on ships to be dumped at sea, simply to keep up with the death toll. Of course, imagine the smell. It was everywhere, and the constant wail of mourners came with it, for those who still bothered to do the mourning. Emperor Justinian himself, well, he ended up catching the plague, but surprise, surprise, against the odds he recovered. Some saw that as proof of divine favor, others as a kind of dark irony. Well, from Constantinople, the plague radiated out across Europe, the Middle East, and possibly into Asia and Africa. Over the next 2 centuries, waves of this plague would erupt. It reached the Italian peninsula, thwarting some of Justinian's wars to reconquer the West. It swept through Gaul, the Frankish territories, and even as far as the British Isles. The chronicler, Gregory of Tours, in Frankish Gaul, wrote of a terrible plague around 543, in which swollen glands were the telltale sign, and cities like Clermont were emptied of inhabitants. the eastern Mediterranean and Near East were repeatedly scourged. The plague hit Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, Persian cities, and so on. In the year 544, the Persian Shah Khosrow I was said to have observed the plague decimating his armies and agreed to a truce with the Byzantines. So pestilence achieved what in diplomacy could not, I suppose, holding a war, albeit temporarily. Well, you take what you can get. In descriptions by John of Ephesus, the Evagrius Scholasticus, two other contemporaries mention whole villages being wiped out, and survivors wandering in a daze, believing that the end of time had truly come. The long-term effects of the Justinian pandemic were pretty profound. It struck during a crucial period when Emperor Justinian was attempting to restore Roman imperial glory by reconquering lost western provinces. The sudden loss of population and tax revenue hampered by these campaigns, historians have argued that the Byzantine Empire was significantly weakened by that too. The armies had trouble finding recruits too. So many men had just died, and the empire's finances were drained by both the cost of war and the emergency public health response. Talk about mass grave digging, cleanup, charity, that sort of thing. It all has a price tag in the end. Some scholars even link this plague to the later Arab conquest of the 7th century. A weakened Byzantine and Persian state, with diminished manpower and resources, was less able to resist the rapid expansion of the new Islamic Caliphate from the 630s onwards. While many factors were at play, the plague's attrition is often cited as an undermining factor for both the Byzantine and Sasanian Persian empires, which were of course the top players of late antiquity. Now, culturally, the Justinian plague reinforced apocalyptic beliefs. This 6th century was also marked by unusual climate events. A volcanic eruption in 536, causing cooling and crop failures. So yeah, people probably felt that nature was certainly in upheaval. The gods flipping the monopoly board upside down sort of thing. Procopius, who elsewhere wrote quite rationally, lapsed into moralizing in his secret writings. He insinuated that the plague was divine punishment for Emperor Justinian's sins, even calling Justinian a demon responsible for the evil. You better hope that the emperor does not see that public journal. Well, you'd hope it's not public, private journal rather. The church organized processions and prayers. One famous story from Rome in 590 describes Pope Gregory and the Great leading a penitential procession and supposedly seeing an apparition of the Archangel Michael sheathing his sword atop Hadrian's mausoleum, signaling the end of suffering. That also gave the tomb its later name, by the way, Castle St. Angelo, the Castle of the Holy Angel. Well, over the roughly 200-year course of the first pandemic, estimates of total death are pretty speculative. But the toll was certainly in the tens of millions, across Eurasia, Africa, everywhere. Some regions took generations to recover demographically. For instance, the city of Constantinople might have lost 40% of its population. And with subsequent waves every 10 to 15 years, well, population growth was quite stunted. But on the other hand, and just like in later times, those who survived found their economic position quite improved. With labor scarce, wages could rise, land was more available. A bit of a foreshadowing what would happen after the Black Death. Society also became more localized. Long-distance trade shrunk for a time due to fear of contagion, and the breakdown of networks contributing to an early medieval economy was quite a bit more insular. By 750, the plague finally faded out. Why? We don't know. It may have been the decline of easy trade routes or evolutionary changes in the plague bacterium or its host reservoirs. Well, lucky for the people of that time, they enjoyed a respite from global pandemic until at least the 14th century. But the collective memory of those ancient plagues did not disappear. In the Middle East, early Islamic historians recorded the accounts of the plague of Amwas, that is Amwas in Palestine, 639 CE, and others, ensuring that even in later centuries people looked back on those events for guidance. Now, just for an example, Islamic law incorporated ideas about not leaving or entering plague zones, echoing earlier practices. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand, nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitiskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The Church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or, perhaps, desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Ardboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And, well, there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square. It certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, Bourreau eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as a extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, well, that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centres grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen, to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and, don't forget, the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. Well, in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society. They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role as salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way. So the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern. Though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying. Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. You know, my dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses, and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholder family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society. Recognized, tolerated. but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work? Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, this mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals, by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice, just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable. If that was allowed, it sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. And these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family. Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, gotta be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or, even conversely, swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. "You're fired." The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist. And then, of course, they are hoisting your body up and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way. So you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Glamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds, so pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in an iron cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves, where such sentences were given. This wasn't universal. And also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes, tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Could have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? It still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas, the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment. These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread. Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, rather. So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to have spanned a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theatre, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit du ravage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took gavage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folk tales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document. But occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person, a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. Hold out your hand, and imagine you are holding in your palm a silk slipper, so tiny it looks like it's made for a doll. And now imagine that this miniature shoe actually fit onto an adult woman's foot. How is that possible? It is possible through the use of Chinese foot binding. That is how. A cultural practice that for about 1,000 years reshaped not only the bones of millions of women's feet, but also Chinese society itself. So today, we will go through the story of Chinese foot binding, from its mysterious origins and rise in imperial China, all the way to its place as a status symbol and even a kind of ideal of beauty, and also the painful techniques and daily realities behind the so-called glamour of the golden lotus foot. A bit of a macabre topic, I know. but it's part of modern history that doesn't often get mentioned. So here I am, mentioning it. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. Pleasure to have you with me today. Back to doing some Chinese history, and yes, it fits somewhat within the classification of modern history. We end our story pretty much when the Qing dynasty ends. Now, for anyone new to the channel, I'd like to welcome you. If you've not clicked the subscribe button yet, I invite you to do so. And you will notice that this video is 100% ad-free. Now, that is due to the generous contributions of those who chose to donate, those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those, even out of curiosity, who took the time to check out the merch store. You have my thanks for all your support. If you want to become a part of that prestigious group, you can find where you need to go in the pinned comment or the description. Everything's all there. Now, without further ado and introductions out of the way, let us get on to the topic for today. Of course, as we begin, we're faced with a bit of a problem, because the true origin of the practice is somewhat shrouded in legend. There is a popular story, though, that reaches to the 10th century in the Chinese court of the southern Tang kingdom. Emperor Li Yu, as the tale goes, became enamored with a court dancer named Yao Niang, who actually bound her feet with white silk into the shape of a crescent moon. Yao Niang performed a mesmerizing dance on tiptoe atop a 6-foot-tall golden lotus pedestal. With each step, she seemed to skim the petals of that lotus, her tiny feet moving so gracefully that, quote, lotus blossoms sprang from her every footfall. That is, at least, according to the myth. Now the emperor was so captivated by her dainty curved feet and the ethereal dance that other court ladies began to emulate her too, binding their own feet to win favor and recreate that enchanting moment. Whether or not Yao Niang herself truly existed, this legend does show the symbolic start of foot binding as an aesthetic court fashion, one that's born from a mix of artistry, sensuality, and imperial whim, I suppose. But there are other origin tales too, and they also credit an imperial consort. For instance, an older legend claims an emperor in the 6th century had a beloved concubine with naturally small and arched feet, which inspired imitation. But historical evidence for foot binding becomes solid only later. The earliest known mention comes from the 12th century in written form. The scholar Zhang Bangjie noted that women's foot binding began in recent times. It was not mentioned in any books from previous eras. Now, that is him writing in the 12th century. So that implies that the custom was new within his living memory. And it tells us that by the Song dynasty, 960 to 1279, foot binding was certainly known, yet it hadn't existed, or at least hadn't been documented in ancient Chinese classic texts. Indeed, archaeologists have confirmed that no earlier skeletons show bound feet. Of course, it's very easy to get archaeological evidence for that. We find a female corpse buried underground, or the skeleton of one, and of course the bones on the feet would be arranged in that typical manner. Now, the earliest physical evidence of bound feet comes from the 13th century. Prime example of that. A noblewoman's tomb contained tiny shoes, and the skeletal remains of misshapen feet with bent toes and an exaggerated arch, indicating, of course, the binding process. It's the most clear evidence that we can have, and it actually helps quite a lot with dating and identifying the time periods of remains being found underground. Thus, we do believe, right now at least from our evidence, that foot binding first arose in the Five Dynasties and Song period, and that's likely around the 900 to 1000 CE in China's south. And from there it spread culturally among the court dancers and high-born ladies. But it's probably a bit confusing, isn't it? Because why exactly did this practice catch on? Apart from all the myths and fables, things like that, that kind of romanticize it, it seems to be quite a, well, frankly, painful practice. So why exactly was it gaining popularity? Well, from what we know, it initially seems to have been a status symbol, and even an erotic fashion among the elite. In a refined society that prized delicate and small-boned feminine beauty, a tiny foot became the ultimate hallmark of grace. A small foot also suggested that the woman didn't need to perform heavy manual labor, which is, of course, an aristocratic privilege. By the Song dynasty, foot binding was becoming widespread in aristocratic and well-to-do circles. Now, before we move on, I'll just mention quickly a little bit of a modern Chinese practice. It's going away a little bit now, but it's still there. You can spot it if you look close enough. And when we talk about the exclusion from manual labor, there's a few ways that people like to express this. Now, among the men, there is an old practice that's still quite alive, and that is letting the pinky finger's nail grow quite long, and of course keeping it as clean as possible, all that sort of thing. Now, of course, this is to express that somebody has a inside job or they're quite well-to-do, that kind of thing. Of course, if you're going to be digging trenches or working on the farm, you're not, well, that little pinky finger's nail is not going to last for too long, let alone be kept clean. So a lot of people still do that to express some kind of form of wealth, which is quite ironic because it's never the rich people in China who do it. It's only the poor people who do it to try to convince others. Maybe they try and convince themselves, I'm not sure. But gradually that process is going away. Now, back to our main talk. I do apologize for going off on a bit of a tangent. What about the poets? Well, those of the era began to celebrate the allure of bound feet in their verses, comparing a woman's small feet to new moons or even lotus flower buds. Over the subsequent centuries, what started as a courtly trend evolved into a deeply entrenched cultural norm. The practice spread from the imperial court to the scholar official class, and then gradually to merchants, landowners, and eventually permeated even the peasantry in many regions. And so by the Qing dynasty, that is 1644 to 1912, foot binding was nearly ubiquitous among Han Chinese women, not just of the upper classes, but of all social strata, from the richest city courtesans to the wives of poor farmers, especially in northeastern and central China. Now, I will say, some regions, let's say like in the southwest, like Yunnan, they did not practice it too much. Perhaps only the upper classes, but the normal women were out there working in the fields with the men. Of course, you couldn't have bound feet when you were doing that. But either way, it's estimated that by the 19th century, over 40% of all Chinese women had bound feet. And in some communities, almost every girl had her feet bound, except those in the most impoverished families. Of course, the most impoverished families would need as many work hands as they could. But it is important to note that foot binding was not practiced by everyone. Now, we've mentioned Yunnan quite briefly, but we'll also mention the Manchus. Now, they ruled China during the Qing dynasty, and they explicitly forbade foot binding among Manchu women. Manchu empresses and banner women instead wore platform shoes, sometimes with curved soles to simulate a mincing gait, but their feet were left natural. Early in his reign, the Qing Emperor Kangxi tried to ban foot binding for all subjects, partly seeing it as an undesirable Han Chinese custom, Han being, of course, the minority group in China. But the ban failed due to popular resistance, and eventually they had no choice but to rescind it. Frontier peoples like the Mongols, Tibetans, and others generally did not bind women's feet either. There were a few instances, mainly among the upper class, trying to replicate some of the other court ladies, but for the most part they were not doing it. And within Han society, there were also regional and class variations. In some poorer areas among groups like the Hakka in southern China, women remained natural-footed because families needed them to work out there with them or because of different cultural norms in general. But still, for the majority of Han Chinese communities over centuries, a bound foot became a nearly indispensable mark of not only femininity but social propriety. But why exactly did this practice persist for so long? Well, if you want to know that, you've got to have a look into traditional Chinese culture. In a word, bound feet were idealized as the epitome of female beauty and refinement. I know it sounds a little bit strange, but stay with me. We'll get to the point. You see, a well-bound foot was likened to a golden lotus. In Chinese, they call it Sancun Jinlian, lian being the word for lotus, okay, like the flower. Now, this kind of poetic term, right, most poetic, they call them chengyu, right, these 4-character terms in Chinese. It encapsulates this aesthetic. The foot about 3 inches long with a high arch and the toes tucked under. It actually quite resembles the flower bud of a lotus. 3 inches, around 7 to 8 centimeters, was the dream called the golden lotus foot. And a girl who achieved that extreme was considered quite a rare beauty. 4-inch feet were called silver lotuses. Pretty respectable, but nothing extraordinary. Anything above 5 inches was actually quite jokingly derided as an iron lotus, which sounds like a Chinese metal band, to be honest. Maybe it should be. Either way, it implied that the girl's feet were big and unrefined. Well, in social terms, these measures of foot size could also almost determine a woman's marriage prospects. Families with marriageable sons sought brides with the tiniest feet possible. A petite foot could literally serve as a form of, bridal currency of sorts in negotiating betrothals. I know it all sounds a bit weird, but in the marriage market of the late imperial Chinese period, a girl's foot size was very much as important as her dowry. A common saying, in fact, among matchmakers was, for every inch less in her feet, add an inch to the dowry. Smaller feet meant a higher value bride. But bound feet also became a marker of class. Originally a privilege of aristocratic ladies with leisure, the practice eventually filtered down, because every family aspired to climb that social ladder and wanted their daughters to have this mark of gentility. If a peasant family could afford to have the woman of the house bind their feet and thus limit their ability to do hard labor, it signaled that the family was doing well enough in financial terms. In this way, tiny feet came to embody status and respectability. A popular belief was that only a woman with bound feet could possess the poise, modesty, and graceful demeanor that was expected of a proper lady of high-born status. But conversely, women with natural, big feet were often labeled as peasants, unfeminine, and at the extreme end of things, even immoral. In fact, big-footed became a derogatory term for an unsophisticated woman. This social pressure ensured generation after generation of mothers felt compelled to bind their daughters' feet to secure them a good future. Very, poisonous kind of peer pressure, I suppose. Now, as one elderly Chinese woman, Zhuo Guizhen, later recalled with bitter clarity, at the time, if you didn't bind your feet, no one would marry you. That's a pretty stark ultimatum, isn't it? All provinces and centuries hearing that one and taking the precautions. Beyond status and marriageability, bound feet also carried a potent erotic and romantic fascination in Chinese culture. For many men of the scholar gentry class, who often left copious poetry and literature behind, the sight of a tiny swaying foot in a silk slipper was intensely alluring. Unlike in Western traditions, where other features were more sexualized, Chinese erotic aesthetics often focused on the feet. Paradoxically, the most erotic part was not seeing the foot uncovered, but rather it was the mystery and symbolism, the subtle way a woman minced along, her small steps making her hips and waist sway gently. That was considered irresistibly feminine. I suppose everyone has their own likes and dislikes. Poets wrote of a girl's lotus gait, that is G-A-I-T, rather, praising how softly and slowly she would walk, almost as if she was floating through. A famous poetic image described a beautiful woman who, quote, "When she walks, you can imagine a lotus blooming with each step." In private, a lover might lift the tiny embroidered shoe and catch a hint of the woman's natural scent mixed with perfume on the bound foot, an act that was loaded with sensual meaning. Bound feet were sometimes called fragrant archers, in fact, and romantic literature from the Ming and Qing eras is replete with rhapsodies about kissing a lover's delicate shoes or gently massaging her bound feet. One notorious 17th century novel, Jinping Mei, that is the plum in the golden vase in English, offers a window into this erotic imagination. The male protagonist is obsessed with his mistress's 3-inch lotus feet, finding them most arousing to him. So culturally, foot binding wasn't seen as merely a crippling deformity, even though it kind of was, but it was wrapped up in notions of desire, femininity, and even virtue of sorts. A well-bound foot indicated a woman was disciplined, obedient to her family and society's expectation, but also skilled in the womanly arts, since girls with bound feet often excelled in indoor pursuits, music, embroidery, fine needlework. In short, it was a symbol, not just of beauty, but also of a woman's character and obedience, I suppose. But at the same time, we have to note a kind of duality. Bound feet were fetishized, but they were also kept hidden. They were to be concealed within tiny slippers and ornate leggings. In public, a genteel woman never exposed her bound feet. Doing so would be as immodest as, I don't know, ripping one's shirt off in the middle of the supermarket. Even within the home, many husbands supposedly never saw their wives' bound feet unclothed. Only the wife's mother or female attendants handled the actual washing and wrapping. The secrecy around the bound foot added to its general mystique. It also meant that the tiny embroidered lotus shoes became powerful fetish objects in themselves. And of course, these shoes, often just a few inches long, were crafted from fine brocade or silk with elaborate designs of flowers, birds, and auspicious symbols. Think of it as kind of like fancy lingerie, like how we have Victoria's Secret and the like in our modern era. That was how these little shoes were treated. Except, of course, you would wear them outside, too. Anyway, young women certainly prided themselves on sewing beautiful shoe designs. A bride's trousseau typically included many pairs of exquisite lotus shoes that she had sewn and decorated. And that was another demonstration of her domestic skill and creativity. But let's get a little bit away from the romanticized lotus foot, and let's look at how foot binding was actually done. And this is where, well, I suppose the fun never really started, but if the fun had started at all, this is certainly where it ends, this gruesome, painstaking, and lengthy process. It typically started when a girl was very young. How young? Well, around 5 to 8 years old. You see, at that age, the bones are still quite soft and malleable. The task usually fell to the child's mother or grandmother, who had themselves undergone the ordeal and sincerely believed what they were doing was best for the girl's future. Nevertheless, it was often an anguishing experience for both the child and the parent. Many memoirs recount the day of a girl's first binding as filled with tears and cries of pain, with the mother steeling herself to ignore those pleas, all for the sake of the daughter's long-term well-being. Now, think about it. I remember one time I went through some dental treatment. Not braces, but Invisalign. And, well, I wasn't crying and screaming the first couple of days, but I was certainly in quite a lot of discomfort. Having this foreign object in the mouth, these little buttons on your teeth and the plastic that goes around them. Terrible experience. Well, imagine that, but you don't get used to it. Well, perhaps the foot binding, of course, is a lot worse, but in trying to sympathize with the victims of this practice, I'm trying to find some kind of equivalent. Moving on. How exactly were the feet bound? Well, the procedure followed a pretty standard sequence across China, with a couple regional variations in technique, tightness, and timing. A typical binding session took place such as this. There'd be a few steps. First, there would be the soaking and softening. The girl's feet were first bathed in warm water or a mixture of herbs, sometimes animal blood, to soften the skin and tissues. Soaking also helped relax the foot, and was thought to be healthier and cleaner before binding. At this time, her toenails were trimmed extremely short, or sometimes entirely removed to prevent them from ingrowing or causing infection once the toes were pressed tight together. And I can already see you wincing at that prospect. While the foot was soft from soaking, the binder, whether a mother or an experienced professional, would curl the 4 small toes under toward the sole of the foot. One by one, each of the girl's toes, except the big toe, was forcefully broken or dislocated at the joint. This was, as you can imagine, quite excruciating. The toes were then pressed flat against the bottom of the foot, and the goal was that the arch and ball of the foot would eventually form a pointed shape, with the toes tucked underneath, creating a triangular or lily-bud form. Next came the most critical maneuver, bending the arch of the foot. The binder would push the foot's heel and sole together, essentially trying to fold the foot in half. Often, the arch of the foot would essentially snap or break during this bending, and in some cases, especially if the initial binding was done gradually, the arch might not break immediately, but would be severely strained and would fracture over time as the pressure continued. The aim of this was to make the front part of the foot with the toes meet the heel, eventually yielding that coveted 3-inch length. This step was when many girls would scream or faint from the pain. Families sometimes gave the child a mild sedative, or just had female relatives hold her down and soothe her with songs or stories to distract from the agony. Well, with the toes bent under and arch forced down, the foot was wrapped with a long strip of cloth. Typically, binding cloths were about 10 feet long and 2 inches wide, 3 meters and 5 centimeters, respectively. The binder would start at the instep and then wrap the cloth in a figure-8 pattern, pulling it tightly over the curled toes, around the heel, and then back over the foot, again and again. Each loop of cloth yanked the toes and ball of the foot closer to the heel. The motto was that tighter was better. The more pressure, the more the foot would deform into shape. This initial binding was done as tightly as the girl could bear, often until she was howling out for it to stop. The feet were then secured, and the child was made to get up and try to walk on them to further crush the arch. One common practice was to encourage or force the girl to walk back and forth on bound feet for a while, even though this was excruciating. That movement helped break the arch faster and loosen the joints. Foot binding was not a single event, but an ongoing process that lasted for years. Every day or two, the bindings had to be removed and retied. During unwrapping, the feet were cleaned and treated to prevent infection. Often the washing solution included herbs or alum to reduce odor and toughen the skin. Dead or rotting flesh would be trimmed off. And yeah, it was not uncommon for parts of the flesh, especially on the underside of the foot or between the crushed toes, to ulcerate and rot. In fact, we have a few accounts that mention that excess flesh was purposely allowed to rot away to make the foot smaller. The smell of bound feet, of course, was notorious. One writer frankly noted that a room could announce the presence of a foot-bound lady by a distinctive, pungent odor of sweat and decay. Mothers combated this by sprinkling talcum and fragrance, but it's often quite a losing battle. As the bindings were reapplied, they were pulled ever tighter, and often a new, smaller pair of shoes was introduced to continue shrinking the feet. Over time, the girl's toes would remain bent under permanently, the bones knitting in that position, and the arch would form a deep, concave curve. After about 2 years of constant binding, the ideal shape was achieved. The sole and the heel were almost touching, with a deep cleft between the heel and the ball of the foot. Legend says that this cleft could securely hold a pearl or coin. At that point, the foot was essentially set in its new form and could fit into the smallest final shoe. But even then, the bindings could never be fully taken off. They had to remain in place, at least loosely, for the rest of the woman's life, to keep the woman's foot from trying to straighten up and causing renewed pain, of course. Now that pain, it's certainly hard to overstate it. The process routinely led to blood, pus, and infections. And in many cases, if infections got bad, such as gangrene, the girls might even lose a toe. Or if sepsis spread, They could even die. Some historical reports claim that 10% or more girls did not survive the foot-binding years due to infections or other complications. Those who did survive had to endure a level of pain that is difficult to imagine, and that's day in, day out. One first-hand account from a woman with bound feet recalled how she cried every night for months. Her only comfort, the gentle nightly massage her mother would give her before rewrapping the bandages even tighter. As for the mothers, well, don't think of them all as so beastly. They were conflicted. They loved their daughters and hated to inflict pain. But because of this backwards culture, they firmly believed a daughter with natural feet would face a life of ridicule and a miserable marriage. Hard times, hard choices. It seems a world apart now, but it's all true. So, of course, they steeled themselves, wiping away their own tears as their daughters screamed for mercy. The daily life of a girl during these binding years was of course severely impacted. Often she could not walk unassisted. Girls crawled or were carried until they adjusted somewhat. Infection or injury might incapacitate them for days. Yet ironically, families sometimes intentionally made girls walk on their broken feet to hasten the shaping, literally crushing the arch under their weight. Neighbors could hear the girls' wails as they learned to hobble along, and in some wealthy families, professional foot binders were hired. Elderly women who specialized in coming to bind and rebind feet as tight as possible, sometimes using brute force that even a mother might shrink from applying. But despite all this torment, by adolescence, many girls adapted to their bound feet. The pain would dull after a few years, once the major bones had fractured and reformed. The result were feet that were permanently deformed. The 4 small toes folded under the foot, often to the point of disuse, and the big toe and heel forming the 2 ends of a shortened arc. An X-ray of a bound foot looks quite startling. The foot shape resembles a hook or a club. From the outside, when encased in a tiny shoe, the foot might still appear almost doll-like. But when unwrapped, the flesh was often pallid, with deep indentations from the cloth, and the toenails, if not removed, often grew in odd directions. Most women continue to have some pain, or at least tenderness, throughout their lives from their bound feet, especially if they had to stand or walk for long periods. They were also prone to falls. A bound foot woman's balance is quite precarious, since her weight rests mainly on the heels. In old age, many suffered hip and back problems from a lifetime of altered posture. Yet generation after generation, millions of women went through this, upheld by the conviction that the beauty comes from the pain, and that a woman's duty was to endure this pain for the sake of her own prospects, but also the honor of her family. There was even a saying that a mother's love was shown by how well she bound her daughter's feet, counterintuitive and monstrous as it sounds. A mother who bound too loosely was considered to be neglectful, because her daughter's feet might end up big and ruin her marriage chances. So mothers took pride in producing a perfect pair of lotus feet. Family and friends would often gather to appraise a young lady's feet, praising a well-formed arch or tiny shoe. Girls, on their part, sometimes even developed a sense of pride in how small their feet were, despite all the suffering they went through. In later interviews, some foot-bound women recalled feeling a competitive spirit as teens. They wanted to have the smallest feet in the village. In that warped way, the pain was normalized. It became a rite of passage. Much as high heels causing blisters might be accepted by modern fashionistas if infinitely. It's not as extreme. Well, a well-bred girl might smile demurely and claim her feet didn't hurt, even if they did, to show a strong character. That endurance was a virtue cultivated by foot binding, and it was often said that a woman who could endure the binding years could endure the hardships of marriage, childbirth, and servitude to in-laws. Thus, bound feet were training in discipline and obedience, the first grueling step in a pretty horrible life. Well, let's talk a little bit about the broader social ramifications. You see, the practice of foot binding had profound consequences for society and women's daily lives. On the most immediate level, it meant that virtually every woman of respectable class in late imperial China was living with a physical disability by design. Bound feet limited women's mobility in a drastic way. A woman with tiny lotus feet could not walk quickly, run, or jump. Her stride was shortened to perhaps a few inches per step. Going up and down stairs was difficult without support. Long-distance travel on foot? Well, pretty much impossible. This enforced a form of seclusion. Women literally stayed in place. It was just too hard to go anywhere. And that dovetailed with Confucian norms that a virtuous woman's place was in the home, not wandering around outside, and small feet certainly kept a woman inside the house, dependent on others to conduct outside business or even assist them physically. In rural areas, bound-foot women still participated in farm work, but their activities were limited to lighter tasks close to the home, like tending garden or feeding animals, rather than plowing fields or carrying heavy loads. Many women with bound feet focused on domestic crafts, embroidery, weaving, sewing, spinning, that kind of thing. And in fact, scholars have noted an important economic dimension here. Because bound feet kept girls and women seated in the home, they became a captive labor force for handicrafts. Families put them to work weaving cloth, making mats, or producing textiles, both for household use but also for sale. In regions of China that developed cottage industries, foot binding was especially prevalent. Now, when I say cottage industries, I mean, lace making, weaving, shoemaking, etc., things like this. Mothers needed their daughters to sit still for hours, and binding was one way to assure a flighty young girl was put at the spinning wheel. So from this perspective, bound feet were not merely about beauty, but also about economic productivity, within a certain traditional framework, of course. A recent anthropological study of foot binding even argues that the custom persisted so long partly because it enhanced a woman's work in handicraft. By immobilizing them, it trained them in fine manual labor that was economically valuable before industrialization. And I suppose there is a grim logic to it. Imagine if you broke your leg. You'd probably be spending quite a bit more time at home, wouldn't you? Hopefully engaged in productive pursuits. Perhaps you'd finish that little book you're working on. Perhaps I should finish mine. Good Lord. Well, surprisingly, foot-bound women were not entirely idle decorations. They're often very important workers in the domestic sphere, though their work was done in quite a bit of pain. But still, the social restrictions on the bound-foot woman were very significant. Education for girls was, unsurprisingly, not prioritized in imperial times, and foot-binding reinforced that. a bound-foot girl's curriculum was mostly learning domestic skills and maybe a little bit of poetry or literature, but that was only if she was of the upper elite class. And still, most of the time they didn't bother with that. Attending formal schools or roaming in intellectual circles was pretty much out of reach, both figuratively and literally. Furthermore, women with bound feet were largely excluded from public life. But there were exceptions. Some women with bound feet became writers, or even rebels. The famous Cho Jin, born in 1875, had bound feet in girlhood, but later defiantly unbound them as she joined revolutionary activities. One can hardly blame her, and good for her for being a trailblazer. But by and large, this wasn't the case. Foot binding symbolized and cemented a rather patriarchal order in which women were subordinated. It was said that with bound feet, a woman can also not wander off, meaning she would stay chaste and faithful. And indeed, some have theorized that one covert rationale for foot binding was to control women in that manner. A woman literally couldn't go far from her home or her husband, reducing any opportunities for infidelity. That being said, when there's a will, there's a way, and that goes for both men and women. But if she did try, she could be easily caught, since she moved so slowly. Certainly not ideal for the midnight rendezvous. And in such ways, bound feet served as a kind of physical restraint, almost like a ball and chain around the ankle. And then there's the health ramifications. Bound feet left women prone to injuries from falls, as we've said, and there is evidence that foot binding contributed to lifelong balance issues and weakened lower bodies. The muscles just don't work properly in those sorts of situations. In fact, one study found that older women who had been foot-bound had less stability and more difficulty raising from chairs, which likely contributed to earlier mortality in some cases. Surprisingly, they had to do a study to figure that out, but well, here we are. But aside from the direct foot trauma, the general confinement and inactivity might have affected women's overall health. Not just psychologically, but think about it. Less exercise, less fresh air. It's not good to be stuck in the house all the time. We all know that, especially after the events of the last 5 years. Oof, we don't want to talk about them. However, we shouldn't assume that bound-foot women were all completely bedridden and frail. That was not really the case. Many of them lived remarkably tough lives, despite their condition. There were even photographs from around 1900 showing peasant women with bound feet carrying heavy baskets or doing field work, sometimes using a stick for support and sometimes not. But either way, they certainly found ways to cope and contribute, pain notwithstanding. Socially, foot binding created a shared female experience that cut across generations. It was often said that foot binding formed a kind of bond between mother and daughter, albeit a bond in suffering. On one hand, this was a space of woman's authority. When it came to this ritual, well, the men were shooed away. Get out of here. This is our job. And there wasn't many spaces where that was happening in those times. Inside the women's quarters, elder women taught the young, passed on techniques for enduring pain, for making shoes, and walking properly in bound feet. In a rigidly gender-segregated society, foot binding was part of a female cultural sphere. Women composed rhymes and songs about their bound feet, exchanged tips on comfort, and yes, sometimes even admired each other's feet. A mother might gently tease her daughter, saying that your feet are almost as pretty as mine were when I was your age. And in that sense, it was a tradition women themselves upheld with pride, as much as it was imposed upon them. But if you ask me, it all sounds like Stockholm Syndrome. The psychological ramifications could be severe. And there's no doubt, and I don't think we need to engage in too much imagination, that many girls felt a kind of trauma and even resentment. In fact, we have letters and oral histories where women recall begging their mothers to stop, only to be admonished that this was all for their own good. It instilled in many a deep sense of duty and sacrifice. A girl learned that her personal comfort was secondary to family honor or future marriage. This sense of sacrifice and endurance became ingrained. As adults, these women often proved remarkably stoic in the face of other hardships. But we can also imagine that being physically impaired influenced their personalities and relationships. For instance, women with bound feet often married into families where they would live with the husband's parents. Being unable to run away or be independent possibly made young brides more vulnerable to abuse from tyrannical in-laws. Some writings from late Qing reformers described foot binding as keeping women in cages, rendering them helpless and at the mercy of their husbands' families. For many centuries, the practice was largely unquestioned and just accepted as a fact of life. However, that doesn't mean that there were no critics before modern times. Scattered voices did speak against it. As early as the 17th and 18th centuries, a few outspoken scholars and poets subtly criticized the practice. For example, Li Ruzhen, an innovative Qing dynasty novelist, wrote a remarkable satirical story in 1827. In his novel, Flowers in the Mirror, he imagines a topsy-turvy country of women where gender roles are completely reversed, and the men in that land must bind their feet, wear dainty shoes, and even endure the pain of childbirth, while women were the ones in authority. By depicting men suffering, it kind of showed the absurdity of foot binding. Li Ruzhen cleverly highlighted how cruel and arbitrary the custom was, and this satire suggested that foot binding was not a divine mandate, but rather a man-made oppression that could well be otherwise. Other literati occasionally lamented the harm done to women. The famous poet Yuan Mei in the 18th century, who advocated for women's education, also disapproved of foot binding, though quite gently. He loved women's natural beauty and hinted that crippling their feet was a shame. These early internal critiques, however, had very little impact on society at large. Their voices largely lost in a wilderness of other literature. But once we get into the 19th century, when there was increased contact with the West and a general awakening to reform ideas, that is when foot binding came under serious attack. Western missionaries who arrived in China were universally horrified by the practice. They viewed it through a Christian humanitarian lens as a form of barbaric torture against girl children. Many wrote scathing depictions in their letters at home. One missionary in the 1840s described seeing a girl's unbound foot as, quote, a ghastly sight, the toes entirely bent under and bleeding. As Western influence grew after the Opium Wars, more foreigners encountered foot binding and publicized it internationally as an example of China's backwardness, or, quote, the plight of Chinese women. These depictions, while often a little bit self-righteous and sometimes sensationalized, did raise a bit of global awareness. By the late 1800s, Western women's groups were also rallying against foot binding as a kind of feminist cause. Some of the earliest transnational women's rights activism, by the way. But perhaps more crucially, Chinese reformers themselves began to link foot binding to national weakness. In the late Qing period, China suffered military defeats and internal crises, like the Taiping Rebellion, where notably the Taiping rebels outlawed foot binding in areas they controlled, calling for equality under Christian inspiration. Well, don't let that sound too good for you. The Taiping Rebellion was basically a man who thought he was the incarnation of Jesus Christ. And, well, it's a pretty long story. I did an old video on it, but I want to do a new one, and in greater detail, because, wow, it's just such a story to behold. I'll do one later. Leave me a comment if you want me to do one, actually. Yeah, I should do that. Anyway, reform-minded scholars and officials started asking questions. And one of the questions was this: how exactly can China strengthen itself if half of the population were literally crippled from childbirth? Good question. An influential essay in the 1880s by the scholar Xu Zhiyong argued that foot binding sapped the vitality of the race, and was one of the reasons why foreigners viewed China as weak and feeble. They used to use the term the sick man of Asia to refer to them. The logic was that binding made women unhealthy mothers, leading to weaker children, a kind of early eugenics argument. Others pointed out the simple fact that while Chinese women hobbled, foreign women could walk and work freely. Thus, to compete with the Western nations, China needed to liberate its women's feet. In fact, there was a popular saying that emerged under reformers: liberate the feet, liberate the nation. Women's bodies became a metaphor for the entire country. And in the 1890s, anti-foot binding societies began to form. The first known was the Heavenly Foot Society, founded in 1874 in the city of Xiamen by a British missionary, John McGowan, together with local Christian women. Now, at the time, Xiamen was known as Amoy. And by the way, if you do go to Xiamen, you owe it to yourself to visit a place called Gulangyu. It is an island that you take a ferry to about half an hour away. It's just beautiful, one of the most beautiful spots in China. You must go. I order it. Okay. Well, anyway, this John McGowan, with the local Christian women, founded the organization, and it convinced a few dozen mothers to pledge not to bind their daughters' feet. And at the time, that was a rather radical decision. This small start spread to other mission centers, and by 1895, a larger natural foot society was organized in Shanghai, notably led by Western-educated Chinese and some missionary wives like Alicia Little. These societies use pamphlets, public lectures, and pledges to promote natural and unbound feet. They had Chinese members make public vows. Men would not marry women with bound feet, and women would not bind their daughters. Now, this two-pronged pledge was pretty clever when you think about it. It tried to break the marriage market incentive for binding. Newspapers in treaty port cities carried debates about foot binding, often framing it as a struggle between civilization and feudalism. An editorial from the era called foot binding, quote, a millstone around the neck of China that had to be shed if China hoped to modernize. As for the imperial court, they initially hesitated to intervene with such an entrenched private custom, but eventually even the Dowager Empress Cixi was convinced, or perhaps pressured, to act. Either way, it's the kind of pressure that you want, right? not the other pressure of the feet. And so, in 1902, an imperial edict was issued declaring foot binding illegal in the Qing Empire. And that was an astonishing moment. After roughly 1,000 years, the highest authorities said no more. And of course, laws on paper didn't automatically change the minds on the ground, especially since most of the population was rural and, well, it's a little bit Wild West out there. Many people, especially in the conservative rural communities, simply ignored the ban and just continued it in secret. However, the edict did empower local officials and anti-foot binding leagues to step up their campaigns. Schools for girls, another new phenomenon in the early 1900s, often required students to have natural feet, forcing some parents to unbind their young daughters if they wanted them educated. Chinese feminists and revolutionaries also took up the cause. Figures like Zhou Jin, which we've discussed before, she's often called China's first feminist, by the way, spoke passionately against foot binding. Zhou Jin herself had her feet bound as a child, but as a young adult around 1903 she dramatically removed the bindings and let her feet grow, though by then they were damaged quite beyond repair and never returned to their full size. She wrote essays urging women to cast off this legacy of oppression and to educate and empower themselves. To Zhou Jin and her compatriots in the early 20th century, bound feet symbolized everything that was holding China's women back. Ignorance, subservience, pain, seclusion. Freeing the feet was the first step to freeing the mind and body of the Chinese women. After the Qing dynasty fell in 1911 and the Republic of China was founded, the new government reaffirmed the ban on foot binding. Leaders of the Republic saw themselves as modernizers of sorts, and they rigorously promoted a slogan of "Heaven bestows no foot bindings" in their legal code. In some areas, local warlords or officials enforced anti-foot binding rules by sending inspectors to villages. These inspectors would check young girls' feet and even forcibly cut bindings or fine families. In fact, one woman from Yunnan in the 1910s remembered how her mother tricked the inspectors by wrapping her feet in big shoes to hide the fact they were still bound, an example of the cat-and-mouse game between tradition and law, I suppose. But over time, however, the social tide truly turned. By the 1910s and 1920s, among urban populations, bound feet were increasingly seen as old-fashioned, or even embarrassing. A modern girl wanted to have natural feet, as a sign of being enlightened and modernized. The cities led, and the rural areas followed more slowly. And by the 1930s, foot binding was rapidly vanishing, though one could still find teenagers with bound feet in some isolated districts. Some families in remote village continued binding in secret, away from the prying eyes. But the practice was clearly on the decline. Now, when the communist government came to power in 1949, they enforced prohibition absolutely wherever in any lingering cases was found. The communists, as part of sweeping social reforms, condemned foot binding as one of the cruel, feudal traditions that had to be abolished, often touting that as one of their early successes in women's liberation. Health workers were sent to educate and assist women in unbinding their feet if any were still doing it. Essentially, by around 1950, no new foot bindings were being started anywhere in China. But it is important to recognize that the end of foot binding was not just due to government bans. It was because cultural perceptions had fundamentally changed. What was once revered as beautiful had come to be seen, almost overnight in historical terms, as ugly and backwards and even shameful, a symbol of the old China. And the old China was weak. The old China was humiliated. The new China was strong. And to build a strong new country, they needed women too, who were healthy and mobile, not just hobbling around on tiny feet. The discourse around foot binding thus changed from reverence to ridicule. A folk adage emerged in the 20th century, small-footed mothers, big-footed daughters, reflecting the pride that the new generation had unbound feet and a completely new look. And of course, we think of the quote from Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao Zedong, women hold up half of the sky. Of course, you can't have a new China with half the population stuck in the home. Everyone needs to do their bit. And so, as we've mentioned, the final unbinding is quite a dramatic chapter in itself. The official bans came in 1902, reinforced in 1912, but enforcement varied. In some cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou, foot binding almost disappeared by the 1920s, simply because urban society shunned it. But in the more rural areas, the transition was slower, sometimes even surreptitious. Some families compromised somewhat by binding their daughters' feet loosely, so they could claim that they weren't binding, but they were just hoping to shape the feet a little bit. I'm sure no one really believed that excuse, but others hid the practice entirely. In fact, there were instances during the warlord era, 1916 to 28, where local powers turned a blind eye to foot binding and saw slight revivals in communities not reached by the new education of the new reforms. However, the communists were the fatal blow to the practice. They saw themselves as liberators of women, and we already mentioned that quote from Mao Zedong, and that was part of a vision that women would fully participate in work and society, and that's impossible with bound feet. So the new government sent out everyone to educate them. In the early 50s, there are accounts of officials literally cutting off the bindings of some elderly woman to force them to unbind, though one imagines these poor women's feet unwrapped after decades would have been both terribly painful and weak. Perhaps that's a bit of an oversight on these new reformers' behalves. But essentially the practice was stamped out, so much that by the late 20th century many young Chinese women had only heard of foot binding through their grandmother's stories or the history books. One of the last generational cohorts to experience foot binding were those born in the 20s and 30s, remote areas who got bound as toddlers before the practice truly ended. These women were in their 70s and 80s by the turn of the 21st century, and as of today, there's only a handful of very elderly women, well and truly into their 90s, who still have bound feet, living relics of a bygone custom. In fact, in the 2000s, journalists and researchers rushed to document their stories before they passed away. Some of these women expressed conflicting feelings. A number said they regretted having their feet bound, knowing now it was just unnecessary suffering. For example, Zhou Guizhen, whom we met earlier, said in old age, "I can't dance. I can't move properly. I regret it a lot." Yet, in the same breath, she reflected that in her youth, bound feet were simply the only way. Social death awaited an unbound girl. Others of her contemporaries took a sort of stubborn pride in the tiny feet. A 90-year-old in rural Yunnan smiled and boasted, "It's not a single other woman in this area who could fit into my shoes." Weird flex, but okay. Well, that pride shows the lingering internalized value. A lifetime of identity, wrapped up, literally, in those bindings is not easy to cast aside, even when society has moved on. Old habits die hard. Now, before we finish up, here's an interesting postscript. Some of these last bound feet women found new roles in the modern era. In the early 1990s, a group of elderly women in China formed a bound feet women's dance troupe. Yes, not joking. They creatively turned what was once a stigma into a kind of performance art. These grandmothers would put on their old-style outfits and tiny shoes to perform traditional dances, including curious tourists, of course. They became minor local celebrities. One of them in their 80s reminisced how she never imagined people would one day applaud her for the very feet she used to hide. However, it is, of course, a little controversial. Some people felt it was quite exploitative, a kind of freak show to capitalize on these women's deformities. Local media debated if the troupe was really celebrating cultural heritage or just commodifying past cruelty. But the women themselves seemed to enjoy the attention, not to mention the extra income, perhaps even a sense of camaraderie. Either way, the scenario shows the complicated legacy of foot binding, reviled in principle. But in practice, these women took ownership over their narrative in their twilight years. Perhaps that's one way of gaining power back. It's 331 BC in the ancient city of Rome, and the people are gripped by a fear of what is thought to be a plague, as many prominent men fall ill and die. Panic sweeps the city until the truth comes out. A slave girl exposes the conspiracy of Roman matrons that had been secretly poisoning these men. Acting on her tip, officials raided a gathering of noble women and found them brewing the toxic poisons. 20 accused matrons, led by 2 patricians named Cornelia and Sergia, insisted their poisons were medicinal. Challenged to prove their innocence by drinking their own brew, they all did so. And lo and behold, they all dropped dead, victims to their own poison. Subsequent interrogations implicated 170 women in total, an unprecedented wave of murders. Livy, our source for this historical episode, notes that until that day there had never been a trial for poisoning in Rome, and that the sheer scale of the crime was regarded as a prodigy, suggesting madness rather than criminal intent. Let's put it into other words. Romans were so astonished by what we might call a serial murder spree that they ascribed it to collective insanity or a curse, rather than pure bloodlust and malice. It's an early case that sets the stage for our investigation today. The Romans knew serial murder in various guises, even if they explained it in their own cultural terms. And so today, here we are, to talk about a often overlooked aspect of Roman history. Something that, underneath all the battles, the triumphs and the glories, flies a little bit under the radar, and perhaps in that glorious spectacle of Rome, it's something that they wish to sweep under the rug a little. But we're going to sift through the historical and literary evidence today, and we're going to shine a light on some notorious figures, from the poisoners lurking in the shadows, all the way up to those emperors whose bloody reigns terrorized the empire. Our journey is going to take us from these lesser-known cases, like those repeat murderers in the late Republic, to the imperial palace, where we have characters such as Caligula, Nero, and Commodus, turning the apparatus of state into instruments of personal bloodlust. We don't often think of people in such high positions of power as serial killers, but the numbers do not lie, and that pile of bodies over there is a little bit difficult to ignore. We'll examine how Roman law eventually evolved to address these repeated killings, and how Roman society reacted with a mix of fear or fascination, how the cultural memory enshrined these killers or even tried to erase them. And finally, we'll go into that shadowy world of professional poisoners, like Locusta, a woman who could be well called an ancient serial killer for hire, given her deadly resume at the court of Nero. But before we do, I want to welcome you to the channel. A heartfelt welcome to this rather disturbing topic of a video today, but it seems those are the popular ones. We're going to be going through different accounts like Livy, Tacitus, Suetonius, Cassius Dio. I hope you're familiar with them. If not, you can look them all up. They're all readily available. And if you are new to the channel, I do invite you to click the subscribe button if you've not done so yet, the like button, and leave a comment where you are. This video is completely ad-free, along with the rest of the videos on the channel, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who took the chance to have a look at the merch store. Thank you very much. If you want to support the channel, I don't need to explain to you how to do it. Just click those links in the description or pinned comment. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with that all out of the way, let us get down to the topic at hand. It's going to be a very deep dive into this. Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Before examining specific cases, let's just clarify some terms. This word, or rather combination of words, serial killer, it's a more modern concept. It's defined as someone who murders at least 2 or 3 people in separate events, often with a psychological motives. Now, if we go back to Roman sources, Latin phrases, there's no direct equivalent term. There's no Latin phrase that neatly translates to serial killer. Instead, repeated murderers fell under broad categories like parricidium, that is murder of a close relatives, veneficium, poisoning, and sicariorum, that is assassination or banditry. Romans were certainly familiar with serial acts of murder, that's for sure, but they interpreted them through the lens of family intrigue, tyranny, or supernatural evil, rather than our modern psychology. So keep a broad mind as we move forward with our terminology. Now, for example, multiple murders by the same person might be seen as something politically motivated, as in the case of a dictator executing enemies, or perhaps driven by greed and deceit, as with the women who poisoned their husbands. Often, serial murderers were pigeonholed into categories of crime that the ancient Romans understood, such as the aforementioned veneficium, which means poisoning, but also connoted magical malice. Notably, Roman authors show a recurring gendered perspective. Poisonings were frequently blamed on women. In fact, a Roman rhetorician quipped, meaning, "There is no adulteress who isn't a poisoner." Well, this hyperbole from Quintilian's Institutes work shows a stereotype that an unfaithful wife might secretly kill her husband, a trope born of several high-profile cases in Rome. So while Romans didn't conceptualize, quote, serial killers as a distinct species of criminal, they absolutely recorded instances of people who killed again and again. And so by reading between the lines of their narratives, filtering out legend and moralizing, we can identify individuals who fit the profile of our character of a serial murderer. Some did it clandestinely, others did it openly, whether it was poisoners in the dark or emperors right out there in the open. And so, let's look at both lesser-known cases that crept into historical record and, of course, infamous imperial killers, whose names still, to these days, ring with infamy. We'll start moving forward with the lesser-known case studies. We already recounted the poisoning conspiracy of 331 BCE, a remarkable early case of mass serial homicide by Roman women. But after 331, episodic poison panics continued to haunt Rome. In 180 BC, during another bout of mysterious deaths, the authorities again suspected poisoners. One case stands out. The newly elected consul, Tiberius Minucius, died all of a sudden. The blame fell solely on his wife, Quarta Hostilia. Livy recounts that Hostilia had an ulterior motive, you see. Her son from a previous marriage, Quintus Flaccus, stood to gain political advancement if the consul, his stepfather, died. Indeed, when Flaccus soon won the vacant office, the rumors only grew louder. Witnesses came forward recounting that Hostilia had boasted that she would make her son consul within a number of months. It's not looking very good for her, isn't it? Under investigation by the praetor, Hostilia was convicted of murdering her husband on mere suspicion, according to the surviving summaries. And her fate was grim, likely handed over to her relatives for execution by strangulation, customary for noble women convicted of capital crimes. The Hostilia affair suggests that even in the Republican era, Romans feared serial poisoners lurking in elite households, though it probably also had the effect of making husbands a little bit more nicer to their wives. Well, a few decades later, in 154 BC, an even more ominous report emerges. 2 consulars were said to have been poisoned by their wives. The details are sparse, since Livy's books survive only in summary here, but Valerius Maximus, a 1st century writer, confirms the allegations too. 2 former consuls died seemingly out of nowhere with no explanations. Once again, their own wives were implicated in administering poison, suggesting a coordinated scheme or copycat crimes. While specifics are lost to time, Roman historians treated these incidents as part of a pattern of private poisoning that plagued society. Copycat killers inspired by the worst possible deeds. And indeed, by the late Republic, poisoning had become so common that in 82 BC the dictator Sulla passed the Lex Cornelia de Sicaris e Veneficus, a law specifically targeting assassins and poisoners. This law treated multiple murders as an especially heinous category. It criminalized not just the act of killing, but the manufacturing and distribution of poisons for murder. Initially, violators, especially the nobles, might be punished by exile or property confiscation. But over time, the punishments stiffened. A later senatorial decree, that is, Senatus Consultum in Latin, even decreed that if a woman gave a potion to induce miscarriage or conception and it caused death, well, she would be banished. By the 3rd century CE, in the jurist Marcian's day, convicted serial poisoners of low status were executed, often thrown to wild beasts in the arena, while those of higher status were exiled, reflecting once again Rome's class-based justice. The very need for such laws indicates that repeat murder by poison was certainly a very real societal concern. But beyond these legal and anecdotal records, rumors of serial killers swirled around certain individuals. Roman aristocrats sometimes died conveniently and in clusters, sparking gossip of a hidden hand. One famous target of rumor was Livia Drusilla, the wife of Augustus. Tacitus and others hint that Livia possibly hastened the deaths of several rivals to clear the path for her son Tiberius's succession. The early deaths of Marcellus, Augustus's nephew, Agrippina Postumus, grandson, and even Augustus himself were, in later gossip, attributed to Livia's scheming, using poison and other means, essentially painting her as a serial poisoner at the heart of the imperial family. But these claims remain unproven and controversial, likely amplified by those old tropes of the wicked stepmother. Still, the persistence of the accusations in our source shows the Roman imagination could conceive of a woman systematically committing multiple murders to achieve her ends. And then we have another example. It comes from the early empire, the case of Locusta and Martina, professional poisoners. We will discuss Locusta in depth shortly, but we'll just go over it briefly now. Martina was a woman from Syria, implicated in the suspected poisoning of Germanicus, that is the popular heir of Tiberius around AD 19. According to Tacitus, after Germanicus' sudden death, Martina, infamous for evil arts apparently, was arrested. En route to Rome for trial, she mysteriously died. And guess what? Poison was found hidden in her belongings, and that suggests that she took her own poison to avoid torture, which was probably a wise decision. While Martina's guilt was never legally confirmed, she epitomized the figure of a serial poisoner for hire. Such women operating in the shadows could accumulate multiple victims over years, leaving scant evidence beyond the whispered accusations. So, let's discuss Locusta in a lot more detail. Locusta of Gaul, that is, perhaps the closest thing to a professional serial killer documented in Roman history. In fact, her career reads kind of like a lurid novel of sorts. She was a woman adept in concocting poisons, responsible for multiple high-profile murders in the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Her activities spanned the reigns of Claudius and Nero, and the primary sources portray her as an instrument of murder, repeatedly employed by those in power. It's a hell of a career choice, that's for sure. Tacitus introduces Locusta in his Annals at the poisoning of Emperor Claudius in AD 54. Empress Agrippina the Younger, Claudius's wife and Nero's mother, by the way, was resolved to eliminate Claudius to secure Nero's succession. She, according to the source, did not lack instruments for the crime, and chose a person skilled in such matters, Locusta by name, who had lately been condemned for poisoning and long retained as one of the tools of despotism. Locusta prepared a toxic potion, famously smeared on a dish of mushrooms, Claudius's favorite treat, by the way. The emperor unwittingly consumed the gift of the goddess, as Nero later darkly joked, since mushrooms became Claudius's death warrant. When the poison initially only made Claudius ill, they went to Plan B. According to Tacitus and Suetonius, Claudius's physician slipped a poisoned feather down the groaning emperor's throat to finish the job. And so Claudius died, and Nero ascended the throne. He was only 17, by the way, when he did this. Locusta's reward for this service is not explicitly detailed at that moment, but Agrippina's patronage likely saved her from punishment. She had been lately condemned, but was evidently pardoned to perform this task. The successful poisoning of an emperor immediately cemented Locusta's vast reputation for crime, as Tacitus calls it. And barely months later, in AD 55, Locusta was called upon again, this time by Nero himself. The target was Britannicus, Claudius's teenage son and Nero's stepbrother, who was, by the way, a potential rival for the throne. Suetonius and Tacitus both give gripping accounts of Britannicus's murder, illustrating how Nero used Locusta as his lethal weapon. Nero felt threatened by 14-year-old Britannicus's claim, and even jealous of the boy's singing voice, apparently. And so he decided to eliminate him. He employed for this purpose Locusta, as Suetonius writes. The first dose Locusta prepared was slipped into Britannicus's drink during a banquet. In the candlelit dining room, Britannicus took a sip and immediately was seized by agony. But this was not an instantaneous death. The poison was too weak for that. It caused Britannicus to vomit, but not die. Nero was not impressed by this. Furious, in fact, suspecting Locusta had given a mere purgative to avoid detection. The young emperor dragged the poisoner into a private room and beat her with his own hands, accusing her of betraying him with an antidote. Locusta pleaded that she only used a gentle mixture to avoid suspicion, but Nero had scoffed. "Do you think I fear the Julian law against poisoning?" He personally ordered her to brew a new, far deadlier dose on the spot, right there and then. And what follows is, well, it sounds like something from some kind of thriller film. Locusta, under imperial threat, prepared a potion that was very, very potent, right there in Nero's chamber as the emperor watched. They tested it on a young goat, and when the goat lingered alive for a few hours, Nero demanded an even stronger concoction. The next batch was tested on a slave, and the slave died immediately. Nero was quite satisfied at this, and he had the poison poured into Britannicus's cup at the next opportunity, during a grand dinner. Poor old Britannicus gulped it all down and collapsed at once. Apparently, according to Suetonius, as if he was struck by lightning. Amid the panic of guests, Nero coolly claimed that the boy was simply having an epileptic seizure. That was an illness that Britannicus was known to have. But by the next day, Britannicus was well and truly dead, and hastily buried. This cold-blooded sequence, documented by Suetonius and corroborated by Tacitus, shows Locusta's central role. She essentially acted as Nero's personal murder weapon, adapting her poisons to ensure a swift kill at her master's whim. Of course, Nero richly rewarded her for her effective, if ghoulish, service. Suetonius states that Nero granted Locusta a full pardon for her past crimes and lavished her with gifts, among them a large country estate. In a detail that truly shows her status as a serial killer mentor, we learn that Nero placed some disciples with her to be instructed in the trade. Yes, he founded what we might call a school of poisoning, and Locusta was the head professor. He trained others in the art of assassination by toxins. It seems Nero envisioned an assembly line of expert poisoners at his disposal. Locusta, once a condemned criminal, now enjoyed imperial favor and even a perverse kind of academic tenure in Nero's court. For over a decade, Locusta likely continued to ply her deadly craft for Nero's regime. There are hints, too, that Nero kept her poisons handy. According to later sources, as Nero's own downfall approached in CE 68, he prepared a poison kit from Locusta to take his own life if necessary. But in the end, if you know the story, Nero chose a dagger and the help of a servant to do the deed. So Locusta's parting gift went unused, I suppose. But the tables certainly turned after Nero's death. In June 68 CE, the new Emperor Galba came to power, seeking to punish Nero's corrupt entourage. Locusta, as the notorious poisoner-in-chief of the previous reign, was obviously quite a high target. Galba's agents dragged Locusta in chains through the streets of Rome, along with the other palace criminals, a spectacle to signal moral restoration. She was executed, likely via public humiliation and death, though methods vary in accounts, and thus ended Locusta's remarkable and admittedly unique career. In perhaps 15 years, she had likely killed or helped kill an untold number of victims at the behest of Agrippina and Nero, certainly Claudius and Britannicus, but possibly others whose names never really reached the history books. This makes her one of antiquity's clearest examples of a serial killer. Multiple murders, separated in time, carried out with cunning and consistent method. Unlike a modern serial killer who acts independently, Locusta was more like a contract killer, but her repeated acts and the obvious sadistic expertise put her in the same grim category. Her name became proverbial in Rome. Juvenal, writing a generation later, could assume his audience knew her infamy. In one satire, he describes a dreadful poisoner as even more skilled than, quote, the infamous Locusta. In the Roman imagination, Locusta was the archetype of the evil crone with a poison vial, so much that her name lived on for centuries as a byword for murderous treachery. Even Alexandre Dumas, over 1800 years later, named a chapter Locusta in the Count of Monte Cristo to evoke that legacy. Well, truly, hers is a case where history and legend blend. A real woman whose serial murders at the heart of Roman power secured her a kind of dark immortality. And so before we leave the topic of poisoners, it's worth noting that Locusta was not alone. She may have been the most famous, but Roman history hints at other serial poisoners. We mentioned Martina in the Germanicus case. There was also Canidia, a fictionalized witch in Horace's poems, but likely inspired by real rumors of a lethal sorceress. The prevalence of such figures in the Latin term venefica, female poisoner or witch, shows the Romans lived with a fear of repeat poison murderers, akin to how later societies feared serial killers. It was a crime that particularly terrified them because it was stealthy, intimate, and often struck in one's own household. But having examined these covert killers, let's now turn to the higher echelons of power, where the serial killing often happened right there in plain sight. The emperors of Rome, wielding absolute authority over life and death, and a few wielded it with a homicidal glee that earns them a place in any catalogue of serial murder. You see, when power is concentrated in the hands of just one person, the result can be pretty deadly, especially if that person just so happens to delight in cruelty. Several Roman emperors, through their abusive reigns, committed serial killings on a grand scale. They didn't stalk strangers in the night with a dagger hidden in their pocket. Instead, they murdered family members, courtiers, senators, and citizens, one after the other, often with sadistic creativity. And so we will focus on three notorious examples: Caligula, Nero, and Commodus, starting, of course, with Caligula, moving through them. But each of these emperors performed what we might call serial killings, though in the context of autocratic rule. Their specific acts and the cultural memory of their deeds have made them enduring symbols of tyranny and madness. So let's start. Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, better known by his nickname Caligula, which by the way means little boots, which is just adorable, but I'm not going to harp on about that. Well, he ruled from 37 to 41 CE. He started off as a beloved 24-year-old emperor, son of the hero Germanicus. But after only a few months, something in Caligula seemed to have snapped. Ancient writers suggest an illness or brain fever unhinged his mind, and the result was a brief reign of horrific cruelty. Caligula's murders were numerous and often perversely whimsical, earning him a reputation as a psychotic killer. Suetonius, writing about 70 years later, paints Caligula as practically reveling in killing. At public games, if the crowd displeased him, Caligula would growl, quote, "I wish the Roman people had but one neck, so we could decapitate them all with a single blow." This ghastly wish shows Caligula's approach to power and murder. He viewed people as playthings on whom he could inflict death at a whim. His specific acts of serial murder are documented in chilling detail. He had his own cousin, an adopted son, Tiberius Gemellus, quietly killed after initially sparing him, and he forced Macro to take his own life, the Praetorian prefect who had helped him to the throne. He exiled and later executed his two surviving sisters, Agrippina and Julia, after accusing them of adultery and treason. He took particular delight in tormenting Roman senators and equestrians too. At dinner parties, he'd suddenly burst into laughter, and when asked why, casually announced that, "I was just thinking that I have only to give one nod, and both of your throats would be cut on the spot." And that was not an empty boast. Caligula did have high-ranking Romans executed for trivial reasons, or sometimes just no reason at all. There was an infamous example of his sadism. During a lavish public banquet, Caligula noticed that one of his slaves had stolen a bit of silver decoration. Probably not a very wise choice on the slave's behalf, but Caligula immediately ordered the slave's hands to be cut off, and then had the severed hands hung around the slave's neck with a placard listing his crime, parading him around the guests. In another episode, Caligula arranged for several retiarus gladiators, that is, net fighters, to face heavily armed opponents. When the net fighters yielded in fear, Caligula was so enraged by their cowardice that he ordered all of them killed. One quick-thinking fighter grabbed a sword and managed to slay the victors, prompting Caligula to declare that a massacre had occurred and lament that the audience had witnessed such a cruel sight. The Emperor's hypocrisy here is quite stunning. He planned to kill them himself, yet when someone else did it out of desperation, he acted appalled. Maybe he was just a little upset that he had been robbed of the pleasure. But his cruelty extended even to his closest circles. The ancient sources alleged he killed for personal gratification as much for paranoia. He forced parents to watch the executions of their sons. He reportedly would say to Empress Caesonia while caressing her neck, "So beautiful a throat. Cut it whenever I please." There are also stories of Caligula engaging in sexual violence and then killing the victims of their relatives afterwards, blurring the line between lust and murder. But within just 4 years, Caligula likely ordered or personally caused dozens, if not hundreds of deaths, rivaling the body count of any modern serial killer, albeit over the cover of law. The cultural memory of Caligula is one of unfettered madness. After he was assassinated by his own guards in CE 41, a fate he perhaps sealed openly by mocking and threatening them once too often, the Senate attempted to erase his memory. Yet the stories of his sadism were simply too lurid to forget. Caligula became a byword for insane tyranny. Later Roman historians fixated on his reign as a cautionary tale of absolute power's corruption. For example, Suetonius recounts how people still shuddered remembering Caligula's atrocious deeds later on. In modern times, Caligula's name evokes a kind of decadent cruelty, thanks in part to these serial acts of murder that emblazoned him in history as one of the monsters of Rome. Well, of course, we can't go past Nero, though, can't we? When you talk about monsters of Rome. We've already encountered Nero, Claudius, Caesar when we discussed Locusta, as he was the mastermind behind some of her murders. But Nero's reputation as a killer comes not only from those poisonings, but a broader pattern of bloodshed through his 14-year reign, that is, 54 to 68 CE. Early in his rule, Nero was guided by tutors, and seemed reluctant to get his hands dirty, but as he grew older and more independent, he developed into a murderer with somewhat of a theatrical flair, befitting an emperor who fancied himself an artist above all. His killings often targeted his own family and inner circle, eliminating anyone who threatened his security or his ego. His first notable murder was indeed Britannicus in 55, which we have covered and we won't go into anymore. But next he turned to his own mother, Agrippina. Well, Agrippina had been the power behind the throne, but as Nero chafed under her influence, he decided to have her removed in 59. The matricide of Agrippina is one of the most famous murders in Roman history. Tacitus details Nero's elaborate, almost farcical plot. He arranged for Agrippina's boat to collapse at sea in a staged accident. But Agrippina survived the collapse and swam ashore, only slightly injured. Frustrated, Nero then sent an assassin, or perhaps a team of soldiers, to her villa to finish the job. Agrippina was then stabbed to death, and Nero made it look like she was caught in a treasonous act. When a messenger came and told Nero that his mother had died, Nero's reply was, "Let's go see her corpse." Well, not out of any mourning, but rather to ensure that the deed was done. Suetonius claims that Nero examined Agrippina's body and remarked how beautiful she had once been, showing no remorse for having killed his own mother. This was a serial killing in the psychological sense, you see. Nero struck down a close relative after Britannicus, exhibiting a developing pattern of eliminating those close to him. But he didn't stop there. He disposed of his first wife, Octavia, in 62, banishing her, and later ordering her execution on false charges of adultery. All of this because he wanted to marry Poppaea Sabina. The Roman public loved the innocent Octavia, so much that her death caused an outcry too. In AD 65, Nero kicked Poppaea, who was pregnant, to death in a fit of sudden rage, an impulsive act that claimed the lives of both his second wife and the unborn child. Though this may not have been premeditated, it certainly added to Nero's bloody tally of family members killed. Moreover, after the Pisonian conspiracy against Nero in 65 was uncovered, Nero embarked on a purge. He executed his old tutor, Seneca, forcing him to take his own life, a pretty common method, back to the old Greek days of the hemlock drinking. And also the poet Lucan, among others, were on the list. Not necessarily because they were all guilty in the plot, but more to rid himself of critics and potential enemies. Didn't want anyone writing anything that would make him look bad. Tacitus recounts of how Nero seemed to revel in signing death warrants during this time. In fact, Nero's killings often had a performative element. After Agrippina's murder, he staged extravagant games supposedly to honor his departed mother, during which he sang and played music, as if celebrating matricide with an artistic flourish. Following the Great Fire of Rome in AD 64, Nero famously blamed the Christians and subjected them to grotesque executions, apparently burning them as human torches in his gardens and feeding them to beasts. This was mass murder rather than serial murder, but it certainly cemented his image as monstrously cruel. In the context of serial killing, what stands out is Nero's emotional detachment and creative cruelty in each successive case. He killed his stepbrother, then his mother, then his wife, and technically his child, and then countless others, each by different methods: poison, engineering, accidents, forcing them under compulsion to do it themselves, kicking them to death, almost as if experimenting with different kinds of ways to kill people. Of course, the cultural memory of Nero is quite complex. Unlike Caligula and Commodus, Nero actually retained some popular sympathy after his death, especially among the lower classes who enjoyed his public entertainments. In fact, for years after Nero's death in AD 68, rumors persisted that he was still alive in the East, plotting to return. The so-called Nero Redivivus. Some commoners laid flowers on his tomb for a long time, indicating a lingering affection. This is perhaps because Nero, despite his crimes, styled himself as more of a populist showman. However, among the elites and later historians, he was remembered as an archetypal villain. Christian authors, in particular, dubbed him the first persecutor of the church. Lactantius called him that, quote, noxious, wild beast who slayed Peter and Paul. St. Augustine and others even connected Nero with the apocalyptic figure of the Antichrist. Suetonius, well, he tells us that decades after Nero's death, when a false Nero impostor arose in Parthia, the mere name of Nero was still enough to incite hope or dread. The Parthians supported this fake Nero, quote, vigorously, and only surrendered him with a great reluctance, so fond were they of Nero's memory. Meanwhile, in Rome, the Senate had damnatio memoriae decrees against him, erasing his statues and inscriptions. Thus, I suppose we can say that Nero is culturally remembered both as a depraved artist tyrant and oddly a figure of fascination that some were just unwilling to let go. His killings, particularly of his own kin, became central episodes in every account of his reign, ensuring he would feature in both histories and lurid legends long after the Julio-Claudian line had come to an end. Well, our final imperial case study is Commodus, who reigned from 180 to 192 CE, a life story that plays out like another twisted horror film. He was the son of the philosopher Emperor Marcus Aurelius, but the apple had certainly fallen far from the tree. He showed none of his father's famous virtue and restraint. Taking power at 19 years old, he squandered the goodwill of Marcus's reign and descended into debauchery and violence. Ancient historians, Herodian, Cassius Dio, and the author of the Historia Augusta unanimously condemn him as cruel, lewd, and a megalomaniacal ruler. Within that portrayal, we of course find numerous acts of killing that qualify as serial murders, fueled by Commodus's vanity and cruelty. Commodus is infamously known for his obsession with the gladiatorial arena. Unlike any emperor before, he personally fought as a gladiator hundreds of times in public. While these contests were usually rigged, as no one dared harm the emperor, Commodus took them very seriously, and they provided an outlet for his bloodlust. According to the Historia Augusta, Commodus fought in the arena 365 times and slayed both men and wild beasts in great numbers with his own hand. Though the exact numbers are likely exaggerated, there's certainly no doubt that Commodus killed many opponents in the arena, including helpless victims. One particularly heinous spectacle, Commodus gathered men who were disabled or amputees, dressed them as mythic giants with snake-like appendages, gave them flimsy weapons, and then bludgeoned them to death with a club, pretending he was Hercules vanishing giants. Cassius Dio, an eyewitness to this, recounts it with palpable horror. The Roman senators, watching Commodus commit mass murder of the defenseless men purely for entertainment, was the last straw. Dio notes that fear was shared by all, as they realized that no one was safe from the emperor's caprice. Commodus's serial killings extend beyond the arena. He indulged in executing members of the elite with as little mercy as he showed the, quote, giants. He had a long list of senators put to death, often on trumped-up charges, simply because they displeased him, or because he had a feeling that they were plotting. In all fairness, sometimes they were, as plots did spring up in reaction to his misrule, but one can hardly blame them for that, can't we? Dio records that Commodus, quote, killed a great many people, some openly and some by secret poison, making away with practically all those who had attained eminence during his father's reign and his own. The only prominent men he spared were those who flattered him relentlessly, or whom he found useful. A few, like the general Pompeianus, survived by staying utterly neutral and low profile. And this indicates a systematic purge over years, Commodus eliminating any distinguished person who could challenge him. It's akin to a paranoid serial killer, removing all perceived rivals, I suppose, one by one. And here's something for you. His sister, Lucilla, was one such victim. After she conspired, unsuccessfully, to assassinate him in 182, Commodus exiled and then executed her. He later ordered the execution of his wife Crispina as well on adultery charges, and is said to have personally killed his chamberlain and childhood friend Cleander in a fit of rage. Another gruesome anecdote. At a banquet, Commodus casually decapitated an ostrich and brandished its bleeding head and his sword at the watching senators, wordlessly indicating they could be next. The senators had to stifle nervous laughter at the absurd sight. Dio recounts that he chewed laurel leaves to keep from laughing outright, knowing Commodus would kill anyone he saw laughing at him. The terror that he instilled was very real and very personal. In the end, Commodus's serial killings backfired. By late 192, his mistress Marcia and the Praetorian prefect Laetus feared they were next on the list, and indeed Commodus had begun writing a prescription list that even included those closest to him. They decided, on December 31st, 192, to strike first, poisoning Commodus's wine, which was quite fitting given his own penchant for poison against others. When the poison only made him vomit, like Britannicus before, they panicked and sent in the palace wrestler, a man named, quite ironically, Narcissus, to strangle Commodus in his bath, and thus fell the gladiator emperor at the age of 31. But the reaction in Rome this time was quite euphoric. Cassius Dio describes how the new Emperor Pertinax and the Roman people declared Commodus a public enemy. The Senate heaped insults on his memory, calling him, quote, that murderer, that gladiator, that ruptured one. By the way, this ruptured one, that's in reference to his apparent hernia. Yes, apparently Commodus had one of them. Probably too much exercise in the gladiatorial arena, perhaps. Hence the term ruptured. But they wanted to drag his corpse, too, through the streets and mutilate it, as was done to the hated tyrants of old. But Pertinax dissuaded them, since the body was already buried. Instead, they obliterated his statues and renamed the city. Well, by the way, Commodus had grandiosely rebranded Rome, by the way, as Colonia Commodiana. That's right. He changed the name of Rome. Certainly a big deal, that's for sure. The Senate's decree, Damnatio Memoriae, on Commodus was essentially society's way of posthumously executing the serial killer. His cultural memory became that of a degenerate tyrant who fancied himself a reincarnation of Hercules. Later historians like Dio, who had suffered through his reign, never forgave him. The Historia Augusta outright calls Commodus a pestilence and lists his vices and killings exhaustively. And so he was remembered as the man who nearly wrecked the empire through his vanity and violence. Only in modern popular culture, like the film Gladiator, by the way, has Commodus been somewhat romanticized, but even there he's a villain still. For his contemporaries, he was a real-life nightmare, an emperor who personally and repeatedly murdered for both malice and sport. So, having surveyed individual cases, let's take a step back and consider how Roman law and culture dealt with serial killers, even of course if they lacked the term. We've touched on the legal developments, but late Republic laws like Sulla's Lex Cornelia targeted at habitual murders, especially poisoners. The fact that Sulla's law lumped serial killers, sicari, literally knife men or assassins, and poisoners together is quite telling. Both were seen as stealthy threats to public order who could strike multiple times. Under the Lex Cornelia, Someone who committed repeated or premeditated murder faced exile or execution, and this statute remained the backbone of homicidal law into the empire. Over time, Roman jurists and Senate decrees fine-tuned punishments to cover scenarios of serial murder. For example, repeat poisoners could be punished, even if intent, not just result, was proven. Possessing poison became a crime, you see. A decree under Augustus or Tiberius empowered special trials for poisoning that might span multiple incidents, essentially an ancient version of investigating a serial killing spree. The Romans, as pragmatic as ever, responded to waves of murders, like those poison panics, by creating investigative commissions. In 331 BC, there was no precedent, but by the 2nd century, the Senate regularly tasked praetors to investigate beneficia systematically. We read that in 184 BCE, one such investigation in Italy led to 2,000 people being condemned for poisoning. That's if we trust Valerius of Antium's possibly exaggerated number. Whether or not the number is accurate, the key point is this. Serial murder via poison was seen as a collective crisis, and the Roman authorities responded with broad sweeps and mass trials. Something akin to a witch hunt, I suppose. But unfortunately, like later witch hunts, sometimes innocent people were likely caught up into the dragnet of public hysteria. Culturally, the Roman reaction to serial killers combined fear, suspicion, and ultimately swift retribution. The 331 BCE episode was so shocking that, as Livy said, people thought that women must have just gone insane en masse or been cursed. The Romans even resorted to a religious expiation. They appointed a dictator, ceremonially nail in the evil, a ritual normally done to calm social order. All this shows that serial murders were sometimes outside Romans' normal frame of reference. They interpreted them as prodigies, these supernatural omens. In later times, when serial killers took forms of emperors like Caligula or Nero, some Romans similarly rationalized that the gods must have abandoned these men to madness. Suetonius recounts various omens and dreams that supposedly forewarned of Nero's and Caligula's bloody tendencies. In St. Augustine's work, The City of God, he even cites the 331 BCE poisonings as evidence of the moral bankruptcies of Rome's old gods, noting how such horrors happened under pagan watch. On a societal level, Romans dealt with known serial killers harshly when they could. Once an emperor serial killer died, the Senate almost always moved to condemn the memory. Statues were toppled, coins defaced. Rome tried to excise the cancer retroactively. In the case of Locusta, as we saw, Galba made a public example of her, executing her to a delighted Roman public who had long feared her lethal talent. Execution for some serial killers in Rome could be spectacular. Poena culae for parricides, a gruesome drowning in a sack with animals, or being thrown to wild beasts. Perhaps crucifixion for slaves, although crucifixion was not allowed for Roman citizens, by the way. The worse the crime, the more extreme the punishment, especially if multiple victims were involved. But there's also evidence that Romans told cautionary tales about serial killers as a way to scare or educate. Much as we have true crime stories, the Romans circulated stories of, let's say, wives who had poisoned successive husbands as a kind of moral lesson. Valerius Maximus includes tales of husband murdering wives in his memorable deeds and sayings, under exemplar of evil women. One such tale is a wife named Hostia, who poisoned 2 husbands in a row and was finally caught. A likely fictionized composite, but quite instructive. Similarly, in popular lore, the idea of witches who kill infants or evil innkeepers who had poisoned travelers show up in plays and novels. Petronius hints at such things if you're familiar with that work. These reflect a societal awareness that random serial murders could happen, even if they were couched in myth. But the Romans also seem to have felt a mix of fascination and revulsion toward these figures, kind of like in our modern day, to be honest. People would flock to see an emperor like Commodus perform his killings in the arena, even as they secretly detested him. The spectacle of violence in amphitheaters possibly inured Romans somewhat to repeated killings, as long as it was framed as entertainment or punishment. But a sudden rash of unexplained murders like poisonings, that would induce panic. In 331, people were so frightened that even after the perpetrators died, the city needed ritual cleansing. In 186, during the Bacchanalian conspiracy, there were rumors that the Bacchus cult members were murdering people as part of their rites. The Senate reacted with draconian force, executing many and banning the cult. Just another example of how serial murder fears could drive social repression. And so, as we conclude, in a very real sense, discussing these psychotic murderers in ancient Rome, it's not just academic or antiquarian. It's a reminder that extreme criminal behavior is a recurring aspect of human civilization. The Romans, with their mix of pragmatism and superstition, show us early attempts to grapple with such evil. And by studying them, we not only gain vivid historical insight, but we can also reflect on the universality of crime and the perennial challenge of understanding what drives a person to become a serial killer. So thank you very much for your attention today. I hope that our exploration of Rome's darkest characters has been as enlightening as it was frightening. And just remember, history is always full of lessons, even from its most sinister figures. I suppose, as the Romans would say after a grim tale, valete, farewell, and stay vigilant. It is the mid-18th century, on the shores of West Africa. Here lies the bustling port of Oida, on the slave coast, a mosaic of humanity. African traders in bright woven cloth haggle with Europeans over human lives, speaking in a cacophony of languages. Long caravans of captives, chained or yoked together, have arrived from the interior after weeks of marching. At the beach, European ships bob at anchor, their holds being filled with these enslaved Africans, destined for the New World. A dynamic, tragic, and complex scene, repeated at dozens of African ports for nearly 4 centuries. It is a scene that challenges the simplistic narrative that it was only the Europeans that orchestrated the slave trade, when in reality, the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by intricate African markets and networks, with African intermediaries and leaders playing pivotal roles, selling their own people. And so today, we travel to the slave markets of Africa that fueled the transatlantic slave trade. This exploration spans from the 15th century through to the 19th century, and across the breadth of the African continent. Our focus today will be on the African side of this global enterprise, the local economies, political structures, and the people that supplied the enslaved men, women, and children to the New World. We're going to talk about how African kingdoms and merchants were deeply entangled in the trade, sometimes as eager profiteers, sometimes as conflicted participants, and occasionally as resistors. Along the way, we're going to correct some of those common misconceptions, such as the notion that the Europeans greedily swept ashore and simply captured Africans at will. Instead, we'll see a more complicated reality emerge. Local African rulers negotiating with European buyers, local wars feeding the coastal slave markets, and a tragic cycle in which Africans both facilitated and suffered from the trade. We'll also see key regions and ports, from Senegambia and Elmina on the Gold Coast to Oida in West Africa and Luanda in Central Africa. And we'll talk about how African leaders and communities navigated the pressures and opportunities of the trade. And there'll be plenty of anecdotes from historical witnesses, drawing only on primary sources for these to bring this distant world to life. Certainly, by the end, you'll come out with a more nuanced understanding of how the transatlantic slave trade was not a one-sided European operation, but a system of exchange with deep African roots. All right, hello everyone. Introductions all out of the way. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. Perhaps it's your first time here, you've not clicked that subscribe button yet. Well, if you haven't, I invite you to do so. It's right next to the like button conveniently, and you're welcome to leave your thoughts in the comments. This video is enjoyable completely ad-free on YouTube because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon and the YouTube memberships. Thank you also for checking out the merch store. Now, with introductions all out of the way, let's begin. The transatlantic slave trade. It had its beginnings in the mid-15th century, when European ships first reached coastal West Africa. At the time, African societies were already very familiar with slavery and slave trading, but on a much smaller scale. For instance, through trans-Saharan caravans that sent captives north, or through local wars where captives became slaves. But the arrival of the Portuguese in the 1440s introduced a new and voracious overseas demand. The Portuguese initially tried slave raiding, notably a 1444 expedition in Senegambia, but these forays were met with fierce resistance and ultimately proved to be less effective than trade. Coastal African rulers were soon willing to exchange captives, usually people from rival ethnic groups or war captives, for iron, textiles, firearms, any other goods that the Europeans brought. Indeed, it's been said that during the earliest years of the slave trade, the Portuguese generally preferred purchased Africans who had been enslaved during tribal wars, rather than taking the trouble of capturing them outright. And so, by the late 1400s, a steady trade was established. Enslaved Africans were being transported to work on sugar plantations in the Atlantic islands like Madeira, Sao Tome, and the Cape Verde Islands. Soon after 1500, with the European conquest of the Americas, the demand for labor was seeing a new boom. The Spanish began shipping enslaved Africans to the Caribbean as early as 1502. The Portuguese, operating from bases like Elmina on the Gold Coast and later Sao Tome and Luanda in Angola, dominated the trade through the 16th century. During this period, African coastal kingdoms cooperated to supply slaves in exchange for valuable imports. For example, the Wolof Empire in Senegambia became a major supplier of slaves in the 1500s. It is estimated that as much as 1/3 of all enslaved Africans exported before 1600 came from the Senegambia region under Wolof influence. The Kingdom of Benin, that is, present-day Nigeria, also traded slaves with the Portuguese in the early 1500s, though notably Benin's obas, that is, kings, soon restricted slave exports, preferring to trade other goods like ivory and pepper. This is once they saw the destabilizing effects of the slave trade on their society. One illustrative early case is the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa. Congo initially welcomed Portuguese contact in the late 15th century. Its king, Nzinga Nkuwu, converted to Christianity, and his son, Afonso, maintained close relations with Portugal. However, the Congolese soon grew alarmed at how the trade in captives was undermining their kingdom. In 1526, King Afonso I of Congo wrote a famous letter to the King of Portugal, pleading for an end to the uncontrolled slave trading. He lamented that Portuguese merchants were giving African traders so many enticing goods that the sons of this country are enslaved and kidnapped, even noblemen and the sons of noblemen, leading to the depopulation of his realm. Afonso complained that his authority was being undermined as unscrupulous people within Congo abducted others to sell to the Europeans for merchandise. He wrote, "So great, sir, is the corruption that our country is being completely depopulated." Now, this account shows that from early on, African leaders understood the disruptive impact of the slave trade. Despite Afonso's pleas and his attempt to ban the export of slaves from the Congo, the trade continued under less centralized conditions, often via rogue merchants and local chiefs beyond the king's control. Thus, by the end of the 16th century, the pattern was set. European buyers, anchored at coastal forts or on ships, relied on African suppliers to bring them captives from the interior. In these early centuries, the volume was still relatively small compared to what it would become, but the foundations of African involvement were laid. African elites had begun to see the trade as a source of wealth and European goods, while others already saw it as dangerous. This tension between the lure of profit and the peril to society would play out across Africa in the coming centuries as the transatlantic trade grew in scale. As the transatlantic slave trade entered its peak centuries, the 17th and 18th, its operations on African soil became more systematized. To understand the African slave markets, we must look at how captives were acquired, and how the markets were organized, and ultimately what was exchanged. The process typically began with a capture in the interior. Most enslaved Africans were seized in the context of local conflicts, wars between kingdoms, raids on neighboring villages, or punitive expeditions. African rulers and warlords recognized that prisoners of war could be sold for a decent profit. Some states even went to war primarily to secure captives for sale. For instance, the Kingdom of Dahomey in the 18th century notoriously conducted annual raids on its neighbors to capture men, women, and children who could be sold to the Europeans. Others like the Asante Empire on the Gold Coast, fought wars of expansion that yielded prisoners who became a form of tribute or trade currency. In parts of equatorial Africa, bands of professional raiders, such as the Imbangala in Angola, roamed the countryside, kidnapping people and funneling them to coastal markets. After the capture, the captives were often marched in caravans toward the coast. Well, this could be a brutal journey, hundreds of miles. Many did not survive the trek due to hunger, disease, or abuse. On the way, captives might pass through inland slave markets or fairs, trading hubs where local dealers bought and sold humans. For example, in the Bight of Biafra hinterland, today's southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon, there were well-known slave fairs at places like Arochukwu and Uburu. The Aro merchants, an Igbo trading network, had established a quasi-monopoly over the interior trade. They operated under the aegis of a famous oracle, the shrine at Chukwu at Arochukwu, using religion to sanction the enslavement of those accused of crimes or witchcraft. Through this system, the Aro Confederacy funneled tens of thousands of Igbo and other nations from the interior to the coast. In his memoir, Oluwadu Equiano, an Igbo child who was kidnapped around 1753, described being seized by African kidnappers while his parents were away in the fields, and then being sold from one African owner to another over months until finally he reached the coast. His account shows that from the point of capture to the point of sale, to Europeans that is, an enslaved African might change hands multiple times within Africa. Once the caravans reached the coast, they entered the coastal slave markets. These markets took different forms depending on the region. In some places, they were fortified trading posts, often called slave castles, operated by Europeans in partnership with local authorities. For instance, the Elmina Castle on the Gold Coast, or the Gorée Island in Senegambia. At such forts, European factors, or agents, would inspect and purchase captives delivered by African brokers. In other regions, there were open beach markets or trading towns, where European ships anchored offshore and African traders came out to meet them. The Bight of Biafra coast worked in this manner. Europeans didn't build any forts, but they anchored their ships in places like Old Calabar or Bonny, and negotiated with local merchant princes. We have a vivid description of an African slave market that comes from Willem Bosman, a Dutch trader on the Guinea coast. Around 1700, Bosman wrote that Ouida or Ouida markets are of men here kept in the same manner as those of beasts are with us, meaning that enslaved people were openly bartered and examined like cattle in the marketplace. This blunt observation, from a participant's perspective, highlights the commodification of humans in these transactions. The actual exchange was driven by economic incentive on both sides. Europeans offered guns, gunpowder, textiles, metal bars, alcohol, and other trades goods as currency. In return, Africans sold Africans. Prices fluctuated with supply and demand. There was also a system of credit and trust in operation. European captains, anxious to fill their ships quickly, would often advance goods to the African suppliers, essentially giving goods on credit, with the promise that the local trader would deliver a certain number of slaves in the coming weeks or months. But this was risky, so to secure the deal, Africans and Europeans developed a practice called pawn ship. One side would hand over a pawn a person as collateral, sometimes a relative of the African trader, or in other cases, a European crewman left in the African trader's custody to guarantee the debt either slaves or goods owed would be repaid. And Duke, an Effic merchant of old Calabar, noted in his diary in the 1780s how such pawning was used to enforce honest dealing on both sides. Another important aspect was the African control of commercial protocol. Coastal African leaders often imposed customs duties and regulations on Europeans. In the kingdom of Dahomey, for instance, the king claimed a royal monopoly on slave trading. All sales in Oida had to go through the king's agents, through private merchants still operated under his system. In old Calabar, the local chiefs, like Duke's family, charged European slave ships a trading fee called gomi before any business could take place. They demanded that visiting captains pay proper gifts and obey local rules. If a European captain tried to bypass these rules or cheat the Africans, trade could be cut off. Indeed, offending captains were sometimes forced to depart empty-handed. Thus, far from Europeans simply dictating terms, the African side had set up its own structure to govern the trade. At the coast, captives were typically held in barracoons or compounds while awaiting shipment. In European forts like Elmina or Cape Coast Castle, dungeon-like holding cells warehoused hundreds of captives at a time. At ports controlled by African authorities, the captives might be kept in stockades or the houses of traders until the moment of embarkation. When a slave ship was ready to load, final negotiations took place, often involving inspection of the captives by the European buyers. The enslaved, tragically, were treated like merchandise, examined for health and strength, sometimes branded with hot irons to mark a buyer's ownership. Once a private price was settled and the payment in goods complete, the captives were conveyed in small boats or canoes out to the waiting ship. Many African observers watched those ships depart over the horizon, knowing they carried sons, daughters, or former neighbors, and understanding that those people would likely never return. So, the mechanics of the slave trade, to sum it up, on the African side involved a chain of African participants, raiders or soldiers who captured people, middlemen who transported and sold them, and local merchants and chiefs who negotiated with the European ship captains. European traders usually remained at the periphery, on board ships or inside coastal forts, while African networks brought the human cargo to them. African political and economic systems thus shaped the trade at every turn. With this general framework in mind, let's use it to examine several major African regions and ports in a little bit more detail. And we'll see how these dynamics played out differently across different parts of the continent. So let's start with the Senegambia region. It was the first among those areas linked with the transatlantic slave trade. So we're talking around the Senegal and Gambia rivers. That's where they get the name from. Quite clever. Portuguese ships reached this coast in the mid-15th century, and by the 1500s, the trade was well established. Coastal kingdoms such as Wolof and Cayor and others engaged in commerce with the Europeans. In the 16th century, Wolof was a powerful empire. It became a major supplier of enslaved people, especially after the collapse of older Mali Empire's influence in the region. African merchants and rulers in Senegambia traded slaves for horses, highly valued in that area, cloth too, and other goods. Some captives were people who had been slaves within Africa, for example, pawns or those sold for debt, while others were war captives from conflicts between local states. But significantly, not all in Senegambia acquiesced to the trade. There are accounts of local resistance. For instance, the Jola people of Casamance and certain other communities largely refused to participate, sometimes moving their villagers to more defensible locations to avoid slave raids. In the late 18th century, an important anti-slave trader stance emerged in Senegambia under a Muslim leader named Abdul Qadir Ghane, the Almami of Futa Toro, a theocratic Fulani state along the middle Senegal River. In 1787, the Almami Abdul Qadir forbade the passage of any slaves through Futa Toro for sale to Europeans. At the time, several French slaving ships were waiting at the mouth of the Senegal River, only to find that the caravans of captives were no longer coming. Ghane declared that no one in his realm, no Muslim, could be sold into slavery, effectively cutting off a major supply route. The French, frustrated in their business, even sent gifts to persuade him to relent, but he held firm. This early abolitionist measure is a striking example of an African leader taking a moral and political stand against the slave trade, even as neighboring rulers continued to sell captives. Meanwhile, European presence in Senegambia remained limited to coastal enclaves. In the island of Gorée, just off Dakar, and St. Louis at the mouth of the Senegal were key slaving trade ports, changing hands between the Portuguese, Dutch, French, and English over time. Through such African-European partnership, the trade in the Senegambia persisted into the 18th century. By the 19th century, however, it declined as France began to shift the region's economy toward legitimate commerce, that is, peanuts, gum arabic, as European anti-slave trade patrols increased. Senegambia's experience highlights that at the very gateway of Atlantic Africa, the slave trade was both enabled by African polities and, in pockets, actively resisted by them. Moving eastward along the Guinea coast, the region known as the Gold Coast, modern Ghana, had a long history of contact with Europeans, initially focused on gold, hence the name, but later increasingly on slaves. The Portuguese built Elmina Castle there in 1482, originally to secure access to gold fields. For over a century, gold was the primary export. By the 17th century, however, the dynamic had shifted. The Dutch seized Elmina in 1637 and expanded the castle's dungeons to hold slaves as the transatlantic demand grew. Numerous other European forts and trading lodges soon dotted the coastline. Cape Coast Castle, British, Fort Amsterdam, Anamabu, and more, creating a highly competitive environment under the watchful eyes of African authorities inland. On the African side, the Akan peoples dominated commerce in the Gold Coast. In the interior, the Ashanti Empire rose to prominence in the late 17th century, conquering neighboring Akan states and gaining control over lucrative gold-producing areas. The Ashanti Empire's economy was not singularly dependent on slave exports. It was also built on gold and the kola nut trade. But warfare was integral to their expansion, and war captives were frequently sold to the coast. One British visitor to Kumasi, the Ashanti capital, in the early 19th century, recorded the Ashanti king Osei Bonsu's candid rationale for trading slaves. The king reportedly explained that if he did not sell his war captives to the Europeans, he would have to kill them, as retaining large numbers of enemy prisoners could destabilize the kingdom. Well, an anecdote like that shows how African leaders rationalize their participation. Far better to sell them off than to send them off to the next world. Now, on the coast itself, African merchant brokers played their own role. The Fante people, who lived in the coastal littoral below Ashanti, often acted as intermediaries. They formed a network of brokers, sometimes called kabukiers, who bought slaves and other goods from the interior to the European forts. Fante coastal towns such as Anomabu and Cape Coast thus became thriving commercial centers. Europeans could not simply march inland to Ashanti. They relied on African allies and trading partners to maintain the flow of goods and people. The relationship between the Fante and Ashanti was complex. They were trading partners, but also rivals, and they fought wars in the 18th century, in part over control of these trade routes. Elmina and other forts functioned as the terminus of these supply lines. By the 18th century, Elmina Castle was dispatching immense numbers of captives annually. One estimate holds that by that time, about 30,000 enslaved people per year passed through Elmina's dungeons on their way to the Americas. Most of these individuals had been collected from a wide hinterland extending north and west. European records from these forts speak of slave caravans arriving, sometimes hundreds at once, often in miserable condition after long treks. They also described haggling with local brokers, payment of customs to local chiefs, and occasional breakdowns in trade due to African political changes. For example, if a local king died or if a war cut off a supply route, European forts might sit idle for months. And of course, time is money. Now, it is worth noting that the Gold Coast had a highly regulated trade environment. The presence of multiple European forts meant African sellers could in some sense shop around for the best deals, playing one European nation off against another. Conversely, Europeans sometimes coordinated to try to stabilize prices. But ultimately, African suppliers had the upper hand in dictating when and how the trade would occur. If there was a shortage of captives, say during a lull in local wars, European buyers simply had to wait or sail elsewhere. The power of the Ashanti was formidable. In 1824, an Ashanti army even descended to the coast and defeated a British force near Cape Coast in a dispute over trade, demonstrating that African states could indeed challenge the Europeans militarily if they were provoked. The story of the Gold Coast, therefore, is one of a prosperous African region whose leaders, especially in the Asante kings, integrated the African slave trade into their political economy, but always on the terms shaped by African politics. In fact, even today, Elmina Castle is still there, a stark monument to this human commerce. Continuing along West Africa, we come to the Bight of Benin, known to the European merchants of the 18th century as the Slave Coast, due to the vast numbers of captives shipped from its harbors. Not the best name, I suppose, but certainly shows the situation. It was here that a patchwork of kingdoms and city-states vied for control of the trade. In the 17th century, the coastal kingdom of Alada and the port of Ouida were prominent suppliers. However, There was a dramatic power shift that occurred in the early 18th century when the inland kingdom of Dahomey rose to dominance under King Agaja. In 1727, Dahomey's armies conquered Ouida, taking its thriving slave ports. Thereafter, Dahomey became one of the most notorious slave-trading states in Africa. At its height, Dahomey had a highly militarized society geared towards slave raiding and trading. The Dahomeyan kings built a standing army, which included the famous female warriors often called the Dahomey Amazons, that conducted frequent raids on neighboring peoples. Captives from these campaigns were marched to the Dahomey capital of Abomey, or directly to Ouida on the coast. Some captives were kept for local use. Dahomey maintained a large population of domestic slaves and also practiced human sacrifice of war prisoners during the kingdom's annual customs ritual. But the majority were still sold to the Europeans at the coast. The monarchy established a royal monopoly. European traders could only buy slaves through the king's appointed agents, and they paid customs duties and offered tribute to the king for the privilege. In Ouida, multiple European nations maintained trading lodges or small forts. The French, English, Portuguese, Brazilians, they all had a presence, but they operated at Dahomey's sufferance. One European visitor in the 1770s noted that the king of Dahomey set the terms and could halt a trade on a whim. In effect, European factors had to negotiate with powerful African officials, always on the king's terms. Ouida itself was one of the busiest slave ports in the world during the 18th century. Historians estimate that over the slave trade era, more than 1 million Africans were sent from Ouida across the Atlantic, second only to Luanda, Angola, in volume. Most went to Brazil and the Caribbean. The city was cosmopolitan in its own way, a mix of local Dahomeyan people and other Africans from the interior, along with European traders, Afro-Brazilian returnees who served as middlemen. Yet Europeans in Ouida never numbered more than a few hundred at a time. The bulk of commerce was conducted by African merchants under Dahomey's authority. A notable figure was Francisco Felix de Souza, a Brazilian-born trader who became the Dahomey king's chief commercial agent in Ouida in the early 19th century, illustrating how even foreign traders had to be sanctioned and integrated into the Dahomeyan system. But the kings of Dahomey, they grew wealthy and formidable through the sale of human beings. King Gezo, who ruled from 1818 to 1858, famously resisted British pressures to abolish the trade. He is quoted as saying in the 1840s, "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and the glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery." Well, that's a hell of a declaration, isn't it? But it lays bare how deeply the slave trade had become embedded in their economy and ideology. It was the kingdom's lifeblood. Even when Britain and France began suppressing the Atlantic slave trade in the early and mid-19th century, Dahomey continued it for years. Only in the 1850s, after the British naval blockades and the growth of alternative exports like palm oil, did Dahomey finally begin to redirect its economy. East of Dahomey, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo likewise supplied slaves from its wars until it collapsed in the early 19th century. Thereafter, chaotic conflicts in Yoruba land fed the trade through ports like Lagos until the British annexed Lagos in 1851 to suppress it. So in summary, the Slave Coast exemplified a region where African state power was heavily leveraged to maximize the slave trade. From the kings of Dahomey, who orchestrated raids and dictated terms to European buyers, to the shifting fortunes of Yoruba realms further east, the Bight of Benin's slave markets were fundamentally shaped by African political ambition and rivalry. The grim calculus of exchanging guns for slaves played out here in especially stark terms. Dahomey and its peers imported large quantities of firearms and gunpowder, and they used that to capture even more slaves, and they used the slaves to purchase even more firearms and gunpowder, and they used that to, well, I don't have to go on, but it's a destructive feedback loop. Violence and commerce, devastating countless communities, and destroying innumerable families. Further east, on the Atlantic coast, lies the Bight of Biafra, encompassing parts of modern Nigeria, like the Niger Delta and the Cross River region, and western Cameroon. Unlike the Gold Coast or the Slave Coast, this area didn't have a large central kingdom dominating the trade. You see, it was characterized by powerful merchant networks and small coastal states. As I've mentioned, the interior supply was largely controlled by the Aro Confederacy, an alliance of Igbo traders and priests centered on Arochukwu. The Aro network fed captives from a wide hinterland into the Delta ports. They used the authority of their oracle to justify enslaving people. For example, individuals condemned by the shrine for alleged crimes of witchcraft might be sold off as slaves, ostensibly as a form of divine judgment or divine sanction. Through such means, the Aro amassed enormous influence over the slave trade in this region. On the coast, the key outlets were the Delta city-states of Bonny, Old Calabar, Brass, and New Calabar. These were not empires, but each was ruled by its own king or council of chiefs, often themselves wealthy slave traders. They became extremely active middlemen between the Aro interior networks and the European ships. For instance, at Old Calabar, also called Duketown, a handful of Efik aristocratic families, with surnames like Duke, Eyamba, and Henshaw, dominated the trade. Antera Duke, whose diary provides a rare African perspective on the trade, was one such merchant prince. He and his peers ran what amounted to a slave-dealing houses in Calabar, complete with agents upriver, and established partnerships with British captains. When English slave ships arrived at the Cross River estuary, the Calabar chiefs would negotiate the price, enforce the collection of debts or the payment of gomé, and even hold British crew members hostage as pawns if trust broke down. A striking aspect of the Bight of Biafra trade is that Europeans did not establish permanent forts or colonies in this stretch of coast. They didn't need to. The African trading communities were well organized, and they provided every service, including marshalling slaves and provisioning the ships. European captives anchored offshore, and African brokers came out to meet them in large canoes, bringing samples of trade goods and bargaining over prices. The volume of exports from this region was enormous. The Bight of Biafra became the third largest source of African slaves of the Americas, after West Central Africa and the Bight of Benin during the 18th century. Many of these captives were Igbo or Ibibio from the hinterland. They were dispersed mainly to British Caribbean or North America, which is one reason why that even today, a significant portion of African Americans have genetic heritage traced to this region. The dynamics here were marked by decentralized violence. The absence of a unifying empire meant that a myriad of micro-level conflicts and kidnappings fed the trade. Oral histories in Igbo communities still recount how people feared the threat of kidnappers or the manipulations of Aro agents. It is said that some villagers planted spiked barriers or moved their markets to thwart slave raiders. The social fabric was severely strained by these disruptions. Still, a few African communities in the region found ways to protect themselves. The inland town, for example, of Abeokuta, in today's Ogun State, Nigeria, was founded in the 1820s by refugees from various Yoruba and other communities fleeing the slave raids, and that includes some repatriated slaves returning from Sierra Leone. Abeokuta grew into a formidable fortified city, and notably defeated Dahome's invading army in 1851, becoming a kind of safe haven, a promised land, away from the coastal slave trade. The Banta Biafra slave trade functioned through African merchant entrepreneurship, rather than a large state apparatus, which is what made it different. African agents here were consummate traders. The Aro chieftains and the Delta kings alike profited by orchestrating the capture, transport, and sale of human beings, all while negotiating shrewdly with European buyers. Activities like this highlight yet another facet of African involvement. Not empire builders like Dahomey, but networks of merchants who turned the misery of others into wealth, operating a devastating commerce that preyed on the fragmentation of their region. But of course, no account of the African side of the slave trade would be complete without West Central Africa, the single largest source of captives sent across the Atlantic. This broad region, covering today's Angola, Republic of the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and surrounding areas, supplied nearly half of all enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. The trade here began early and lasted the longest. The Portuguese established a permanent foothold in the kingdom of Ndongo, present-day Angola, in the late 1500s, founding the port city of Luanda in 1575. By the 17th century, Luanda had grown into the busiest slave port in Africa, sending tens of thousands of people each year to Portuguese colonies, especially Brazil. Along with Luanda, the port of Benguela, further south on the Angolan coast, founded in 1617, became another major slaving outlet. African political organization in this region was complex and in flux. The Kingdom of Congo to the north had been a centralized state since the 1400s, and initially engaged with the Portuguese on relatively equal terms. But as the slave trade grew, Congo was destabilized. After King Afonso's attempts to control the trade in the 1520s, as we discussed earlier, failed, Congo gradually fell into civil wars. Many of these conflicts were stoked by competing factions trying to capture and sell slaves to the Portuguese. In 1665, the Congolese king was even killed in a battle against the Portuguese, and the once mighty kingdom fragmented into smaller realms. But of course, the slave business had to continue. Further south, the Portuguese fought lengthy wars with the kingdom of Ndongo and its allies. A legendary figure, Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and later Matamba, led a determined resistance against the Portuguese in the 1620s to 50s, at times even allying with the Dutch to counter the Portuguese power. Nzinga turned her inland territory into a refuge for those fleeing the Portuguese and Imbangala raids. Yet after her death, Portuguese expansion resumed. The Portuguese often allied with brutal bands of mercenaries known as the Imbangala, whose way of life was raiding and warfare. The Imbangala in the 1600s became the main suppliers of slaves to the Portuguese in Angola. Armed with European guns and driven by a violent warrior culture, they wreaked havoc, capturing huge numbers of people. The phrase itself, Imbangala, became synonymous with terror in the region. By the 18th century, the slave system in West Central Africa was highly organized and deeply entrenched. The Portuguese authorities in Luanda and Benguela worked with mixed-race Afro-Portuguese traders and certain African chiefs to funnel slaves out from the interior. There were established routes and markets in the interior, sometimes called slave fairs, at places like Kasanje on the upper Kwanza River, where African brokers exchanged captives for Portuguese goods under agreed rules. The Portuguese government even set up a trading board, junta, in Luanda to oversee the trade and regulate prices at these markets. Nevertheless, chaos and violence remained endemic. Entire districts in the interior were depopulated by constant raiding, with ruined villages and abandoned fields left as grim evidence. Luanda maintained its position as arguably the largest slave-exporting port in Africa. In the 18th century, it was often called the emporium of the slave trade. In one period, 1700 to 1850, nearly 1.5 million people were embarked on slave ships from Luanda and Benguela alone. The vast majority were sent to the Portuguese colony of Brazil, with which Angola had special trading relationships. Indeed, Angolan and Brazilian ports were so connected that some historians speak of a South Atlantic system, centered mainly around the Portuguese colonies. Enslaved Africans from this region were predominantly from groups such as the Mbundu, the Bakongo, of Mbundu, and others drawn from the deep interior by the 19th century. Many ended up on Brazilian sugar and coffee plantations. Some were also taken to the Caribbean and North America via Spanish and French traders. Even as this mass export continued, African societies in West Central Africa adapted and resisted in various ways. Some inland polities, like the Lunda Empire in the southeast, or the Chokwe or Ovimbundu kingdoms, rose to prominence by controlling trade routes, or offering some refuge from slavers, while also inevitably becoming involved in the commerce themselves. Chiefs in the interior negotiated terms with Portuguese traders, sometimes demanding high prices, or European titles and favors in exchange for cooperation. But overall, the balance of power in this region, unlike in parts of West Africa, increasingly tilted toward the European side by the 19th century. Portugal had established Angola as a colony, and didn't hesitate to use military force against African rulers who impeded the trade. West Central Africa thus presents a picture where the African agency was present, but under extreme duress from direct colonial intrusion. The Portuguese and their allies deliberately fomented conflict to produce captives, and local opportunists took advantage of the lucrative market. Still, without the cooperation of African middlemen, the chiefs who struck deals, the Imbangala who captured slaves, the Afro-Portuguese who could traverse the interior. Even the Portuguese could not have sustained the trade at such a volume. A grim partnership of convenience, one that wrecked the demographics and stability of the region for generations. And so, the story of Africa's slave markets during the transatlantic slave trade is a sobering lesson in historical complexity. It demonstrates that the tragedy of the Atlantic slave trade was not the work of one continent alone, but a collaboration that spanned cultures. European slave traders provided the ships, the demand for plantation labor, and the capital. African kings, merchants, and warlords provided the supply of human beings, exploiting internal conflicts and social systems for gain. Without African participation, the slave trade couldn't have grown so immense, and without European and American demand, it would not have arisen as much as it did. By examining the slave markets from Senegambia to Angola, we see agency and decision-making on the African side. Some leaders profited, expanded their realms, while others resisted or fell victim to the trade's disruptions. And we also correct, and very much so, that very simplistic misconception that Europeans alone were responsible for capturing Africans. In reality, the Middle Passage was just the final step of a long journey that often began with an African raid or judicial enslavement. We have to recognize that this nuance does not excuse any of the horrors of the trade, but it rather makes the tragedy more poignant by showing how both Africans were victims and participants. The slave trade was sustained by greed and violence in multiple societies, and its legacy is devastating. Entire regions depopulated or destabilized by the export of millions of people. And so we're left to wonder how African history might have unfolded has these human energies not been siphoned away. And that's a haunting question. Ultimately, the story that we've told today is not the story of one culture or one race oppressing another. It's the tale as old as time, the powerful taking the powerless and exploiting them. It's not that complicated. And, well, unfortunately, that's perhaps a trend that will continue. By the time we realize it, it usually looks a lot worse in hindsight. A late summer day, AD 79, business as usual in the prosperous Roman city of Pompeii. Shopkeepers traded in the forum, families tended to household chores, and the looming spectre of Mount Vesuvius was just a part of the all-familiar landscape. But by the next dawn, this entire world had been plunged into darkness and ruin. Witnesses at the time, and later historians, vividly describe how day was turned into night and light into darkness as the volcano erupted. A cataclysm of fire and ash. Not just Pompeii, but the neighboring towns of Herculaneum, Stabiae, and Oplontis met a sudden and harrowing fate. We've got plenty of information to piece the story together, and we're going to rely on a mix of primary sources of the time and a bit of modern archaeology that backs up the old voices. But before getting into the eruption itself, it's best we understand why Pompeii was so important. Understand the volcano, too, and the signs, subtle or perhaps glaring, that preceded the disaster. But let me welcome you first. It's good to see you're coming back to the channel, perhaps you're returning, or perhaps you're new. To all the newcomers, I invite you to subscribe. It's only a click away, and it's conveniently located right next to the like button. And thank you for everyone supporting on the Patreon and the merch store, helping keep the channel ad-free. Now, how about we begin now, and look at Pompeii and its slumbering giant Vesuvius. So here we are, 79 AD, in the flourishing Campanian city of Pompeii. Campania, a region celebrated for its fertile soil and coastal beauty. The place to be. Positioned near the Bay of Naples, Pompeii was a bustling center of commerce and leisure. Streets lined with shops, taverns, and bathhouses, and even an amphitheater. In fact, it was the oldest known permanent amphitheater in the Roman world, and that ought to attract the tourists, that's for sure. As for the population of Pompeii, estimated to be around 12,000 or more, they lived in a thriving community, where everyday life left its imprint. Archaeologists have uncovered election graffiti on walls, carbonized loaves of bread left in ovens, and even personal tokens like jewelry and tools. All testament to a normal day interrupted mid-stride. Overlooking all of this, of course, was the imposing Mount Vesuvius, a mountain that the Pompeians regarded as benign. In fact, the very word volcano did not exist in the Latin vocabulary at the time. People knew Vesuvius as a mountain, albeit one with a history of strange rumblings and occasional plumes of smoke. Of course, Vesuvius had not erupted in living memory, but it was not altogether quiet. The geographer Strabo, writing a few decades earlier, noted that the mountain's fertile slopes grew vines, except at the summit, which appeared ashen and sterile, hinting at old fires beneath. Well, indeed, according to the late historian Cassius Dio, Vesuvius once, quote, was equally high at all points, until an inner part collapsed to form a great hollow, an ancient caldera, ringed by still verdant ridges. Within that central hollow, he wrote, fire rose from the center. The crater is given over to the fire, sending smoke by day and flames by night. In Dio's description, penned over a century later, Vesuvius was recognized as having inexhaustible fountains of fire beneath it. To the scholars of the time, of course, these were pretty noteworthy natural phenomena. But to the inhabitants of Pompeii in 79 AD, Vesuvius was simply a dramatic backdrop to their lives, not really a known threat. Well, although no one in Pompeii expected a volcanic cataclysm, especially to the extent it was going to be, the years leading up to the eruption were not entirely uneventful. In fact, 17 years earlier, in 62 AD, a powerful earthquake struck Campania, causing extensive damage in Pompeii and surrounding areas. The philosopher Seneca the Younger, a contemporary observer, dedicated part of his work Naturales Questions to this earthquake. In a detailed account, Seneca noted that, quote, Pompeii, the celebrated city in Campania, has been overwhelmed in an earthquake which shook all surrounding districts. The tremor toppled buildings in both Pompeii and Herculaneum. He reports part of Herculaneum fell. The buildings left standing were very insecure. But even towns further away, like Naples, for example, felt the shock too. Villas along the coast, everywhere shook. Particularly eerie were the after effects, according to Seneca. A flock of 600 sheep died suddenly when he attributed to poison gases released from the ground. He also mentioned statues splitting, and some people being driven mad by fear, wandering around in a daze. This earthquake caused considerable destruction. Some buildings in Pompeii were never fully repaired, and I suppose it served as a bit of a grim warning, rumbling beneath the prosperity of the region. Of course, the worst was yet to come. In the years after 62 AD, smaller tremors were common in Campania. These were disconcerting but not alarming to residents. As Pliny the Younger later remarked, earthquakes happened so often in Campania that they bred a fatal complacency. Indeed, in the days leading up to the eruption in 79 AD, earth tremors became frequent. Pliny the Younger, who was staying west of Pompeii in Misenum, recorded that for several days prior, the earth tremors were not especially alarming because they happened so often. The night before the eruption, however, the quakes grew so strong that his mother woke him as the house shook violently. These pre-shocks caused some damage. Pliny notes that buildings were already tottering, by early morning ready to collapse, or before the eruption had even happened. But still, neither Pliny's household nor most people in Pompeii realized these tremors were an ominous prelude to an unprecedented disaster, a crescendo of sorts. But life went on in the city with only slight unease. In Pompeii, some citizens might have been repairing cracks in walls or sweeping up fallen tiles, but there was no mass exodus, no panic. The prevailing attitude was that the gods, particularly Vulcan, the god of fire, whose festival, the Vulcanalia, fell intriguingly on August 23rd, would keep them safe. After all, he always did. Well, traditionally, the eruption of Vesuvius is said to have begun on the 24th of August, 79 AD, and we base this on the letters of Pliny the Younger. Pliny's original manuscript has unfortunately not survived, and the date comes from copies transmitted in the Middle Ages. However, there has been debate over the actual time of year the disaster struck, and it's probably best that we talk about it. Some evidence suggests an autumn eruption, perhaps in October or November, rather than late August. For instance, excavations at Pompeii have uncovered the remnants of autumnal fruits like pomegranates and walnuts, and even braziers, that is, portable heaters in use. Now that hints at a cooler weather. Victims have been found wearing heavier clothing that one would expect in high summer. One early modern excavator in 1797 reported finding remains of fresh olives and grapes that would typically be harvested in the fall. Additionally, the prevailing wind pattern in August would normally blow volcanic ash to the west, but Pompeii lies southeast of Vesuvius. The heavy ash fall in that direction is more consistent with the autumn wind patterns of the region. Now, these clues led some scholars to favor a later date for the eruption, and there's certainly an argument for it. But nevertheless, most medieval manuscripts of Pliny's letters unequivocally cite the 9th day before the calends of September, i.e., August 24th, as the start of the eruption. Well, recent analysis of the manuscript tradition agree that there's no strong textual evidence to override the August date. Thus, while the precise date remains a topic of discussion, perhaps not quite debate, but discussion, what is beyond dispute is the sequence of events that Pliny and others described. whether those took place in high summer or early autumn. Well, for the purposes of our time together today, we will be following the traditional timeline, keeping in mind the season might have been later than long assumed. Midday, 24th of August, 79 AD. Early in this afternoon, all was seemingly normal in Pompeii and around the Bay of Naples, a day like any other. But then shortly, after the noon hour, the people of Pompeii witnessed a phenomenon unlike anything in living memory. Pliny the Younger, a 17-year-old staying with his famous uncle Pliny the Elder across the Bay of Misenum, gives us an eyewitness description of the volcano's sudden awakening. Around 1 in the afternoon, Pliny's mother pointed out an extraordinary cloud rising above Vesuvius. Pliny describes it as having, quote, an odd size and appearance, resembling a stone pine tree, a tall trunk rising high and then spreading out into the branches. But what they saw was the eruption column, a pillar of ash and pumice propelled skyward by the initial explosion, which then billowed outward at the top. The cloud's color alternated between light and dark as it carried up soil and ash that made parts of it mottled and dirty. And this was the birth of what volcanologists call a Plinian eruption. That is, one column named appropriately after Pliny's detailed account. But to the people on the ground, the sight was both bewildering and incredible. In Pompeii, just a few miles from the volcano, the sky would have begun to darken as fine ash started to drift down. Many residents likely stopped in their tracks to watch the great cloud climb into the sky, not really knowing the danger they were in. And there was probably little immediate panic in the first moments. After all, no one really knew what was going to come next. Back at Misenum, observing from a safe distance, Pliny the Elder's scientific curiosity was piqued. The elder Pliny was not only the naval commander of the fleet at Misenum, but also a renowned naturalist. In fact, he was the author of the encyclopedic Natural History. Upon seeing the unusual cloud, he, quote, saw at once that it deserved closer study, and decided to sail across the bay to get a better look. He called for a boat to be prepared, and invited his nephew Pliny the Younger to come along with him. But the young man actually chose to stay behind and continue his studies, rather than engaging in more practical work. Well, this was a rather prudent decision. It would mean that when Pliny the Younger survived to tell the tale, whereas Pliny the Elder sailed into oblivion. So, as Pliny the Elder was preparing to depart, a message arrived from a woman named Rectina, the wife of a friend who owned a villa at the foot of Vesuvius. Rectina was in urgent need of rescue. With the sudden eruption, the sea was the only possible escape route for those along the coast directly below the volcano. Her plea for help instantly transformed Pliny's mission from a spirit of scientific curiosity into one of a heroic rescue effort. Ordering the war galleys to launch, Pliny the Elder set sail straight toward the danger. Everyone else was leaving in fear and haste, according to him, and this courageous response would later be hailed by his nephew. What began as an inquiry by a naturalist became, in Pliny the Younger's words, an act undertaken as a true hero. Back in Pompeii, the situation escalated rapidly. By mid-afternoon, Vesuvius was raining debris down upon the city. First came a fine ash, then ever larger fragments of pumice stone, white and light in weight at first, but then darker, denser rocks as the eruption intensified. Witnesses described the pumice and rocks as blackened and burnt by the fire of the volcano. The build-up of pumice on the roofs began to cause tiles to slip and buildings to creak. As hour followed hour, the weight of falling debris crushed some structures, trapping people who had taken shelter inside. Many residents, seeing their homes threatened, ventured out into the streets amidst a ceaseless shower of ash and stone, the beginning of a long and dark nightmare. By the evening, Pompeii was engulfed in a darkness blacker and denser than any night. The choking ash-filled air would have obscured the sun well before its usual setting time. People needed torches to see, as if it were in the deep of midnight. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Fine ash particles clogged the lungs of anyone who strayed outdoors for too long. Many tried to shield their heads from falling objects. Pliny the Younger notes that at Stabiae, on the opposite side of the bay, his uncle's party tied pillows over their heads with cloths for protection against the pumice stones. Well, we can certainly imagine Pompeii's inhabitants improvising similar protection with cushions, cloaks, or really anything that they had at hand. And one can also picture the scenes of general desperation, families huddling together under staircases or down in cellars, wealthy citizens loading a few prized possessions into carts in hopes of getting out of there, and neighbors panically calling out in the darkness. Cassius Dio, compiling accounts long after, wrote that many in the city were caught completely unaware, quote, while its populace was seated in the theatre. This particular detail, the image of an audience in Pompeii's theatre buried alive, might be an embellishment, sure, but it is in the nature of the suddenness of the calamity. It is possible that some people were indeed at a performance, or otherwise congregated, when the eruption began, especially if, as some evidence suggests, that a local festival was occurring. Whether in the theatre or in the forum, once the pumice started falling, public gatherings would have been dissolved into chaos. Dio describes people in utter confusion, quote, fleeing, some from the houses into the streets, others from outside into the houses, each convinced that the place they had left was safer from where they were. Now this observation captures the panic, don't you think? There was no obvious refuge anywhere. Danger all around. Staying indoors risked collapse, and going outside brought pelting debris and darkness. Some residents attempted to escape the city entirely, pushing through the falling ash in search of gates leading out toward the open countryside, or at least down to the harbor. And so, throughout the night, Pompeii was being slowly but surely buried. Pumice and ash accumulated in astonishing volume. By modern estimates, over 5 meters, that is 16 feet of fallout, would ultimately cover Pompeii, much of it from the first hours of the eruption. Periodically, the eruption column, reaching tens of kilometers high, lost strength and collapsed, sending new blasts of hot gas and ash surging down the volcano's flanks. These phenomena, known as pyroclastic density currents, would become the deadliest phase of the eruption by early next morning. But even before the currents hit Pompeii, the deepening ash was already wreaking havoc. Pliny's account from Misenum, further away, where only ash and not the lethal surges had reached, gives a sense of what it was like. By that late night, ash was falling so heavily in his area that they had continually to shake it off to avoid being buried, quote, or we would have been crushed and buried under its weight. In Pompeii, much closer to Vesuvius, this threat was magnified. Many who had not escaped by late night likely found movement increasingly difficult. Streets were filling with debris, ankles or knees sinking into hot pumice, roofs and floors collapsing under the accumulations of stone. Archaeology provides a pretty heart-rending confirmation of these final moments. Hollow cavities in compacted ash, discovered by excavators centuries later, revealed where human bodies had once lain. By pouring plaster into these voids, archaeologists have recovered the plaster casts of Pompeii's victims, frozen at the moment of death. We can see families curled up together, individuals in prone positions with arms raised over their heads, and even a dog twisted on its back, all suffocated, or at least struck down by the onslaught of ash. Now, these casts are a direct visual echo of Pliny's written words about the people being buried deep in ash-like snow. Some victims in Pompeii likely died from roofs caving in or from rocks striking them, but many succumbed to suffocation as ash filled the air in their lungs. It grew quiet in Pompeii by midnight, as those still alive waited in the darkness, the city illuminated intermittently by lurid flashes of lightning within the volcanic cloud. But the worst was yet to come. And so, while Pompeii struggled under the falling ash and pumice during the afternoon and evening, the seaside town of Herculaneum, directly northwest of Vesuvius, faced a different timeline. The wind during the eruption's first phase blew most ash southeast, towards Pompeii, that is, sparing Herculaneum from heavy pumice fall, at least at first. Many Herculaneans, seeing the eruption cloud and feeling earthquakes, may have taken the opportunity to evacuate in the relative calm before nightfall. Indeed, for a long time, archaeologists found far fewer victims in Herculaneum compared to those of Pompeii, and that would suggest a successful evacuation. But for hours, Herculaneum's sky would have been black and thunderous, lit by the fiery spectacle at the mountain's summit. But the town was not yet buried on the first evening. Yet this respite was deceptive. Herculaneum's true destruction would be sudden and total. Around the middle of the night, the eruptive column entered a more violent stage and collapsed, sending the first pyroclastic surge racing down toward the coast. And in an instant, a scorching cloud of gas, ash, and rock, hundreds of degrees hot, by the way, blasted into Herculaneum. This surge, traveling at hurricane-like speeds, brooked no escape. The town was engulfed by a superheated pyroclastic surge estimated at over 800 degrees Celsius, that is 1500 Fahrenheit. At such temperatures, death was nearly instantaneous for anyone remaining. Modern studies of skeletal remains show that the intense heat caused thermal shock to the victims' bodies. Limbs contracted in a flash of muscular spasms. Skulls were cracked by the sudden boiling of brain tissue. And blood boiled too, staining bones red with iron. It's pretty grim evidence that those in Herculaneum did not linger in suffering. They were killed in an instant by the heat blast, before they could even register pain. I suppose that's one comfort among all of the unpleasantries, that they would have went quickly. Well, because of this extreme heat, none of the soft tissues of bodies remained, unlike Pompeii, where the victims were buried in a cooler ash, allowing their shapes to leave voids. Herculaneum's victims were incinerated, down to nothing but skeletons. In fact, for centuries, it was thought that almost everyone in Herculaneum managed to flee, as early excavations found only a few skeletons. But in the 1980s, there was a shocking discovery made. As excavations tunneled closer to the ancient shoreline, they uncovered vaulted chambers, that is, boat houses, filled with skeletons, about 300 people in total. Now these were the inhabitants of Herculaneum who had rushed toward the beach, likely hoping for rescue by ship, perhaps inspired by the same fleet that Pliny the Elder had launched. Huddled together in desperation, entire families and groups of strangers crowded the waterfront chambers. When the pyroclastic surge hit, these vaults became nothing more than death traps. The people inside were asphyxiated and charred in an instant. The remains, found in contorted postures, confirmed that escape by sea had come simply too late. Some of the skeletons still clutched precious belongings, suggesting they fled carrying whatever valuables they could: coins, jewelry, even a couple of keys to houses now long, long gone. One of the most extraordinary finds among Herculaneum's victims was actually made quite recently: the remains of a man lying on a wooden bed in a building identified as the town's College of Augustules, that is, a shrine of the imperial god. In his skull, researchers discovered glassy black fragments. Upon analysis, these were revealed to be his brain tissue, vitrified, or rather turned to glass, by the searing heat of the surge. Imagine it. What a grim detail. Well, this startling preservation is unlike anything seen elsewhere on Earth. It's very unique, and it indicates pretty good evidence that the temperature exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, followed by a rapid cooling, implying that the body was exposed to the passage of a short-lived, intensely hot cloud. Such haunting details bring home the most unimaginable violence of Vesuvius's blast at Herculaneum. The entire town sealed under a thick blanket of tough, that is, consolidated ash, and it was up to 20 meters deep, entombing buildings and organic materials in a sealed anaerobic time capsule. Wooden furniture, papyrus scrolls in a villa's library, food, and even the uncollapsed upper floors of buildings survived here, paradoxically preserved by the very force that destroyed all life around it. Herculaneum thus was snuffed out in minutes, blown out like a candle, its destruction so swift that it left an eerie ghost town encased beneath the hardened volcanic rock. While Pompeii and Herculaneum were being overwhelmed, Pliny the Elder had crossed the bay with his flotilla to come to the aid of those in peril. His destination was Stabiae, a resort area on the southern shore of the bay, where his friend Pomponianus was stationed. Stabiae was about 10 miles from Pompeii, and when Pliny arrived in the evening, the eruption had not yet fully devastated that area, but the danger was certainly approaching. Pomponianus had packed his belongings onto a ship ready to flee, if the winds would allow it. The same onshore wind that had frustrated others trying to escape by sea had conveniently blown Pliny's ship to Stabiae. Upon arrival, Pliny the Elder exuded calm authority. He embraced his anxious friend and did his best to calm and encourage those who were present. To show that he was unafraid, Pliny took a bath, dined, and even made a show of going to bed, as if for a normal night's sleep. All the while, broad sheets of flame leapt from Vesuvius and glared across the bay. These were likely large fires or burning gases on the volcano's slopes. But Pliny reassured everyone that they were merely flames from abandoned houses or villages ignited by the eruption, not a herald of greater doom. His composure was remarkable, as it was short-lived. So as the night wore on, Stabiae too was encumbered with heavy ash fall. By early dawn, the third day of the disaster as Pliny counts it, since the darkness made it feel like a continuous nightmare, the accumulation of ash and pumice was so great that getting out of the house required clearing debris, much like being snowed in the deep winter. Pliny the Elder Pomponianos and their companions found the building shaking violently from ongoing tremors. Deciding that the courtyard was becoming unsafe due to rising ash, they elected to move into the open country with pillows tied on their heads for protection. In the eerie darkness, for although it was morning, the sun was obscured, they attempted to flee. The sea was still too rough for escape by boat, as the fallout of the eruption had caused a suddenly shallowed coastline with waves and floating pumice making navigation completely impossible. Pliny sat down on the shore, unable to depart, perhaps also physically exhausted and suffering from the heavy sulphurous air. Moments later, a dense cloud of toxic gas and flames surged over the area. The others fled from the oncoming fumes, but Pliny, corpulent and possibly asthmatic, could not get away. He stood up with the help of two slaves and immediately collapsed, his breathing having been obstructed by the thick sulphurous fumes. And thus died Pliny the Elder, one of the first known martyrs to scientific inquiry. 2 days later, when the ash had settled, his body was found where he fell, appearing outwardly unhurt, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. The manner of his death, as recounted by his nephew, suggests he was likely suffocated by poison gases, a mix of carbon dioxide, sulfur, and ash, before the advancing flames could burn him. Well, his tragic end at Stabiae gives a more human face to the disaster. He perished in an attempt to rescue others, and his death would have been known to imperial Rome quite soon after. Stabiae itself, consisting of luxurious villas scattered on the hills, was badly affected by ash and the later pyroclastic surges, though not as deeply buried as Pompeii or Herculaneum. Some structures at Stabiae remained partially visible above the ash blanket, and survivors likely returned to salvage valuables. The villa where Pliny died was excavated in the 18th century, and is the Villa San Marco, revealing splendid frescoes, a silent witness to the catastrophe that unfolded under its roof. I'm sure you can imagine the scene that final morning, gardens and colonnades inches deep in grey dirty ash, olive trees and vines bent under the weight, and the air silent, except for that soft hiss of the falling dust. Out there in the distance, survivors from Stabiae and Pompeii trudged away. The broken survivors, the refugees, now in a transformed landscape. How could they possibly go on? By the early hours of the 25th of August, 79 AD, the eruption entered its most lethal phase for Pompeii. The tall Plinian column that had towered over Vesuvius for some 18 hours finally collapsed entirely, sending successive pyroclastic flows directly toward Pompeii. These ground-hugging avalanches of hot ash and gas, though lower in temperature than those that hit Herculaneum, were still extremely dangerous, on the order of 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. 6 surges or flows in total struck Pompeii, the first few not fully reaching the city, but the later ones did. When the first surge hit just before dawn, many Pompeians who had survived the night were likely still sheltering in cellars or struggling along the dark streets trying to escape. The surge blasted into the town, a wall of superheated ash expanding outward at high speed. Those caught in the open would have simply had no time to run. Inhaling the hot ash would sear their lungs, causing instant asphyxia. Even those indoors could be asphyxiated as the hot dust filled enclosed spaces. Ash pushed through doorways and windows, covering rooms in grey powder and burying anyone inside. By the time the second and third surges rolled through, Pompeii was effectively wiped out. The last populace still alive were overcome where they huddled in fear. Pliny the Younger, observing from Misenum some 30 kilometers away, describes the scene around dawn. The ash cloud had sunk low, covering the entire bay in darkness. The sea had retreated temporarily, sucked away by seismic force, stranding sea creatures on the sand. To those on the ground, it must have truly felt like the end of the world. Pliny reports the people around him cried out that the last eternal night had fallen on the world, and that, quote, the whole world was perishing with them. Some, he says, were so terrified of the falling ash and tremors that they prayed for death in their fear. Others imagined, as Cassius Dio later dramatized, that giant figures were roaming through the darkness, and trumpet blasts sounded, taken as heralds of divine wrath. In Pompeii, the imagination needed no stretch. It must have seemed as if giants themselves had indeed trampled the city by sunrise, given the wreckage, and the only trumpets were the roar and surges, and perhaps the din of collapsing roofs. Now, one striking archaeological find gives a pretty good snapshot of that final phase in Pompeii. In a basement in Oplontis, that is a suburban villa just outside Pompeii, 54 people took shelter and were later buried by the surges. They were found with lamps and bags, along with piles of treasure, gold jewelry, silverware, and 313 coins in one instance, hastily gathered possessions they hoped to save. Among them was a young woman, identified only as Skeleton 27 by the archaeologists, who was in her last weeks of pregnancy, as indicated by the tiny bones of a fetus found with her. She wore an elaborate pair of double pearl earrings, the most valuable piece of jewelry discovered on any victim in the Vesuvian catastrophe. Perhaps she was the lady of the villa, maybe even a well-dressed servant. I suppose we'll never know. But her hoard of coins and jewels suggests that she believed there would be a chance to survive and rebuild. Instead, all those in the basement perished together, overcome by toxic ash, despite being indoors. Their remains stayed hidden until discovered in 1984, telling a tragic tale of last-minute hope and ultimate loss. Such stories remind us that beyond the big figures and the famous names, that the disaster was made up of countless tragedies in an individual form. Those families clinging together, the mothers with children, the poor elderly and infirm unable to flee. And then spare a thought for the poor children, the youths, cut off in their prime. Well, by the time the sun finally broke through the murky sky sometime on the 25th of August, it shone upon a transformed landscape. Pliny the Younger, after enduring the fearful night at Misenum, noted that when daylight returned, the sun was, quote, as wanly as during an eclipse, and everything was blanketed in deep ash, as if draped in grey snow. For those who ventured towards Pompeii and Herculaneum in the immediate aftermath, the scene must have been horrifying and unreal. Cassius Dio writes that the ash was so deep that some of it reached Africa and Syria and Egypt, and even Rome was dusted by it. In fact, Dio says that in Rome, over 200 kilometers away, the populace was filled with days of dread, unable to imagine what had happened, except that the whole world was being turned upside down. They had no context for volcanic ashfall, so this strange phenomena of darkened skies and falling dust sparked panic far beyond Campania. And so, in the immediate aftermath of the eruption, the scale of devastation slowly came into focus. The reigning emperor at the time, Titus, who'd only been in power for 2 months when Vesuvius erupted, personally took charge of the disaster response. Suetonius, a 2nd century historian, notes that, quote, during his reign there were some dreadful disasters, such as the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in Campania, so the timelines certainly match up on that one. Thus the eruption was recorded as the defining crisis of Titus's rule, a baptism by fire in those early days, along with the subsequent fire in Rome, and a plague, because why not? Titus traveled to the stricken region and coordinated relief efforts. Both Suetonius and Cassius Dio relate that Titus appointed ex-consuls to organize aid for the Campanian cities and set up a fund for the survivors. According to Suetonius, he chose these commissioners by lot from among the ex-consuls for the relief of the region, and declared that the estates of those who died with no heirs would be used to finance the reconstruction of the buried towns. Dio confirms that Titus, quote, sent 2 ex-consuls to the Campanians to supervise the restoration of the region, distributing money and support. Titus's generosity was notable. He refused to accept any contributions from private citizens or foreign kings, instead using imperial funds to alleviate the suffering. Dio adds that Titus even accepted nothing for himself from anyone, and that he visited the disaster area twice, showing genuine concern. A rare, compassionate response that endeared him to the people. This imperial relief effort was one of the first of its kinds in Roman history for a natural disaster. During these efforts, Pompeii and Herculaneum were never really rebuilt. The sites were just too deeply buried, perhaps even too emotionally scarred to restore. Survivors who escaped likely resettled elsewhere, greener pastures, refugees in nearby Campanian towns or Rome itself. Some might have returned in the weeks after to dig through the ash for belongings or the bodies of loved ones. Archaeological evidence of tunnels dug in antiquity attests that people did burrow into the solidified ash soon after the eruption, likely looting valuables from ruins that could still be reached. Over time, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae faded from memory. Within a generation or two, where once there were cities, fields and vineyards now covered the land. The poet Martial, writing about a decade later in the late 80s AD, captures the wistful memory of what was once lost. In an epigram on Vesuvius, he addresses the mountain. Vesuvius, shaded once with greenest vine, here vineyards and noble wines once flourished. Here stood the beloved haunts of Bacchus and Satyrs. Here Venus had a sanctuary more delightful to her than Sparta. Here Hercules was venerated. All lies lost to the flames and melancholy ash. Even the gods regret that such destruction was allowed. Martial's lines, though poetic, reflect the real geography. Venus was actually the patron goddess of Pompeii, and Hercules was mythically associated with Herculaneum, hence the name. This lament that not even the gods wished this fate emphasized the sense of overwhelming tragedy that lingered on in the Roman consciousness. In fact, for the Romans of the 1st and 2nd centuries, the eruption of Vesuvius was a byword for disaster. It was often juxtaposed with other calamities to illustrate nature's fury or divine wrath. Later writers like Dio Cassius embellished the story with portents, with mythical imagery, gods, giants, cosmic upheaval, showing how the event entered a kind of mythic memory. Christian commentators, such as Eusebius of Caesarea in the 4th century, recorded the eruption in their chronicles plainly as a notable event. Eusebius cites it as one of the major occurrences of Titus's reign, without the flourishes of Dio, of course. Some later Romans saw the destruction of Pompeii as a form of moral lesson. The poet Statius referred to the losses inflicted by raging Vesuvius when celebrating new life and rebirth in Naples. Clearly, the memory of the catastrophe persisted, yet over centuries, the exact location of Pompeii had become lost. The cities lay buried, and slowly the Roman world just moved on. Remarkably, Pompeii and Herculaneum lay untouched for nearly 1,600 years, preserved beneath their layer of tuff and lapilli. It wasn't until the 18th century, 1748 for Pompeii and 38 for Herculaneum, that systematic excavations brought them to light. Prior to that, local people in the Middle Ages and Renaissance occasionally struck artifacts when digging wells or foundations. Indeed, Herculaneum was first found by chance in 1709, when a well digger hit marble statues. But it took the curiosity of Enlightenment-era scholars and the patronage of Bourbon kings of Naples to truly rediscover these time capsules, if we can put them that way. What they found astonished the world. Pompeii emerged as a snapshot of Roman life, frozen at its final chaotic moments. Buildings, paintings, mosaics, household utensils, and the poignant body casts all spoke of that last day. Herculaneum yielded its unique treasures of its own, like the only surviving ancient library, the carbonized papyrus scrolls of the Villa of the Papyri. The eruption that destroyed these cities paradoxically preserved them with a fidelity that ordinary passing centuries could not. And today, the destruction of Pompeii is more than a chapter in ancient history. It's a window into the past, and a sobering reminder of nature's power, not to be ignored. Pliny the Younger's letters, once thought exaggerated by skeptics, have been largely vindicated by modern archaeology and science. Volcanologists studying the stratigraphy of Vesuvius's ash deposit have confirmed the two-phase eruption Pliny described, the towering eruption column with pumice fallout, followed by the deadly pyroclastic flows. The archaeological record aligns with the timing and phenomenon in this narrative, from the initial rain of pumice to the final surge that sealed Pompeii's fate. It is a testament to the accuracy of his observation from afar and a stroke of fortune that his letters survived. Without Pliny, we would lack the human perspective, the terror, the confusion, the sounds and sights of that event. Cassius Dio's account, though more sensational with its giants and ghostly trumpet calls, conveys the psychological impact and the broader awe that the eruption inspired even long after. That juxtaposition of Pliny's rational reportage with Dio's mythic interpretation provides insight into how Romans of different eras coped with understanding such a calamity. And so, to finish it all up, in the annals of the history of natural disasters, the eruption of Vesuvius stands out for both its ferocity and for the richness of the historical record surrounding it. I think we've seen the last days of Pompeii encompass more than just a volcanic eruption. It's a complex interplay of human experiences, fear to courage, folly to sacrifice. We began with a sunlit city and ended with a broken landscape of ash, traversing all the testimony and archaeological revelations. Now I hope in our time together that we've made an effort to discern fact from embellishment. Let the primary accounts guide the story, while noting where later imagination and even ancient superstition colored the tale. The people of Pompeii and its neighboring towns were caught between the dance of natural phenomena and superstition, as one scholar phrased it, and that's a good way to put it, I suppose. Some, like Pliny, met the crisis with empirical observation and stoicism. Others, like those invoking giants or praying to gods, met it with spiritual supplication or even resignation. That very word, Inquisition, it conjures up a grim image. For centuries, the various Inquisitions, medieval, Spanish, Roman, Portuguese, sought to root out heresy and unbelief with methods that struck terror across Europe and its colonies. Yet even in those dark times, there were individuals and communities who dared to question the Inquisition's power. Their acts of resistance, whether through words, deeds, or even armed revolt, often came at a terrible cost. But still, these defiant souls, from outspoken peasants and learned scholars to rebellious princes and the common folk, left their own mark on history. So that is the question. What happened when people stood up to the Inquisition? Fortunately, we have a panorama of historical episodes, spanning from medieval France all the way to colonial Mexico, in which courageous dissenters confronted the inquisitors. We'll see saints and heretics, scientists, mystics, nobles, and beggars, all testing the limits of conscience against the institution that claimed divine sanction. And through their stories, some tragic, some triumphant, I think we can gain a deeper understanding of how resistance to the Inquisition helped shape the course of a religious and intellectual freedom. And so, with all that being said, let's go back, journey through the burnings, the trials, the whispered prayers and shouted rebellions. It's a history of defiance in the face of persecution. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first, because that's always good manners, isn't it? If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, well, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships and those who checked out the merch store. The reason that you enjoy this entire video completely ad-free is because of their generous contributions. So consider becoming a member if you feel inclined to. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get on to our topic for today then. Nice and relaxed. And so we begin where the Inquisition begins, and that is in the 13th century. The medieval Inquisition was the papacy's response to popular heresies. In Languedoc, the southern region of France, the Cathars, also known as the Albigensians, had won many adherents of their own with their dualistic Christian teachings. Well, the church's eyebrows were certainly raised, and the answer was ferocious. It came in the form of a crusade launched in 1209, and soon after, inquisitors were dispatched to interrogate and convert, or, worst comes to worst, condemn any remaining Cathars. Of course, many of the Cathars yielded under the threat of fire, but some stood up to the inquisitors with unflinching faith. At the remote redoubt of Montsegur in 1244, over 200 Cathars chose death over recantation. They marched voluntarily onto a colossal bonfire after months of siege, choosing to do this rather than renounce their beliefs. This mass martyrdom demonstrated a form of resistance by endurance. The Cathars' steadfast refusal to surrender their creed, even when faced with certain death, was a powerful statement of spiritual defiance. But not all resistance was so passive. In medieval Germany, the papal inquisitor Conrad von Marburg became infamous for his ruthless zeal. Appointed to hunt heretics in the 1230s, Conrad spared no one. Legend says that he even condemned a noble simply for alleged satanic orgies. I don't know how they found evidence for that, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Well, what we do know is his overreach provoked fierce anger among the local nobility. When Conrad accused the influential Count Sayn without solid proof, the backlash was swift. German bishops hesitated to convict the Count, so Conrad stormed off, only to be ambushed on the road. In 1233, a band of knights attacked and murdered Conrad von Marburg, hacking him to death alongside his assistant. This was a literal blow against the Inquisition's authority. Noblemen who felt wrong, taking justice into their own hands. As for Pope Gregory IX, he was outraged. He called Conrad a martyr for the faith and demanded his killers be punished. But nothing was going to bring Conrad back from the grave, punishment or not. As for the Germans, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. Conrad's terrifying campaign was finally over. The demise even tarnished the Inquisition's reputation locally. Contemporaries noted that the memory of Conrad's excesses, quote, turned opinion against the Inquisition for many years in German lands. In this instance, violence answered violence. The persecutor paid with his life when the accuser fought back. And around the same time period in northern Italy, an outlaw religious sect took arms in open rebellion. Fra Dolcino, a radical preacher, led the Apostolic Brethren, a movement preaching apostolic poverty and spiritual freedom. Branded heretics by the church, Dolcino and his followers retreated to the hills and defended themselves against the Crusades for many, many years. They issued defiant letters denouncing the corrupt clergy and refused to surrender. Ultimately, starvation and winter broke their resistance. In 1307, Fra Dolcino was captured and condemned. He endured a horrific execution, a day-long public torture, ending in the burning at the stake. His rebellion was crushed utterly, but his very existence showed that the Inquisition could be met with armed resistance. Unfortunately, they had to make an example of him, I suppose. The friar's fate was so notable that Dante Alighieri, writing his Divine Comedy around that time, put a warning in the mouth of a damned soul for Fra Dolcino to, quote, supply himself with food, lest hunger undo him in the siege. In other words, Dolcino's defiance had entered legend. Though brutally suppressed, the uprising exposed deep social tensions, a sign that some would rather go down fighting than submit to what they saw was unjust. One of the most striking examples of people standing up to the Inquisition, in the Middle Ages at least, is the story of Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar in Languedoc. Around 1299, de Lisieux witnessed how the Inquisitor's agents in south of France were abusing their power, locking people up randomly on flimsy accusations, and then extorting and terrifying the populace in the aftermath of the Albigensian Crusade. But Bernard would not stay silent. This courageous friar became an agitator against the inquisitors. While serving as prior of the Franciscan convent in Carcassonne, Delisio led a revolt to protect two men accused of heresy, who had sought sanctuary in his monastery. He rallied the townsfolk to prevent the inquisitors from arresting these alleged Cathars. In essence, a Franciscan, one of the church's own, dared to obstruct the operations of the Dominican-led Inquisition, a bold act that could easily be deemed heresy in and of itself. But that wasn't the end of the story for Bernard. He didn't stop there. In 1300, he publicly denounced the local inquisitors' records as fraudulent, claiming they invented accusations with, quote, non-existent informants to justify arrests. His vocal criticism was so effective that the inquisitors fled Carcassonne temporarily in fear. And just imagine that scene, I suppose. The dreaded inquisitors, accustomed to instilling fear, were themselves driven out by an enraged community, led by a fearless leader. Well, of course, this was rather emboldening, so Delisio took his case to the higher authorities. In 1301, he travelled to appeal directly to the King of France, that's Philip IV or Philip the Fair. There, alongside a royal official ally, Delisio laid out how the Inquisitor of Carcassonne and even the local bishop were corrupt and tyrannical, abusing their power and endangering loyalty to the French kingdom. It was a pretty savvy argument that the Inquisition's overzealousness was a threat to public order and the crown's authority, and it certainly struck a chord with the king. King Philip, who often clashed with church power himself, took the complaints very seriously. The offending inquisitor was removed from his post, and the scandalous bishop fined and stripped of secular authority. For the first time, a secular monarch decisively sided with an anti-Inquisition campaign. Bernard Delisio succeeded, albeit briefly, in crippling the Inquisition's operations in Languedoc by enlisting royal intervention. However, the triumph had its limits. The Inquisition was down, but not out. By 1303, the Inquisitors attempted to reassert themselves, and Delisio once again stirred up the populace. When a secret agreement emerged suggesting that all residents of Carcassonne had been considered relapsed heretics liable to burning, Delisio preached a fiery sermon exposing this injustice. The result was an open riot. Townsfolk, inflamed by his words, rioted in Carcassonne. The royal viceroy had to step in with troops on Delisio's side, transferring prisoners from the Inquisition's dungeons to the king's jail to reduce tensions. It was an extraordinary scenario. A local uprising essentially forced the authorities to take custody away from the Inquisition, explicitly acknowledging the people's distrust of the Inquisitor's prisons. Such was the power of Bernard Delisio's advocacy. But in the end, the friars' crusade against the Inquisition met a tragic fate. The wheels of high justice turned against him once the Pope and conservative forces caught up. In 1317, Bernard Delisio was arrested by order of Pope John XXII. After enduring torture, he was put on trial by inquisitors, including the famous Bernard Guy, and charged with a litany of offenses from treason to obstructing the Inquisition. Even the church that Delisio served could not tolerate his brand of internal dissent. He ultimately confessed, under torture of course, to impeding the Holy Office, and was sentenced to life imprisonment in solitary confinement. chained in a tiny cell on a diet of bread and water. The once fired-up friar died in 1320, broken by the institution that he had defied. Bernard Delicio's story is a pretty good example of how standing up to the Inquisition could yield short-term gains and inspire popular support. Yet also how formidable the Inquisition was in punishing its challengers. He managed to shake the Inquisition's hold on a region for a few years, a remarkable achievement. But he paid for this with his life. In hindsight, Delicio is sometimes hailed as a medieval champion of justice, a rare voice who spoke truth to power in an age of repression. His rebellion shows both the possibility and peril of resistance. Even a humble friar, armed with enough moral courage, could rally an entire community against tyranny. Yet ultimately, the entrenched powers of Church and Pope crushed the revolt. While some medieval resistors fought or rioted, others engaged in moral and intellectual resistance during their trials. The inquisitorial courtroom itself could become a stage for brave dissent. As famous early example, of course, is Joan of Arc, not tried by the Spanish or Papal Inquisition per se, but by an English-backed church court for heresy in 1431. Joan, a teenage peasant who led French armies and claimed divine guidance, found herself interrogated for her unusual claims of faith. When a panel of theologians asked if she was in God's grace, a trick question, a yes would be heresy, a no would be self-condemnation, Joan gave a pretty good answer. She said, "If I am not, may God put me there, and if I am, may God so keep me." Now this clever reply astonished the judges. One recorded that they were stupefied by her words. In that moment, this illiterate farm girl outwitted the learned inquisitors. Refusing to be caught up in this doctrinal trap. Joan's trial transcripts preserve many such bold exchanges. Under immense pressure, deprived of counsel, she mostly held firm to her visions, although she did momentarily sign an abjuration out of fear of execution. She quickly reasserted that her voices were true. Ultimately, Joan of Arc was condemned and burned at the stake. Killed but not conquered rather, to borrow Montaigne's phrase. Indeed, a generation later, the Church overturned her verdict and declared her a martyr. But her courageous testimony shows that even in an inquisitional trial, utterly stacked against the accused, the human spirit could shine through. Her voice, resolute, shrewd, and faithful, still echoes as an example of standing one's ground to the very end. Another pre-Reformation dissident who stood up during his trial was Jan Hus of Bohemia, an early church reformer influenced by Wycliffe's ideas. Hus was summoned to the Council of Constance in 1415 to answer for charges of heresy. Despite a promise of safe conduct, he was arrested and trialed by church authorities. Well, not exactly the Inquisition, but a similar process against heresy. But Hus refused to renounce his criticisms of ecclesiastical corruption and the sale of indulgences. He declared he would not betray the truth that he understood from Scripture. And as the trial progressed, Hus could see that his fate was well and truly sealed. Yet he persisted in defending his conscience. In July of 1415, he was burned alive, dying while singing hymns. But Hus's story did not end in silence. His execution sparked outrage among his followers, leading to the Hussite Wars in Bohemia. For years, the Hussite rebels, composed of commoners and nobles loyal to his memory, fended off successive crusades sent by the Church and Empire. Armed with novel tactics and religious fervor, these Bohemians essentially made war on the inquisitorial impulse to stamp out their beliefs. They succeeded, to the extent that a compromise was reached. The Church allowed the Hussites to have a form of tolerated worship, communion in both kinds, in 1436. Thus Husser's stance at Constance, although it cost him his life, ignited a popular resistance that actually forced the medieval Church to negotiate and grant concessions. It's a pretty striking case, where collective defiance of inquisitorial persecution led to a measure of religious freedom, a precursor to later reformations. But of course, I'm sure you've heard of Jan Hus and Joan of Arc. But not all who defied the Inquisition were famous leaders. Some were ordinary folk whose names barely survive. The Inquisitors' registers from villages sometimes reveal humble individuals. One such figure was Domenico Scandella, known as Menocchio, a 16th century miller from Friuli in Italy. He was tried by the Roman Inquisition for his bizarre but thoughtful religious ideas formed in wide reading. During his trial, Menocchio argued theology with his interrogators unflinchingly. He told them that many church teachings were merely human inventions designed to exploit people. He even dared to say, quote, "The only sin was to harm one's neighbor." Blasphemy, he insisted, didn't truly hurt anyone except for the blasphemer. He dismissed the Church's authority, claiming the clergy make their living by selling sacraments and indulgences. At one point, Menocchio burst out to the priests judging him, saying, quote, "You want to know more than God. You are like the devil. The more one thinks he knows, the less he knows." Well, as you can imagine, the Inquisitors did not like that little comment. A little bit too cheeky for them. Such audacious words in an inquisitorial trial were almost unheard of for some random peasant. After all, they were meant to be scared, shaking, frightened. But Menocchio effectively stood up to the Inquisition with ideas and words, articulating a proto-radical critique of the Church. Unfortunately, the outcome was quite grim. Initially, he was given a lenient sentence in the 1580s, perhaps because he recounted some of his opinions. But he just could not keep quiet. He relapsed into heretical talk, and he was right back there in the trial room. In 1599, he was declared an obstinate heresiarch and was executed by burning. His fate illustrates the pattern of many ordinary dissenters: a brave stand, followed by punishment. Yet thanks to detailed court records that survived, Menocchio's spirited defense of his personal cosmology has come down to us, allowing us to marvel at this miller who was debating with monks. His story, although it ends in ashes, helps enrich our understanding of her common people's resistance. Not only princes and theologians, but even millers in remote villages could question and resist, albeit at the ultimate cost. Okay, well, we're finally here at the Spanish Inquisition, and when we turn to them, starting in 1478, by the way, the center of gravity somewhat shifts. Here was an Inquisition under royal authority, the Catholic monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella and their successors. They grew notorious for targeting conversos, that is, Jewish or Muslim converts to Christianity suspected of secret apostasy, and later Protestants and other dissenters. The Spanish Inquisition operated with formidable powers across Spain and its empire. Even so, from its very inception, were those who stood up against it. Opposition began at the highest levels of society. In the Kingdom of Aragon, many elites were of Jewish converso lineage, or at least sympathetic to them, and they resented the encroachment of the new Inquisition, which was actually seen as a Castilian import. This discontent turned violent in 1485 with the assassination of Pedro de Arbues, the Inquisitor of Aragon. Arbues was attacked while praying in the Cathedral of Zaragoza, struck down by a group of converso conspirators seeking revenge for the Inquisition's persecutions. Mortally wounded by multiple stabs, Arbues died of his injuries. The assassination of an inquisitor was a shocking event. It showed that some conversos, pushed to desperation, were willing to strike back. However, the aftermath, I'm sure you've already imagined, was quite brutal. The Inquisition used the murder as a justification to intensify the repression in Aragon. Dozens of converso prominent citizens were rounded up, tortured, and executed for their supposed complicity in the crime. In essence, the resistance in this case provoked a harsher crackdown. The Crown and Inquisition made an example of the plotters. Arbues was later canonized as a saintly martyr, and the converso community of Aragon was decimated. This pattern, an act of defiance followed by ruthless retribution, recurred in the Spanish Inquisition's history. It sends a clear message. Killing an inquisitor was not killing the Inquisition. Instead, it was just going to make them even more fanatical. Nonetheless, the very fact that high-placed conversos dared mount a conspiracy reveals the intense hatred the Inquisition had sown. It was not accepted meekly by all. From its beginning, it faced underground resistance and also resentment. But common people, too, engaged in subtler forms of resistance. In villages, neighbors sometimes warned secret Jews or Protestants to flee when the inquisitors were coming. There were instances of peasants helping suspects escape or refusing to inform on friends, despite the threat of torture. To stand silent under torture was perhaps the most heroic stance an accused person could take, effectively resisting by refusing to implicate others. For example, during the trials of the clandestine Protestants in Seville and Valladolid in the 1550s, a few brave souls like Julian Hernandez, a Bible smuggler, never betrayed his networks. He went to the stake, steadfast, clinging to his faith. Several Protestant women in Seville, accused of Lutheran heresy, likewise declined to recant. One, Maria de Borges, only in her early 20s, reportedly declared that she would gladly die for God's truth, and proceeded to the stake singing psalm verses. Such conduct, singing hymns on the way to execution, was noted with astonishment by onlookers. It was a direct affront to the Inquisition's purpose. These victims refused to give the Inquisition the satisfaction of public penitence. Instead, they turned their executions into moments of triumph in faith, as if a martyrdom rather than a punishment. While the Inquisition succeeded in silencing those individuals in flesh, it could not prevent the powerful impression such courage made on witnesses and later readers of these accounts. Interestingly, opposition to the Spanish Inquisition also emerged from within the political establishment as time went on. In the late 16th century, King Philip II attempted to use the Inquisition for political ends in Aragon against his enemy, Antonio Perez, a move that backfired spectacularly. Perez, a former royal secretary, had fled to Aragon where local law protected him. Philip induced the Inquisition to charge Perez with heresy, a pretty convenient pretext to bypass Aragonese courts. The Aragonese, fiercely proud of their religious liberties, saw this as a royal affront and rose in revolt in 1591, with mobs in Zaragoza shouting against the Inquisition's interference. They even broke into the Inquisition's jail and freed Perez. Though the revolt was suppressed by Philip's troops, it demonstrated that even devout Catholics in Aragon could turn against the Inquisition when it threatened their rights. And beyond Spain's borders, the Dutch revolt against Spanish rule, 1560s to 70s, was fueled in part by hatred of the Inquisition. The Protestant Dutch called Philip II the new Nebuchadnezzar and decried the Inquisition's bloodshed. Dutch propaganda tales, some exaggerated, about Inquisition tortures galvanized public opinion. In 1556, a league of Dutch nobles petitioned the regent to suspend the Inquisition, arguing for relief from religious persecution. Although this started as a polite request, it became somewhat of a revolution. When Spanish armies under the Duke of Alva instituted a blood council, executing hundreds of Dutch Protestants, a sort of martial law inquisition, I suppose, the Dutch resistance only hardened. Prince William of Orange, in his 1581 apology, enumerated the Inquisition's cruelties to justify Dutch independence, asserting that no people could tolerate such tyranny. In this case, standing up to the Inquisition took the form of a national liberation struggle. The Dutch not only stood up, they broke free. The northern Netherlands successfully threw off Spanish and inquisitorial rule, establishing a republic that became a haven for religious refugees, including those escaping the Inquisitions of other lands. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition inadvertently spurred the creation of one of Europe's first bastions of religious toleration, the exact opposite of what they wanted, I suppose. Well, this grand historical turn shows a bit of a paradox of repression. The more fiercely the Inquisition tried to stamp out heresy, the more unified and determined the resistance became, ultimately with time winning against the odds. I often think, I wonder what those inquisitors would think about our modern world. Good Lord. Well, within Spain itself, by the 18th century, the once dreaded tribunal was facing increasing criticism and pushback from enlightened Spaniards. Figures such as Friar Luis de Leon, a renowned 16th century scholar, had earlier hinted that defiance by maintaining his innocence and serenity during years of Inquisition in the cell, he famously resumed teaching with, "as we were saying yesterday upon release," as if the Inquisition had not broken him. By the 18th century, even some within the church and government viewed the Inquisition as an embarrassment. In 1770, the reformist monarch Charles III and his ministers curtailed the Inquisition's independence. They banned the worst torture practices and censored the censor, prohibiting the Inquisition from banning certain scientific and philosophical works that the Crown actually wanted to encourage. Finally, during the Napoleonic occupation and subsequent liberal revolts, the Spanish Inquisition was suspended and permanently abolished in 1834. Crowds in 19th century Spain reportedly celebrated the end of the tribunal, sometimes storming Inquisition buildings and liberating the last prisoners. It took centuries, but the accumulated effect of all those who had stood up, through writings, revolt, and through martyrdom, helped delegitimize the Inquisition. By the time of its abolition, even many clergy agreed with the statesman Juan Antonio Llorente, a former inquisitorial secretary turned historian, that the Inquisition had been a grievous error. In Llorente's own scathing account published in 1817, after he fled to France, he exposed the secret archives and excesses of the Spanish Inquisition, effectively turning its own record into an indictment of the system. Thus, the pen of a disillusioned insider became the final act of defiance, dismantling the Inquisition's mystique with cold fact. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We still need to talk about the intellectuals in earlier times. So let's go back to Italy during the Roman Inquisition established in 1542. Well, that took a name at theologians, scientists, free thinkers, anyone's ideas who challenged the Catholic doctrine. Some of the most famous run-ins between individuals in the Inquisition are occurring in this period. These were the battles of intellect and principle, often fought in written arguments and inquisitorial hearings. Consider one case, an especially tragic one of Giordano Bruno, a brilliant and erratic philosopher-monk. Bruno had wandered through Europe for many years, promulgating daring ideas, an infinite universe with innumerable worlds, a cosmic divinity present in all things, and various unorthodox theological views. The Roman Inquisition eventually caught him and hauled him before its tribunal. For 7 grueling years he was interrogated and pressured to recount his teachings, but he stood firm. He refused to renounce his philosophy, even as the noose tightened. On February the 8th, 1800, the Inquisition condemned him as an impenitent heretic and handed him over to secular authorities for execution. At the pronouncement of his death sentence, he delivered a quite legendary retort, turning to his judges and calmly saying, "Perhaps you pronounce this sentence with greater fear than I receive it." Those chilling words, reported by a witness, show Bruno's defiance at the final moment. He suggested that the inquisitors were more fearful in condemning him than he was in accepting his own martyrdom. After this last act of rebellion, Bruno was led to Campo de Fioro in Rome. The Inquisition, in a final indignity, had his tongue gagged to prevent any further speech. And then they burned him alive. Bruno's steadfastness, refusing to abjure even under threat of the stake, made him a martyr for freedom of thought in the eyes of the later generations. At the time, it was a stark warning that the Roman Inquisition would show no mercy to those who persisted in unorthodox beliefs. But Bruno's death also became one of the black marks that gradually undermined the moral authority of the Inquisition. But no account of intellectual resistance to the Inquisition is complete without Galileo Galilei, the astronomer whose name is virtually synonymous with the clash between science and church. Well, Galileo's story is a little more nuanced, for he initially tried to work within the system. In 1610, he publicized his telescope discoveries supporting Copernicus's sun-centered astronomy. The idea of the Earth orbiting the sun was controversial and evidently deemed vehement suspect of heresy. Well, Galileo did not openly defy the 1616 decree. Instead, he bided his time. But as an intellectual, he was internally standing up for truth. He wrote a masterful treatise, The Dialogue on the Two Chief World Systems, in 1632, which defended heliocentrism indirectly through a clever fictional debate. This was Galileo's way of challenging the Inquisition's ban without overtly breaking it. A calculated, brave gambit to advance science. The Roman Inquisition, however, saw through the ruse. Galileo was summoned to Rome and put on trial in 1633. At nearly 70 years old, threatened with torture, Galileo capitulated outwardly. He kneeled and recanted the Copernican doctrine, declaring he abjured, cursed, and detested the idea of a moving earth. According to popular legend, after rising from his knees, he muttered, "Eppur si muove," and yet it moves, indicating his true belief that the earth does move indeed. Whether or not he actually said those words, the story is apocryphal, but they encapsulate the reality that Galileo's submission was only skin deep. He indeed obeyed the Inquisition's order and lived, spending his remaining years under house arrest. But his scientific findings could not be undone by a forced recantation. His writings were copied and smuggled abroad to the Protestant North, beyond the Inquisition's reach, where they influenced other thinkers. In effect, Galileo found a way to stand up to the Inquisition's censorship by ensuring that his ideas survived. Though he did not embrace martyrdom like Bruno, Galileo's fate, humiliation instead of execution, still showed the heavy hand of the Inquisition against intellectual freedom. It also demonstrated the different forms of resistance that can be taken. For Galileo, quiet persistence and dissemination of truth, even while formally bowing to authority, was a form of defiance that paid off in the long run. By the 18th century, the Church itself tacitly admitted Galileo had been right about the cosmos, rescinding the ban on heliocentric books. His saga remains a pretty classic example of an individual challenging orthodoxy, and through a mix of courage and pragmatism ultimately prevailing, scientifically perhaps, if not personally. Other scholars and philosophers subjected to the Roman Inquisition likewise resisted in their own ways. Tommaso Campanella, a Dominican friar in Italy, was imprisoned for 27 years for heresy and sedition. He reportedly faked insanity under torture to avoid execution, a psychological form of resistance that perhaps saved his life. Despite his incarceration, Campanella continued to write daring works, like the utopian work City of the Sun. Inquisitors could lock up his body, but not quench his intellect. Eventually he was released and even championed by the Pope, a rare, happy turnabout. Another case, Paolo Sarpi, a Venetian scholar and statesman, took on the Inquisition not in a trial but print. In Venice, the Inquisition's influence was curtailed by the proud Republic. Sarpi defended Venice's rights against papal interference and wrote scathing critiques of church policies, including a history of church councils that challenged papal supremacy. Rome, of course, viewed Sarpi as an enemy. An assassination attempt left him scarred by knife wounds. But as he recovered, Sarpi famously quipped, "Agnosco stilum curiae." I recognized the stylus of the Roman curia, comparing the dagger strokes to pen strokes of a papal edict. Sarpi survived and kept writing. His life shows a subtle battle, a Catholic cleric using reason and law to fight the Inquisition's reach, embodying the incipient Enlightenment skepticism within a Catholic context. Meanwhile, in the wider world of print, the Roman Inquisition's index of forbidden books was another arena of resistance. authors and printers stood up by circulating banned books in secret. This passive cultural resistance sapped the Inquisition's effectiveness over time. Each prohibited book smuggled under the nose of the Inquisition was a quiet victory for intellectual freedom. And by the 18th century, even high-ranking churchmen and royals were reading banned French philosophical works, rendering the Index something of a paper tiger. Knowledge ultimately outmaneuvered repression, a testament to the countless unnamed individuals who risked penalties to possess or distribute a heretical book. Every secret personal library of contraband literature was a small little act of rebellion that collectively weakened the control over thought. Well, let's turn our attention away from the Spanish Inquisition in our next section, and we can talk about the Portuguese Inquisition. They don't talk about that one too often, but it's quite interesting. It was established in 1536. It paralleled Spain's Inquisition, but of course it had its own theatres of operation, including the overseas colonies in Brazil, Africa, and Asia, notably Goa in India. But just as in Spain, many victims were new Christians or converted Jews, and they too found ways to resist or escape. A prominent pattern of resistance here was simply running away, a tried and tested strategy. Whole families of conversos fled Portugal to places where the Inquisition had no power. For instance, Uriel de Costa, born into a converso family, decided to revert openly to Judaism. Rather than await punishment in Portugal, he fled to Amsterdam in the Dutch Republic, where he could live pretty much unharmed. Uriel de Costa's story took a tragic turn. He clashed with the Jewish community's doctrines and felt caught between two inquisitions, the Catholic and a figurative rabbinic one, thrown to the wolves by what he thought were his own people. But the fact remains that many people like him voted with their feet, depriving the Inquisition of its prey. By escaping to more tolerant regions, perhaps Ottoman Turkey, or the Netherlands, some parts of Italy, these conversos denied the Inquisition their conviction. This was resistance through self-removal. They created flourishing ex-converso communities abroad, from which they sometimes spoke out against inquisitorial Spain and Portugal. Some published polemics describing persecution of Jews in Iberia, adding to the growing chorus of criticism from Protestant and enlightened Catholics alike. But not everyone could flee. Some chose to fight from within. One of the most remarkable opponents of the Portuguese Inquisition was Father Antonio Vieira, a 17th century Jesuit priest. Vieira was a celebrated preacher and a confidant of King John IV. He became an outspoken critic of the Inquisition's harsh treatment of the new Christians and argued that persecuting valuable citizens was morally wrong, and further to that, economically foolish. He used the pulpit and court influence to advocate for the conversos, urging the king to implement reforms. But the Inquisition struck back. In 1663 they arrested and charged Vieira with heretical propositions, partly for his slightly mystical writings, but underlyingly for his challenge to their authority. Vieira didn't take it lying down. He defended himself vigorously during the trial, producing learned arguments and refusing to confess to any wrongdoing. After years of detention, he managed to secure release. Pressure from the royal court and even the Pope helped resolve the case in his favor. Though silenced for a time, Vieira eventually saw a kind of victory. By 1773, about a century after his efforts began, Portugal granted a general pardon to descendants of new Christians, as the Inquisition's power continued to wane. Vieira's confrontation with the Holy Office demonstrated an insider's resistance, a devout Catholic fighting the excesses of the system, using persuasion and legal defense. His survival and rehabilitation were unusual. It showed that by the 17th century, the Inquisition could not so easily destroy a man esteemed for his eloquence and royal allies. I suppose, in a sense, Vieira beat them at their own game, navigating the Church's hierarchy to outlast his pursuers. But what about out in the colonies? Well, in the New World, the Inquisition often faced logistical limits and cultural challenges. In Spanish America and Portuguese India, standing up to the Inquisition took unique forms. For indigenous people newly Christianized, resistance sometimes meant persisting in their ancestral beliefs and sacred rites, despite the risk of punishment. In Peru, for example, native Andeans continued covert worship of their traditional gods, while outwardly attending Mass, a quiet, everyday defiance of the inquisitors who sought to extirpate idolatry. Occasionally, it flared into open revolt. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in New Mexico against Spanish rule was partly provoked by suppression of indigenous religion. The Pueblo leaders targeted missionaries, though technically the Spanish Inquisition itself did not operate in New Mexico. The spirit of resistance to forced Catholicism was akin to resisting an Inquisition. In Goa, the center of the Portuguese Inquisition in Asia, Hindu and Muslim communities suffered demands to abandon their customs. Many Brahmins and traders simply left Goa for neighboring Indian states when the pressure became too great, thereby undermining the colony's prosperity, a form of economic resistance that made even some colonial officials question the Inquisition's zeal. Within Goa, some Christian converts defied the Inquisition by continuing to observe caste rules and Hindu festivals quietly. One striking colonial case of individual defiance is that of Luis de Carvajal the Younger, a new Christian in 16th century Mexico. Carvajal was a secret Jew who, along with his family, secretly practiced Judaism under the very nose of the Mexican Inquisition. When arrested, Luis initially feigned repentance and was released, but he couldn't resist continuing to observe his forbidden faith. Rearrested and imprisoned, he managed to write a clandestine memoir in jail, signing it with his Jewish name, Joseph Lombroso, and exhorting his remaining family to keep the faith. Even as the Inquisition prepared to execute him, Carvajal found solace in asserting his true identity on paper. In 1596 he was burned at the stake in Mexico City, along with several other family members, all refusing to recant their Judaism. Their ashes mingled with those of others, but their words and steadfastness lived on to inspire later conversos. Meanwhile, the Inquisition in the New World sometimes clashed with colonial authorities who had different priorities. For example, in the 17th century, the Mexican Inquisition pursued an Irish man named William Lamport, who had plotted an uprising against Spanish rule. Lamport was not your typical heretic. He was charged with sedition and also practicing astrology and reading forbidden books. The Inquisition kept him jailed for years. In 1650, Lamport daringly escaped from his cell one Christmas Eve, and instead of fleeing the country, he took to the streets of Mexico to paste up manifestos in the city denouncing the Inquisition and proclaiming a new order of liberty. A pretty bold move, effectively a one-man protest in the capital plaza. It didn't last too long. He was quickly recaptured and his audacious broadsides earned him a death sentence. At his auto da fe in 1659, legend says that he managed to strangle himself on the stake with ropes, or was perhaps mercifully strangled by a friend so that he died before the flames consumed him. To the Mexican populace, he became a folk hero, later embellished into the figure of El Zorro in popular myth. William Lamport's story is remarkable because he directly attacked the Inquisition in print and attempted to incite the public. Though he perished, the rebellious proclamations calling out the inquisitors by name and accusing them of tyranny were a clarion call that echoed throughout New Spain. And so, by the 18th and 19th centuries, the once all-powerful Inquisitions were well and truly in decline, thanks in no small part to the cumulative effort of the people standing up to them over generations. The Enlightenment brought out a philosophical onslaught against the idea of persecution for belief. Writers like Voltaire relished condemning the Inquisition. His novel, Candide, savagely satirized a Portuguese auto da fe. In Catholic countries, enlightened monarchs took measures to curb or abolish the tribunals. Emperor Joseph II in Habsburg lands, for instance, prohibited the Inquisition in Lombardy and other territories that he controlled. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, under Leopold II, outright abolished torture and the death penalty for heresy, effectively nullifying the Inquisition there. In 1774, the Pope himself suppressed the Jesuit-run Inquisition in the Duchy of Parma after the enlightened duchy expelled the inquisitors. In Portugal, the powerful minister, Marques de Pombal, expelled the Jesuits and reformed the Inquisition drastically after 1755, even staging a public auto da fe in 1761, not to punish heretics, but to disgrace the Inquisition itself for a miscarriage of justice. Pombal then banned autos da fe entirely in 1774. These top-down actions were essentially political figures standing up to the Inquisition in the name of modernity and state power. The Italian rulers who curtailed the Inquisition did so not purely from humanitarian toleration, but to assert the supremacy of secular law over church courts. Nonetheless, their actions aligned with goals long sought by critics to end the terror of the inquisitorial persecution. And finally, events came full circle in Spain in 1820. After a brief suppression during the Napoleonic era, the Inquisition was re-established by Ferdinand VII. But Spanish liberals, inspired by constitutional ideas, rose up in revolution. In Madrid, a populous crowd in 1820 stormed the Inquisition's building. According to eyewitness accounts, they freed the remaining prisoners and symbolically burned the Inquisition's records and furniture, as if they were exorcising a demon. Though this was a short-lived episode, the Inquisition was reinstated again before being permanently abolished in 1834. It was a dramatic popular repudiation of the Holy Office. By the time Queen Isabella II signed the decree of final abolition in 1834, the Inquisition was a moribund relic, widely seen as incompatible with this new age of liberty. Looking back, one can trace a direct line from the lonely heretic facing his judges to the throngs of citizens dismantling the Inquisition's edifice. Each individual who stood up, whether by a witty retort or steadfast silence under torture, a secret book, or even an armed rebellion, all of them had contributed a brick to the eventual edifice of religious toleration and freedom of thought. As the enlightened former Inquisitor Sebastian Castellio wrote in the 16th century, condemning the execution of heretics, To kill a man is not to defend a doctrine, but to kill a man, we do not prove our faith by burning a person, but by dying for that faith. Words penned in the shadow of the Inquisition, resonating as a moral verdict on the entire enterprise of persecution. In the end, they could not extinguish all their opponents. Truth, dignity, and human conscience proved to be much more resilient. Many who defied the Inquisition perished, but in their very defeat they often triumphed in the long run, as Montaigne suggested, by inspiring others and exposing injustice. I want you to imagine walking through a dim, foul-smelling corridor where chains clank with every shuffling step. From behind iron-barred doors come unnatural screams and sobbing pleas. The air is thick with stench of unwashed bodies. In one cell, a man lies shackled to the wall, half-naked and malnourished, muttering incoherently. Down the hall, a woman in a soiled, dirty gown rocks on the floor, her ankle chained to the bed, while a pair of well-dressed onlookers peer in through a small window, leering, observing the lunatics on display. This is not a scene from a horror film. It's just the reality of the world's first mental asylums. Hospitals meant to cure and treat the troubled, but instead became houses of torment, where cruelty was routine and suffering was the norm. From the early days of England's notorious Bethlem Asylum, mental institutions earned a deservedly nightmarish reputation that spanned centuries and continents. The historian Roy Porter aptly called London's Bethlem Hospital a symbol for man's inhumanity to man, for callousness and cruelty. It was in these halls, beatings, starvation, and bizarre treatments were inflicted on the helpless in the name of care. As the asylum system spread to America in the 19th century, the same patterns often followed. Grand buildings, overcrowded, filled with abuse and outdated remedies that seemed more like methods of torture. So today we're going to explore the dark chapters of early insane asylums in the UK and the USA. We'll visit the most infamous institutions, from Bethlem in London to the sprawling Victorian hospitals in America, and shine a light on the cruel treatments that their inmates had endured. And along the way you're going to hear some real historical anecdotes, the true story behind Bedlam's legends, a Quaker woman's mysterious death sparking outrage in New York, a reporter's daring expose of abuse in New York, and doctors who pulled patients' teeth or even cut into their brains in misguided attempts to cure their madness. So prepare to be shocked, perhaps dismayed, by these authentic historical accounts. I think by the end you will have walked the wards of history's most nightmarish asylums and learned the forgotten truths of how the generations before us treated those who they deemed insane. The journey begins in London, where for centuries one name was synonymous with the horrors of these institutions, and that name was Bethlem. But where are my manners? I'll first welcome you to the channel. If you like this sort of content, which I'm sure you do, how about you click the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel? And maybe you can tell me in the comments where you're listening from. I always like to know the breadth of this channel's reach. Those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store, you have my thanks. So now let's begin. The story of institutionalized cruelty begins with Bethlem Royal Hospital in London, better known by its nickname, Bedlam. Founded in the 13th century as a religious hospice, by the 1400s it had become England's first asylum for the insane. For the desperate poor, deemed mad, Bedlam was often the end of the line. Here, under the guise of care, inmates lived in squalor and brutality. Conditions behind Bedlam's walls were medieval at best. Patients, often called prisoners by staff, and I'm not joking, were kept in tiny cells, often with no furnishings but a straw pallet. Chains, manacles, locks, and stocks filled the inventories of the asylum. It was believed that madness could be shocked or beaten out of a person, quite literally. Staff whipped and flogged inmates as a supposed treatment, thinking pain might jolt the mind back to sanity, kind of like hitting the top of your television when it refuses to work. I assume that's the logic. One can imagine the screams echoing throughout the stone halls, as another, quote, patient is struck for relapsing into delirium. Now, if they were not being beaten, many were simply left shackled to the walls, in their own filth nonetheless. In 1598, Bedlam's governors noted that loathsomely filthy state of the cells and that inmates lacked even basic clothing or eating utensils. Cleanliness and comfort were afterthoughts. Restraint and control, they were the priorities. And so, by the 1700s, Bedlam had become a public spectacle. The asylum infamously opened its doors to paying visitors, turning misery into a tourist attraction. Curious Londoners, from ladies and gentlemen to rowdy holiday crowds, wandered the wards, gawking at the lunatics on display. On peak days, hundreds of visitors streamed through the galleries. They would laugh at patients babbling nonsense, or cowered at the sight of the truly disturbed. One Swiss traveller, César de Saussure, described in 1775 how on holidays, I quote, numerous persons amused themselves watching these unfortunate wretches, who often gave them cause for laughter. He excited that melancholy abode, the Bedlam porter expected a tip, and if given a silver coin, he pocketed it all. Bedlam's human zoo was lucrative. Donations from visitors brought in around £300 per year in the mid-1700s, and that was a huge sum back then. The hospital eagerly welcomed the public to parade through. Of course, it was the patients who paid the real price. They were tormented, poked with sticks, and harassed by the thrill-seekers. Some were plied with alcohol to make them act out. This grotesque voyeurism was condoned because it raised funds, even as it degraded and tormented the very people needing care. Inside Bedlam, outright abuse was frequent. In the late 1700s, the Monroe family of doctors presided over the hospital and kept to a regimen of cruelty. Dr. John Monroe and his son Thomas rejected this new moral treatment, which emphasized kindness and calm, and instead insisted on violent physical remedy. They used spinning chairs to whirl patients at high speed, applied leeches to bleed them, and routinely resorted to starving and beating patients into submission. These practices were widely considered torturous, even in their own time. Under the Monroes, Bedlam also continued to host throngs of sightseers. The doctors even allowed visitors at night for an extra fee to poke fun at inmates chained in their rooms, prodding them with sticks to provoke reactions. Meanwhile, attendants sometimes embezzled food donations, selling off provisions meant for patients. and left the mentally ill, malnourished and starving. Bedlam was also used as a convenient dumping ground for the right price for unwanted relatives or troublesome spouses. They could be committed there on dubious grounds, effectively disappearing into the world of nightmare. One infamous case forced the outside world to actually confront Bedlam's horrors. In 1814, a Quaker philanthropist named Edward Wakefield managed to slip into the asylum and discovered a patient named James Norris in an appalling state. Norris was actually an American member of the Navy who had been locked up at Bedlam for over a decade. Wakefield found him chained upright to a metal bar, a stout iron ring clamped around his neck, and attached to a vertical iron rod set in the wall. Iron hoops also encircled Norris's chest and arms, pinning his arms to his sides. He had been kept in this iron harness continuously for about 12 years. Wakefield learned that attendants would sometimes yank Norris's chains and slam him against the wall for their own amusement. For Norris, every day was an unending torment. He could not lie down to sleep. He could barely feed himself. Reportedly, his beard grew long, and his clothes rotted away from his body. He spent day and night fixed in one spot. Man treated worse than a caged animal. When Parliament learned of his plight, it became a scandal, symbolizing everything that was wrong with Bedlam. By 1815, the public outrage over such abuse could no longer be ignored. Investigations into Bedlam and other madhouses uncovered naked, mistreated patients and systematic brutality. One witness described inmates chained to the walls, unwashed and unclothed, treated like wild beasts by thuggish keepers. Bedlam's chief physician, Thomas Monroe, was forced to resign in 1816 for wanting in humanity towards patients. Reform slowly followed. Chains were gradually removed, and scandalized officials pushed for more oversight of asylums. But Bedlam's centuries-long reign of cruelty was not so easily forgotten. The name Bedlam entered the English language as a synonym for chaos and madness, forever linked to the atrocious conditions once inside its walls. But one good thing did come out of it. Bedlam's abuses did spur change. After the 1815 parliamentary inquiry, the British public became more aware of the madhouse atrocities. Other scandals emerged, notably the York Lunatic Asylum. That supposedly respectable York Asylum had been founded in 1777, but by the 1810s there were rumors swirling of horrific neglect within its walls. In one notorious case, a Quaker woman named Hannah Mills was admitted in 1790 for melancholy. When fellow Quakers tried to visit her, the asylum refused them entry. It was only weeks later that Hannah was dead. Whispers hinted that she had been abused and left to die, a charge that the asylum, of course, denied completely. But before a full investigation could occur, a mysterious fire broke out in 1814, conveniently destroying the asylum's records and killing 4 patients along the way. Many suspected the blaze was deliberately set to hide the evidence of abuse. A local magistrate, Godfrey Higgins, relentlessly pushed for an inquiry, despite the lost records. And it came to light that York Asylum had not allowed independent inspections for years. Witnesses later testified to beatings, SA, and filthy conditions. The scandal led to an influential Quaker, William Duke, to pledge to create a benevolent institution for Quakers with mental illness, and thus the York Retreat was established. Notably in 1793 in Paris, Philippe Pinel had dramatically removed the chains from the mad at Bicêtre Hospital, symbolizing a new humane era, but in far too many places, literal or metaphorical chains stayed on for decades to come. These revelations in York and London helped fuel the drive for reform. In 1828, Britain passed a law to license and inspect private asylums, attempting to curb the worst abuses. A new generation of superintendents emerged, with genuinely humanitarian ideas. At Lincoln and Hanwell asylums in the 1830s, leaders experimented with abolishing mechanical restraints entirely. Dr. John Connolly of Hanwell, the large Middlesex County asylum, famously instituted a strict non-restraint policy in 1839. No more chains, no straitjackets, no manacles. Patients were to be managed with gentleness and supervision alone. Remarkably, Connolly succeeded through improved staffing and careful oversight. Hanwell's hundreds of patients were calmed without the whip or the fetter. This was a revolutionary proof that the, quote, mad did not have to be treated like convicts, like they'd done something wrong. And quite soon after, non-restraints became accepted practice throughout England, at least in the well-run public asylums. Visitors to progressive asylums in Victorian times, like writer Harriet Martineau's tour of Hanwell in 1834, noted a few improvements. Patients engaged in work and recreation. They had decent food, too. And that old tradition of brutality was pretty much gone. But the reform was uneven. While some asylums became more humane, others, especially overcrowded, out-of-sight institutions, quietly continued the old practices behind closed doors. The new laws could be skirted or poorly enforced. An 1850s investigator still found padded cells reeking of excrement, and attendants using leather straps to tie patients to bedsteads in certain country asylums. Change came slowly, often only after publicized tragedies. Indeed, the 19th century saw an explosion in asylum population. In 1800, only a few hundred lunatics were confined in all of England. By 1900, 100,000 plus people were living in British asylums, a scale unimaginable in earlier times. That exponential growth often outpaced humane oversight, of course. By the late 19th century, most British asylums had officially banned chaining and whipping, but neglect and overuse of isolation remained problems. So in short, Britain made halting progress. Outrage sparked inquiries. The inquiries led to laws, and more enlightened doctors demonstrated a new and better way. But the dark roots of the system were not so easily dug out. The British experience, a blend of scandal, reform, and relapse, set the stage. Across the ocean, the Americans were watching, and determined to build a more enlightened asylum system. But they would soon learn, however, how easily the same horrors of mismanagement and mistreatment could take hold on their own soil. In the early United States, the plight of the mentally ill was, if anything, even more desperate. Before dedicated asylums existed, those who were deemed insane were often locked up like common criminals, or locked up in the attic like Disney protagonists. In 1843, social reformer Dorothea Dix reported finding mentally ill people confined in cages, closets, cellars, stalls, pens, chained, naked, beaten with rods, and lashed into obedience. Her memorial to the Massachusetts legislature painted a horrifying picture. Vulnerable men and women shivering half naked in the cold, filthy cells, sometimes lashed to posts or kept in pens like animals. Doesn't sound very good, doesn't it? Many at the time mistakenly believed that the insane were not sensible to external circumstance, that dungeons, chains, cold and nakedness were acceptable to them as comfort and care. Dix forcibly dispelled this myth, insisting that those with mental illness suffered keenly from such mistreatment and deserved proper shelter and compassion. Dix's crusade galvanized Americans to act. They resolved to build institutions that they believed would be a lot more humane, true refuges for healing, rather than those of neglect. And thus began the rapid growth of the American Insane Asylum in the 19th century. Early efforts were pretty hopeful. In 1773, colonial Virginia had opened its first public system in Williamsburg, and by the 1820s and 1830s, other states followed. Even in America's colonial era, the same voyeurism occurred. The Pennsylvania Hospital in Philadelphia. Lunatics were kept in a basement, and the public could pay a small fee to gawk at them on certain days. Reformers embraced the moral treatment principle from Europe, a regimen of kindness, routine, and productive activity. So they designed asylums to be peaceful havens where disturbed minds could rest and recover. Dr. Thomas Kirkbride of Pennsylvania pioneered a standard asylum template, a grand building in a serene rural setting, with airy wards and sunlit parlors. You know the ones. You've seen them in the movies. Kirkbride's influential design featured a long bat wing, sort of set up, and towering central spires, making many asylums look like castles or even palaces. And by the mid-1800s, dozens of these elaborate hospitals arose across the U.S. landscape. On paper, they were idealistic places offering rest, work, and gentle discipline. In practice, however, many American asylums quickly slid into the same nightmare conditions seen in Bedlam. Patient populations swelled far beyond what anyone had anticipated. For example, the imposing Danvers State Hospital in Massachusetts, opened 1878, was built to house 500 patients amid bucolic hills. But within 20 years, it held over 1,000 of them, crammed into every available space. This overcrowding led to a collapse of humane care. The nationwide trend was similar. In 1850, only a few thousand mentally ill people were in asylums across America, but by 1904, there were 150,000. This ballooning continued into the 20th century, reaching over 500,000 patients in state hospitals by 1950. Such staggering overcrowding virtually guaranteed that many institutions would descend into mere human warehouses rather than curative havens. It was only a matter of time until things fell apart. Like their British counterparts, American doctors often resorted to brutal methods to control patients. Mechanical restraints were ubiquitous. Restraining chairs, handcuffs, chains, and the infamous Utica crib. What is an Utica crib? It's kind of like a coffin-like wooden box with a slatted lid, barely 3 feet wide and 6 feet long. First introduced in the 1840s at the New York State Lunatic Asylum in Utica, it was meant to safely confine violent patients, but in reality it became a tool of convenience and punishment. Unruly patients would be shut for hours, even overnight, in these cage beds, unable to sit or stand. Some liken the experience to being buried alive. The cribs were widely adopted by asylums in the US and Canada, despite public criticism. Only in 1887 did Utica's superintendent finally order every crib removed from the wards. By then, countless patients had already known the terror of that boxed imprisonment. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. But even seemingly progressive asylum doctors often inflicted pain. Bloodletting and purging, standard 19th century medical practices, were liberally applied to the mentally ill. In the early 1800s, Dr. Benjamin Rush, revered as the father of American psychiatry, insisted that insanity was caused by congestion of blood vessels in the brain. His remedies included bleeding patients routinely and dosing them with mercury-laced purgatives until they were violently ill. Rush also invented a contraption called the tranquilizing chair, which sounds about as fun as it is. This device, essentially a heavy wooden chair with straps to immobilize the patient's arms, legs, and head, was used to bind agitated patients for hours at a time. It was supposed to physically force calm by slowing the circulation. But in truth, it was just another form of sensory deprivation and punishment. A similar gadget, the gyrator, spun patients on a horizontal wheel to induce dizzying shock. Such methods were used well into the mid-19th century under the guise of curing the illness. But as the decades passed, the optimistic vision of cure gave way to a more harsh reality. Many asylums just became holding pens, more about containment than treatment, keeping the undesirables off the streets. State legislatures chronically underfunded these institutions, leading to sparse staffing and meager supplies. Neglect invited disaster. Patients slept on straw mats in dirty, drafty wards. Disease was rampant. Death rates were high. An inspector in 1880 found the asylum in Milledgeville, Georgia, had 50 patients packed into a single room, many lying in their own filth. At Blackwell's Island in New York, the city's public insane asylum, conditions were exposed by undercover reporter Nellie Bly as nothing short of hellish. Bly feigned insanity in 1887 to get committed to Blackwell's. Now how brave is that? And then her published account, 10 Days in a Madhouse, shocked the entire nation. She found rotting food, ice-cold baths, and casual violence on the women's ward. Patients were forced to endure freezing baths, and then put to bed soaking wet, shivering until they almost froze. Many women at Blackwell's were not actually insane at all, merely poor or just foreign-born, yet they were treated with cruelty. Bly described nurses choking or beating patients for minor infractions. One delusional woman who begged, "For God's sake, ladies, don't let them beat me," was grabbed by her hair by a nurse, dragged shrieking from the room, later found tied up in a straitjacket. Inmates who dared complain about the freezing temperatures or abusive attendants were threatened or struck. Bly wrote, "I have seen patients dashed headlong onto the floor, and others given black eyes that the nurses blithely explained away." Food consisted of spoiled meat, gristly soup, and bread that was little more than dried dough, so vile that many just went hungry. Bly's courageous exposé revealed that the American asylum systems could be just as abusive as the old Bedlam. Despite all the rhetoric of reform, it was all a lie. Her articles prompted a grand jury investigation and some immediate changes. More funding. A couple people got fired, sure. But the deeper problems of a rotten system were harder to remove. Now, if you'll permit me to step back for a moment, I'm going to go into storyteller mode, describing the day in a lunatic ward around 1880. A little bit of a departure from the history, but it's a good way to introduce this section. A cell door creaks open at dawn. The attendant clangs a metal cup against the bars to rouse you, and dozens of other patients on the ward. You sleep on a straw-filled mattress on the floor, with only a threadbare blanket. The air is frigid. There's no heating for the insane. Shivering, you line up with the others for breakfast. In the dining hall, bowls of thin oatmeal await. It's burnt. No flavor. The bread's black and hard. But if you don't eat it quickly, the nurse might yell or shove you. One woman refuses her food. She's wrestled to the ground, force-fed through a tube. After this meager meal, there's not much to do. You spend the morning sitting on a hard bench in a barren day room. Some patients mumble to themselves or pace back and forth endlessly. A man from across you screams periodically. An aide tries to put him into a restraining chair until he quiets. Another patient won't stop sobbing. Two attendants drag her down the hall for an icy shower treatment. Her pleas echo as she's doused with the freezing water. By the afternoon, the ward reeks of the unwashed. There are no activities or therapy, only endless hours of dull confinement. An older patient approaches an attendant to ask for a clean shirt. He's told to shut up and shoved away. Any small misbehavior might earn a slap or a day in the mania room, solitary confinement. Nights are the worst of all, though. In the darkness, the ward fills with cries of distress. Some patients rattle their chains or bang on their doors. You curl up on your straw pallet, still damp from the earlier bath. Try to block out the sounds. Sleep comes, fitfully, if it comes at all. In a few hours, the cycle of misery will begin again. Good night. Sleep tight. So by the dawn of the early 20th century, massive asylum complexes dominated the approach to mental illness in the US. Nearly every state had one or more large hospitals for the insane, often overcrowded and isolated. Behind their high walls, outdated and dangerous treatments continued to proliferate. Doctors kept experimenting with new cures that now sound utterly ghastly. In the 1910s, Dr. Henry Cotton at Trenton State Hospital believed mental illness was caused by hidden infections in the body. Well, what was his solution? Surgically remove the body parts. Over several years, Cotton and his staff extracted thousands of teeth from patients, often every single tooth in their mouth, convinced that infected teeth caused madness. When that failed to cure them, they moved on to tonsils, colons, gallbladders, ovaries, any organ they suspected of harboring infection. Patients already mentally fragile were subjected to grotesque internal surgeries and involuntary mutilation. Not surprisingly, many died from these procedures, and most of the rest never improved. For a time, Cotton claimed high cure rates and was hailed as a pioneer, even as his hospital wards turned into operating theaters of horror. Likewise, American asylums were early adopters of shock therapies. By the early 1930s, desperate to manage unruly patients in crammed wards, psychiatrists tried inducing seizures or comas as treatment. They injected insulin to cause daily coma seizures, or metrazole to trigger violent convulsions. treatments that often left patients with broken bones and terrified of the next session. Soon after came the ultimate brutality of the cure, the lobotomy. First performed in the US in 1936, lobotomy involved cutting or destroying parts of the frontal lobes of the brain. Dr. Walter Freeman's infamous transorbital lobotomy, hammering an ice pick through the eye socket into the brain, was fast. It could be done on a ward with a few resources. He traveled to asylums, performing dozens in a day. By the late 1940s, tens of thousands of asylum patients had been lobotomized. Some did become docile, but only because they were left with the intellect and personality of an infant. Others suffered seizures, paralysis, or death. Lobotomy is now regarded as one of psychiatry's most barbaric mistakes. Even after the Second World War, appalling conditions persisted in some asylums. In 1942, for instance, 2 attendants at a New York State hospital were arrested for beating and abusing patients, one of the first times employees faced criminal punishment. Yet such accountability was the exception, not the rule. In 1946, Life magazine ran a searing expose titled Bedlam 1946, revealing abuses at 2 large state hospitals, Pennsylvania's Bibry Asylum and Ohio Cleveland's State Hospital. Photos show naked, emaciated men huddled in filthy wards, scenes indistinguishable from cattle pens. Patients lie on bare floors in their own waste, while overwhelmed staff looked on indifferently. These images horrified the American public and showed that little had changed in the worst institutions despite a century of what people thought was progress. It was a final straw. Public pressure and a new psychiatric drug program in the 1950s would soon lead to the emptying out of these, as they were called, snake pits. The fact that a place like Bibry, with 5,000 patients crammed into conditions as bad as any in Bedlam's history, could exist in 1946 was a sobering testament to how deeply entrenched the problems really were. The voices of the patients themselves began emerging in the early 20th century, confirming the abuses from an insider perspective. One notable witness was Clifford Whittingham Beers, a Yale-educated man who was institutionalized in several hospitals after a mental breakdown in 1900. Beers endured and observed cruelty firsthand, and later recounted it in his 1908 autobiography, A Mind That Found Itself. In one private sanatorium, when he began wanting to take his own life, the staff's solution was not compassionate care, but brutal restraint. He describes how at night his attendants would lock his hands into a muff, a restraining device that imprisoned both hands in a rigid leather pouch, and tie it to the bed to prevent self-harm. To him this was a detestable form of restraint which amounted to torture. By day, if he did not obey orders, he was roughly overpowered by 2 attendants, who would pin his arms and forcibly compel him to comply. Beers also witnessed fellow patients being mistreated. In one instance, he saw an elderly, confused man kicked and slapped by an attendant for failing to move quickly enough. Such incidences were common, and Beers feared that if he didn't speak up, that the abuse of helpless thousands would continue. He noted that many attendants were ill-qualified and hot-tempered, enforcing strict obedience with violence because they simply did not understand mental illness. Some attendants were simply indifferent or just obeying orders, but there were others who seemed to relish the power they had. Beers eventually recovered and left the asylum, and his book became a rallying cry for mental health reform. It was shocking for the public to hear a sane, articulate man described being trapped like an animal in these institutions that was supposed to help him. Bear's account added powerful confirmation that patients lived in constant fear of those charged with their care. His work helped spur the creation of the National Committee for Mental Hygiene and further reforms in the 1910s. By hearing the testimony of survivors like Beers, society could no longer dismiss all the asylum inmates as unreliable narrators of their own experiences. Their stories matched the awful findings of investigators and journalists. Whether it was the manacled prisoner of Bedlam in 1815, the chained woman of Blackwell's Island in 1887, or the traumatized college graduate like Beers in 1902, the theme was disturbingly consistent. Insane asylums were often terrifying places, and they were far from therapeutic sanctuaries. Okay, so before we go, we're going to have a look at more of these outdated treatments and conditions inflicted upon the patients. Of course, at first, everything exists in that environment of neglect and filth. Basic care was often lacking. Patients might go weeks without bathing or change of clothes. Insect and rodent infestations were rife. One investigation found vermin crawling on patients' beds even. Overwhelmed staff sometimes left incontinent or sick patients lying in soiled bedding for days, and such neglect wasn't just unpleasant. It caused epidemics of typhus, tuberculosis, and all manner of disease that killed many patients prematurely. Bloodletting and purging. Based on humoral medicine, patients were deliberately bled, sometimes to the point of fainting, or given powerful laxatives to balance the body. Dr. Benjamin Rush was a famous proponent of bleeding the insane, but in reality it just weakened and traumatized them. They were already in poor enough health as it is. And pioneered in the early 19th century, we have rotational therapy. It involves strapping patients to a chair or hanging bed and spinning them at high speed. Doctors hoped that the resulting vertigo would shock the mind back to sanity. More often it just induced vomiting, unconsciousness, and terror. Now, a device kind of like the one invented by Rush was the tranquilizing chair. Essentially a big, heavy wooden chair with straps to immobilize the patient's limbs and head, with a box to confine the head. Patients could be left for hours, even fed and made to relieve themselves in the chair too. It was believed to physically force calmness, but of course it just gave them enormous distress and often injury. And then there was a form of hydrotherapy. Cold water baths and showers used well into the 20th century. Agitated patients might be suddenly plunged into an icy tub or doused in cold shower water as a shock to the system. Others were kept in lukewarm, continuous baths for hours, or wrapped tightly in cold, wet sheets that would dry and constrict, effectively swaddling them. Nellie Bly's expose described women forced into freezing baths and put into bed as soaking wet as punishment. Of course, the use of straight jackets is one of those images that we have conjured up. The use of canvas jackets with long sleeves tied behind the back became common in the 1800s as a way to subdue violent patients. Some lived nearly permanently in these restraints. Other inventions, like the Utica crib that we talked about, similarly kept patients physically incapacitated for long periods. These devices often cause muscle atrophy, joint pain, and, of course, profound despair. As an alternative to the mechanical strains, many asylums simply used prolonged solitary confinement. Patients might be locked in a small padded cell for days, weeks, or even months, with minimal human contact. It's enough to make you go crazy.
Doctors thought that the quiet and lack of stimulus might settle disturbed minds, but of course, we know that wasn't going to work. In reality, the loneliness often magnified the patient's anguish and drove them to a deeper insanity. And if they weren't insane before they went in, they probably would be when they came out. Of course, before modern antipsychotics, asylum doctors relied heavily on sedatives, there being opium, chloral hydrate, bromides, and later barbiturates, to knock patients into submission. Doses were crude and often excessive, leaving patients in a stupor or with addictions. Over-medication was an easy substitute for humane care. But starting in the 1930s, methods like insulin coma therapy, that is, injecting insulin to induce daily comas, and metrazole convulsive therapy triggering violent seizures were introduced. While a few patients showed improvement, many others suffered broken bones and brain damage. The treatments provoked terror. Patients often begged to skip the next session. But the crescendo, of course, was lobotomy. Introduced in 1935, the surgical destruction of brain tissue to dull emotions. Doctors would literally cut the neural connections of the frontal lobes. In the 1940s, tens of thousands of asylum patients worldwide were lobotomized. Some became docile, but at the cost of personality and intellect. They were empty shells. Many others were left blunted, disabled for life. Lobotomy has since been condemned as one of the worst medical mistakes in history. So really, to sum up today, I suppose the tale of the early insane asylums is grim and ironic. Institutions meant to heal, instead often harmed. But it is one that we have to confront to understand the progress of psychiatry and, in general, human rights. In the span of 2 centuries, society went from chaining mentally ill individuals in dungeons to seeking more compassionate, scientific treatments, however imperfect they may be. The patients suffering in Bedlam's fetters and Blackwell's locked wards, it wasn't all in vain. Their plight eventually stirred conscience and reform. Dorothy Dix's crusades, Nellie Bly's revelations, and the courage of whistleblowers like Wakefield and Beers helped turn the tide by forcing the public to see what was happening behind the asylum walls. Gradually, laws were passed to inspect institutions, limit restraints, and fund alternative care. By the 1960s, the introduction of effective psychiatric drugs and the growing public condemnation of the conditions led to deinstitutionalization, the mass release of patients and closure of many old hospitals. The brick wards that once held thousands now stood empty or were demolished. It's telling that the chief victims of the asylum abuse were society's most vulnerable, the poor and marginalized, who had nowhere else to go. Wealthier people could often keep afflicted relatives at home or in genteel private sanatoriums, thus sparing them the worst of the indignities. Walking through the overgrown ruins of a place like Danvers State Hospital, or visiting the preserved former cells today at Bedlam Museum, one can't help but feel a chill. The voices of the past, the screams, the pleas, and the silent tears, they still faintly echo. They are just to remember the humanity of the vulnerable. The crumbling walls of Danvers State Hospital or the preserved cells of Bedlam's Museum still stand as a memorial to those who suffered. And even today, the word Bedlam survives in our own language to mean chaos, a linguistic ghost of the real legacy. A slave ship. One eyewitness to the trade described the ship's deck so covered with blood and mucus that it resembled a slaughterhouse. Such ghastly scenes were common on the transatlantic ships during the height of the slave trade. From the 17th
Through the early 19th centuries, European and American vessels crisscrossed the Atlantic with human cargo, forging the brutal Middle Passage that carried Africans into the New World. Today, we're going to take a look at the experience of what the enslaved people went through aboard these ships, and we're going to do it in unflinching detail. Where do we get our information? First-hand narratives, ship logs, primary sources. You'll hear it from the people themselves. Our scope is broad and global. The captives came from many regions of Africa, destined to plantations on Brazil, the Caribbean, North America, and beyond. But the one thing they have in common was that the conditions they endured on the voyage were universally horrific. And so, by grounding today's account in the primary sources and eyewitness testimony, we're going to reconstruct how horrifying this journey was. One of unimaginable suffering, and if you were lucky, survival. Let me welcome you to the channel. If you're a newcomer, it's good to meet you. And those who have not yet done so, I invite you to click the subscribe button, which is conveniently right next to the like button. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Now, with all that out the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. It's going to be a bit of a uncomfortable video, so you may as well relax now. During the height of the transatlantic slave trade, roughly the 1700s, slave ships became a conveyor between continents. Over 12 million Africans were forced onto about 35,000 slave voyages across the Atlantic. By the 1780s, the peak of this traffic, tens of thousands of Africans were sent across the ocean every year to meet the insatiable demand for enslaved labor in the New World. These voyages were all part of a profitable triangular network linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Multiple European colonial powers were involved, including the Portuguese, British, French, Spanish, and Dutch, and each dispatched ships to West and Central Africa to purchase slaves. Enslaved Africans from diverse regions such as Senegambia, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa all found themselves chained up, first in the markets, then in the holds of the ships. Most would be taken to labor on sugar, coffee, and cotton plantations in the Americas. The largest share were delivered to Portuguese Brazil, millions more to British and French colonies in the Caribbean, and a smaller number to North America. For the captives, the Middle Passage was but one stage of a much longer ordeal. Many had already survived violent capture, coffles marching them to the coast, and imprisonment in slave pens or forts, before they even saw any white man from overseas or any ship come to purchase them. Historians estimate that out of every 100 people seized in Africa, only about 57 of them made it onto a slave ship, and merely 48 survived to be sold in the Americas. Now this means that over half of those captured perished from the point of capture through to the transatlantic crossing. Most of them didn't even get out of Africa. The Middle Passage itself accounted for 1 million or more deaths. Yet those who did survive the voyage, that didn't mean the suffering was over. Far from it. It was time to get to work. Primary accounts by formerly enslaved Africans offer a rare insight into the moment they were forced aboard a slave ship. One such account comes from Oluwada Equiano, who was about 11 years old when he was kidnapped from his Igbo community in today's Nigeria and sold to European slavers around 1756. Equiano describes his first sight of the Atlantic Ocean and the slave ship waiting for him at anchor, filling him with terror. When he was brought on deck, the crew immediately handled and tossed him to inspect his fitness, much as one would examine livestock. He recalls that the white man's complexions, hair, and language were utterly alien to him, and he feared he encountered a world of bad spirits who intended to kill and eat him. This fear was not uncommon. Many African captives, having never seen Europeans before, believed the slavers to be cannibals. Equiano notes that when he saw a large cooking furnace on deck and the chained Africans around him in despair, that he no longer doubted his fate and fainted from horror. Upon arrival, Equiano was so overwhelmed that he wished for death rather than to know the terrors ahead. He was soon forced down into the ship's hold, where a horrifying new assault on his senses began. He writes, "I was soon put down under the decks, and there I received such salutation in my nostrils as I have never experienced in my life. The stench below deck was overpowering, a foul mix of sweat, vomit, urine, and feces that nearly suffocated him. Equiano became seasick. He refused to eat until the crew members intervened. He describes how when he initially refused food, one man grabbed his hands while another tried to force feed him, an ordeal that threw him into consternation. This foreshadows a common experience. Enslaved people who lost the will to eat were often forcibly fed by the crew, sometimes using a device called the speculum oris to pry their mouths open. Such was the captive's introduction to life aboard the slave ship, one of fear, sensory torment, and immediate violence to enforce compliance. Once the ship was set sail with its cargo, those in the hold faced an environment designed for profit, not for comfort. Slave ships were typically overcrowded to a nightmarish extreme. Men were chained together in pairs and packed spoon-fashioned in rows beneath the decks, with scarcely room to turn themselves. Women and children, though sometimes given slightly more space than allowed on deck, were also crowded into tight quarters. A schematic of the British slave ship Brooks, 1788, famously showed over 480 people arranged in a hold, only about 5 feet high, illustrating the practice of tight packing. Traders calculated that packing more people could offset the high mortality rates. Others argued for looser packing, in hopes that more captives would survive to sail. Either way, conditions were unbearable. One ship surgeon, Alexander Falconbridge, observed that enslaved people were often packed so close that it was impossible to sit or stand upright, and that they lay in a tangled mess of bodies and filth. The air quality below deck rapidly became pestilential once the ship was fully loaded. Equiano noted that when all the captives were confined together, the combined heat of the climate and the crowded humanity almost suffocated them. With inadequate ventilation, the atmosphere turned foul and poor of oxygen. The hold reeked of human waste and decay. Equiano accounts that the loathsome smells made the air unfit to breathe and caused widespread sickness among the slaves. The closeness and filth were aggravated by the galling of chains and the captives' limbs, the overflowing of toilet buckets. Children sometimes fell into these little buckets and nearly suffocated in excrement. The combination of heat, lack of sanitation, and stress created a breeding ground for disease. Deadly epidemics of dysentery, smallpox, measles, and fevers swept through the packed ranks. Captains like Thomas Phillips of the Hannibal tried to curb dysentery by feeding captives fiber-rich food, cornmeal, palm oil, pepper, and beans. and providing them citrus fruit, but such measures were meager against rampant illness. On the 1693 voyage of Phillips, 47% of the 700 enslaved Africans died, despite all his efforts. The living lay chained amidst the dying and dead. Equiano described how the shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying filled the gloom, creating a scene of horror almost inconceivable. Disease and despair claimed victims daily. Those who expired from sickness or injuries were unshackled and dumped overboard without ceremony. Sharks often trailed behind slave ships, well accustomed to feeding on the corpses jettisoned at sea. Such macabre details were noted by many observers. The odor of a slave ship was said to carry for miles on the wind, sometimes alerting other vessels, not by sight but by smell. For week after miserable week, the captives were effectively lost at sea, stranded in horrific conditions, not knowing where they were, subject to a regime meant only to keep them alive and subdued until landfall. A stew of human misery and terror. Life aboard a slave ship followed a strict and brutal regimen intended for maximum control over the captives, and to keep them alive, just enough to sell at the journey's end. Each day typically began with the crew doling out meager rations of food and water. Enslaved Africans were usually fed twice a day, often some sort of boiled beans or cornmeal, sometimes supplemented with rice, yams, or a bit of dried meat. This was typically cooked in a large copper pot on deck. Water was severely rationed. An enslaved person might receive about 1 liter of water a day. As Captain Phillips recorded, even these sparse meals could be life-saving. Slavers knew that starved captives would fetch low prices or just not survive at all. However, many captives were too sick or heart-sick to eat anyway. Refusal to eat was common, whether out of protest or extreme despair. A term for it was fixed melancholy. The crew responded by whipping those who would not eat, or using instruments previously described to force-feed them. One slave ship captain admitted to using the speculum oris to pry open the jaws of captives who tried to starve themselves. It was a cruel practice, aimed at preserving the captain's profit, even at the cost of torturing people determined to die rather than live. After the morning rations, the crew would undertake their version of cleaning the hold. This often meant having enslaved people scrape and swab the decks, while still in chains, to remove some of the accumulated filth. Sand or vinegar might be sprinkled and scrubbed across blood or waste-stained planks. Yet, the deep foulness could never truly be cleansed during the voyage. The slave deck remained a hellish, filth-strewn place throughout. To avoid the worst build-up, some captains forced captives to use the necessary buckets on a schedule and had crewmen empty them frequently. But in rough weather or at night, the enslaved were sometimes not allowed above to relieve themselves at all, causing them to soil the cramped space. One more of the bizarre daily rituals on some ships was called dancing the slaves, a euphemism for forced exercise. Captains believed that making captives move would keep their muscles strong and perhaps lift their spirits enough to prevent mass death from despair. As a 1729 slave ship medical guide advised, the health of the voyage depended on dealing kindly with Africans, and often diverting them with the drum, dance, etc., in order to dissipate the sorrowful thoughts of quitting their own country. In practice, this dance was enforced by the whip. Each day, when weather allowed, small groups of shackled men were brought up to the main deck. Sailors armed with cat-o'-nine tails, a multi-lashed whip, or ropes would compel them to jump and stomp in whatever space they had, sometimes to the rhythm of a drum or fiddle. Those who refused to dance or were too weak were often flogged until they either complied or collapsed. Captors also encouraged the enslaved to sing during these exercises, though if they grew irritated, if the Africans sang mournful, defiant songs, the beatings would continue. They must appear cheerful. Cruel punishments were a constant of the slave ship regime. Any perceived defiance, not eating, not exercising, attempting to rest, could result in a lashing or any other form of abuse. Enslaved Africans were whipped with such frequency that many bore scars by journey's end, and some were even beaten to death as an example to others. Discipline aboard was maintained by terror. The enslaved were usually kept in chains and watched by armed guards at all times. Captains often had special manacles, leg irons, collars, and shackles made for the voyage. Men were chained in pairs, wrist to wrist, ankle to ankle. Women were typically left unshackled but still confined below or kept under surveillance on deck. At night, gratings over the hatchways were locked to prevent anyone from coming up. Many ships also strung netting along the deck rails to make it harder for captives to leap into the sea. Some vessels even repositioned cannons to command the slave deck. Phillips, for instance, placed 2 of the Hannibal's guns pointing down through the hatch, ready to blast grape shot into the hold in case of an uprising. The crew had a cache of weapons at hand: muskets, pistols, cutlasses, sometimes even grenades. Captains and sailors regarded the Africans as potential threats as much as cargo. Indeed, as Phillips wrote, some captives were experienced warriors capable of plotting to take over the ship. The crew always remained alert and ruthless in preempting rebellion. Essentially, it was a floating prison camp under martial law. Amid this routine of controlled brutality, there were occasional attempts at rudimentary care or pragmatism. Occasional, that is. If individuals felt deathly ill, they might be brought on deck for fresh air or segregated to prevent contagion. For instance, smallpox victims were sometimes quarantined in a makeshift infirmary area. Equiano, being a child and gravely sick, was kept mostly on deck and spared constant chaining, which, happily, perhaps saved him from the fate of the adults below. Ship surgeons applied basic treatments, cleaning sores, bleeding fevers, giving doses of lime juice to prevent scurvy, mainly to protect the captain's investment. Any recovery was counted a gain. Those who died were written off. The crew's underlying attitude remained mercenary. As long as a captive could survive to be sold, he or she would be sustained, however minimally. The moment a captive was deemed a lost cause, irrevocably ill or injured, they may be summarily discarded to save food and space. Throughout the passage, the captives themselves sought ways to cope with the trauma. Some found strength in songs, prayers, or quiet solidarity. Officers' journals occasionally noted the enslaved people singing at night, often mournful lamentations that carried in the dark. Such songs likely allowed them to mourn together and preserve a piece of their cultural identity amid the chaos. When possible, those who shared a language or region tried to console each other and care for the more vulnerable. Mothers comforted children. Shiplogs mention African women assisting ailing shipmates. These human gestures persisted, despite the dehumanized environment. Still, every act of camaraderie took place under the watchful eyes of the guards, quick to quash anything they feared might lead to collective action. While the male captives endured the harshest physical constraints, women and children aboard the ships faced their own set of horrors. Women were typically not chained in the hold, and were allowed a degree of mobility on deck compared to men. Captains assumed women were less likely to foment rebellion. However, this relative freedom made women extremely vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Contemporary witnesses, including ship surgeons and enslaved survivors, confirmed that assault of African women by sailors was commonplace. Enslaved women and girls, seen as property, had no recourse against the advances of crewmen. Officers sometimes explicitly selected a woman as a concubine for the voyage. One account by a ship's doctor described how crew members would drag women screeching from below at night. The victims of such assaults were left traumatized, and if they resisted, they could be beaten or even killed with impunity. There were no laws or ship rules to protect them. They were treated simply as another spoil of the trade. But despite these dangers, they could also play their roles in resistance. We'll see it in the next section. They sometimes used their relative freedom to communicate between the groups of male captives, or to make small makeshift weapons or tools that men could use in a revolt. Women also had to maintain whatever care they could for the children present. Children, of course, were generally not shackled, and those old enough to walk might move around the ship freely during the day. Crew members often viewed African children with a mix of amusement and indifference. They were less valuable cargo. Very young children might sell for lower prices, but they also posed no threat. Older enslaved children sometimes assisted the crew with minor tasks, perhaps to earn small favors or food morsels. Younger children clung to their mothers or other adults. Mothers did their best to soothe the crying infants amid the foul conditions. Some women even risked punishment to obtain a bit of extra food or water for their little ones. And even tragically, some enslaved women were forced to give birth during the voyage. In such instances, both mother and newborn were in grave danger due to the lack of medical care and the unsanitary environment. One famous formerly enslaved man, Ignatius Sancho, was born on a slave ship in 1729. His mother died soon after giving birth. His father, in despair, chose to take his own life. This was not an isolated case. Ship logs occasionally recorded stillbirths or infants born at sea who lived only a short time. If a mother died in childbirth, the crew might throw her infant overboard alive, rather than spare resources on an infant unlikely to survive. Such cruel actions underscore the utter commodification of those on board. The psychological torment for women was acute. They had witnessed their villages attacked, their families torn apart. Now at sea, they endured both the general misery of the hold and the personal terror of exploitation. Some women found ways to fight back. There are accounts of enslaved women attacking predatory sailors, scratching, biting, even stabbing them with utensils, though such resistance was usually met with lethal retaliation from the crew. Yet it sometimes took other forms. They might encourage men to revolt, or conceal plans from the inquisitive crew. In a few recorded instances, women committed infanticide or took their own life as an act of defiance. For example, mothers who smothered their infants or jumped overboard with children rather than let them live as slaves. Each woman's experience was unique, but collectively, enslaved women had to endure a burdensome dual role. victims of the same brutal regime of the men, and the additional victims of violence and family devastation. And so, faced with relentless cruelty, the enslaved Africans did not uniformly submit. Many resisted in whatever ways they could, ranging from quiet defiance to all-out rebellion. Despair, however, was pervasive. Some captives sought to simply take their own lives instead, and many did. In the terminology of the time, crews reported individuals dying of melancholy, essentially severe depression, leading to the loss of will to live. Some captives simply refused to eat until they wasted away, despite beatings and force-feeding attempts. Others attempted more direct ends to their suffering. There were numerous cases of Africans jumping overboard to drown. Equiano recounts how two of his fellow captives chained together managed to slip through the netting and leap into the sea. How they, quote, preferred death to such a life of misery. A third man, unshackled due to illness, followed them overboard. The crew sprang into action, stopping the ship and launching a small boat. But at least two of the three escapees drowned before they could be recovered. Enslaved people understood that the ocean offered an escape from torment. Some even believed that their souls would return to Africa if they died at sea. To deter such incidences, crews put up nettings and barriers and kept close watch. Yet the desperate captives still found their opportunities where they could. On some voyages, multiple people jumped to their deaths. In one notorious incident in 1776, a group of enslaved men deliberately drowned themselves by leaping from a ship off Jamaica, refusing to accept their fate as slaves. Contemporaries noted that these attempts were thousands in number over the centuries of the trade. Beyond individual acts, enslaved Africans regularly plotted revolts aboard slave ships. Shipboard revolts were especially common while the vessel was still near to the African coast, as captives saw a chance to ally with others on shore or swim to land. Over time, shipbuilders and captains modified vessels specifically to thwart rebellion, with reinforced hatch gratings, barricades, and weapons at the ready. The crew were constantly on guard. Any hint of uprising would prompt brutal, preemptive action. Still, history records dozens of slave ship rebellions. A ship's journal from June of 1770 off the coast of West Africa documents a series of revolt attempts within 1 month. It goes as follows. 6th of June, 1770. The slaves made an insurrection, which was soon quelled, with the loss of 2 women. 23rd of June. Died a girl slave, number 13. The slaves attempted an insurrection, lost a man of Captain Montpenny's purchase, who jumped overboard and was drowned. Employed securing the men in chains, and gave the women concerned 24 lashes each. 26th of June. A few of them got off their handcuffs, but were detected in time. 27th of June. The slaves attempted to force up the gratings in the night, with a design to murder the whites or drown themselves. The women as well as the men were determined, if disappointed of cutting off the whites, to jump overboard and burn the ship as a last resort. Their obstinacy put me under necessity of shooting the ringleader. End of the log entries. Well, this all happened in a single voyage. Definitely getting more than what they bargained for, trying to keep them all below deck. It shows that the captives persistently resisted and were willing to risk death for a chance at freedom, or at least to get their own back. So when a mutiny erupted, the crew responded with overwhelming force. Sailors used swords, firearms, and whatever means necessary to suppress rebellion. Those Africans who survived a failed revolt faced savage punishment,
It was common for ringleaders to be executed on spot, for example by shooting or hanging, with all the other captives being made to watch. Some were thrown alive to the sharks as both punishment and a terror tactic. Others might be tortured or mutilated. There are accounts of crews cutting off the limbs of captured rebel leaders, or forcing the remaining captives to watch as their bodies were dragged behind the ship. These gruesome reprisals were meant to crush any further thought of resistance. Now, ironically, the financial loss from killing slaves in a revolt could be mitigated by insurance. European insurers often covered losses from insurrection or, quote, perils of the sea, effectively reimbursing slave owners for dead captives. In one Dutch insurance policy of 1770, a clause explicitly compensated owners for slaves lost to revolt or thrown overboard. This practice only reinforced the view of enslaved people as expendable. But perhaps the most infamous example of cruelty and calculated murder at sea is the case of the British slave ship Zong in 1781. The Zong was overloaded with slaves, around 440 of them on board, on a voyage from West Africa to Jamaica. Disease and malnutrition began killing captives and crew alike as the ship entered the calm equatorial waters known as the doldrums. Facing a shortage of portable water, Captain Luke Collingwood made a horrific decision. He resolved to jettison some of the cargo and save supplies. And by cargo, he means the slaves. Of course, he would then just claim insurance compensation for the loss. Over several days, in late November 1781, the crew disposed of 132 enslaved Africans, throwing them overboard. These were people deemed too sick to survive, or just too thin to fetch a good price. Another 10 captives, in a final act of defiance, jumped into the sea rather than be cast over. The captain later noted quite cynically that it was a loss due to an act of obstinacy on their part. In total, about 142 Africans were gone. When the Zong reached port in Black River, Jamaica, the ship's owners filed an insurance claim for the value of 132 slaves who had been thrown overboard. The subsequent legal case in England, Gregson versus Gilbert, initially treated the matter as a routine insurance dispute, essentially ruling that a captain could lawfully dispose of cargo in emergencies. It was only after the abolitionist Granville Sharp publicized the case that the British public began to grasp the inhumanity that it laid bare. The Zong massacre epitomizes the utter devaluation of African life in the slave trade. One later depiction of such an atrocity appeared in an American abolitionist newspaper in 1832, showing a captain on a Brazilian slaver having sick Africans thrown overboard to avoid import duties, calmly treating people as disposable commodities. As commentators noted, it was the profit motive taken to a murderous extreme, an attitude that regarded enslaved people as worth more dead via insurance or cost saving than alive in the most certain moments. This simultaneous objectification of people and disdain for their lives allowed many crews to wantonly discard human beings without a hint of remorse. And they did. And so, after weeks, perhaps even months at sea, typically a 6 to 8 week crossing in the 18th century, though sometimes much longer, the survivors of the Middle Passage finally saw land on the horizon. For better or worse, we don't really know. By the time a slave ship approached the Americas, those still alive were often emaciated, dehydrated, and ill. Their ordeal did not end on reaching port, however. The captives would now be prepared for sale, just like any other product arriving in the market. As soon as the ship docked or anchored, the crew got busy bringing the enslaved on deck and began efforts to improve their appearance. They were usually washed with buckets of seawater or taken to shore and bathed. After months in close confinement, many had skin covered with grime, sores, or salt from dried sweat. The crew shaved the men's faces, sometimes their heads, to make them look younger and healthier. Bodies were rubbed with a palm oil or grease to hide blemishes and give the skin a sheen of vitality. If a person had wounds or ulcers, these might be filled with hot tar as a crude cosmetic treatment to cover raw flesh. In some cases, dye was applied to hair to cover any graying, and ruptures, being from hernias or from strain or injury, were trussed up with bandages to prevent any obvious bulges. These preparations were all aimed at fetching the highest possible price at auction. The more marketable the product seemed, the more you could sell it for that higher price. And of course, it was all about getting the highest possible price. And so, like that, all of the slaves, as best as they could, were prepared. On shore, slave traders separated the captives by category. Now, the categories were somewhat as follows. The prime slaves, typically young adult males who looked nice and healthy and strong, were isolated for prominent auction display. Of course, these would be the strongest workers. The slaves were there to do the heavy lifting, so the stronger and taller someone would be, the better slave they would be for the one who purchases them. As for the women and the adolescent youths, they were grouped, and small children who appeared weak were set aside. Sometimes a doctor or an assessor would examine the captives, poking and prodding to judge their condition, and assigning them arbitrary values. Think about giving them classifications such as first-class slaves and second-class slaves, this kind of thing. And then came the sale itself, often a public auction or a so-called scramble. At auctions, buyers scrutinized the Africans as much as the crew had done back on the coast of Africa, forcing mouths open to check teeth, feeling limbs, and making the enslaved walk or jump to assess their fitness, sometimes making them lift heavy things, a kind of test run of some of the work they would be doing for the customer. Families that had managed to stay together through the voyage were frequently torn apart at this stage, as different buyers bid on individuals, and it was very rare that they would purchase a whole family together. One eyewitness in the Caribbean described children clinging to their mothers when they realized they were about to be sold separately, only to be dragged away by the new owners amidst heart-rending screams. Many newly arrived captives were so weakened that they died soon after arrival. In fact, plantation societies like Brazil and the Caribbean, a significant percentage of imported Africans perished in their first year, a period grimly referred to as the seasoning time. They succumbed to new diseases, which of course they had zero immunity to, things like yellow fever and all the rest, little surprises that the new world had in store for them, or to the compounded effects of malnutrition and the abuses suffered during the Middle Passage. Plantation owners took this high early mortality for granted, viewing the fresh imports as replaceable units that might not all survive long. In North America, where conditions were somewhat less lethal, newly arrived Africans still faced a tremendous adjustment, and often carried lasting scars, physical and psychological, from the voyage. For every individual, the transition from the nightmare at sea to the harsh reality of slavery on land
was yet another profound shock. The Middle Passage was over, but the long journey into bondage continued on foreign soil in a foreign world. Pretty horrifying from start to finish, I'm sure you'll agree. Well, to wrap all this up, the experience of the enslaved people aboard the slave ship could be one of the most horrific chapters in history. It's definitely up there. It must be top 5. The Middle Passage subjected millions to extreme overcrowding, violence, disease, and don't forget the psychological terror. Why? To make money. That's all it was. They just wanted to make money. Well, not good at all. We have heard in the words of those who endured it, how the holds of the slave ships became airless, pestilential dungeons, filled with loathsome filth and utter despair. We've seen through ship logs and accounts how captains treated human lives as units of profit, chaining, flogging, and even randomly killing them with impunity. And yet, even in the depths of this floating prison of depravity, enslaved people did their best to resist and assert their humanity, whether through open revolt or simple acts of singing a lament together in the dark. By examining the Middle Passage through all the sources in the first-hand testimony, we avoid sanitizing the past. The facts speak plainly. The slave trade was a human disaster on a vast scale, fueled by greed, maintained by terror. Its broad geographical scope, spanning Africa, the Americas, and Europe, meant that the legacy of this violence is global. Understanding what enslaved people endured on the ships is essential to understanding the history of what's going on with the diaspora and the enduring impact of slavery. Well, unfortunately, there's still plenty of slaves around. We might have banned the practice in the civilized world, but it's still happening in other parts of the world. Now, hopefully we can bring all that to an end soon. It's largely thanks to the testimony of survivors, though, like Equiano, and even the records of the slave traders themselves, that we can even talk about this grim reality and reconstruct it so many years later. I hope that I've presented a factual and unembellished narrative of that experience. I'll let the brutal realities speak for themselves. The emotional weight of the Middle Passage doesn't come from rhetoric, but it comes from the real cries and sufferings recorded in those historical sources, in bearing witness to their ordeal, even at a remove of centuries. We have to acknowledge the true human cost of the trade, ensure that the victims' experiences are never forgotten. And with that, that's the end of the video for today. Interesting, wasn't it? Now I'm going to thank my top tier patrons and subscribers. That's on YouTube and Patreon, by the way. Doug, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitimus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Star Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, and Talvery. Thank you so much. Well, what did you think about all this? I hope you enjoyed it. I suppose we can use those words. Perhaps you learned something. Perhaps it was even more horrifying than you thought. But tell me what you think. I can do a little bit more slave history. What I will be doing is a video about the
African markets for slaves. Remember, they were selling their own people. We will do some about that, and we will do some video about the Islamic slave trade, which was equally as brutal, and perhaps slavery in some earlier times. We'll be talking a lot more about slavery. That's what I'm trying to say. But for now, we won't be talking much because that is the end of the video. And in a more casual fashion, I'm going to thank you for watching. I'm going to wish you all the best. And as always, lots of love to you all. Stay safe, everybody. Be good to each other out there. And good night.